All right. Good stuff. All right. What's up, everybody? Welcome, welcome. I think we're here. We're live. Yeah, good to go. Moonstruck first again. Let's go. Streak. Let's go. What's up, Ruby? Moonstruck first on Twitch. Gretchen first on YouTube. What's up? What's up, Dog Lover? What's up, Cal, Athena, Jedi? How y'all doing? Oh, let me hear this beat drop. That's my shit. That is my shit. That's my shit. What's up, everybody? What's up? What's up? Nice jacket. Thank you so much. I appreciate you. What's up, Meerkat? 28 months, dimmer Meerkat. Let's go. I came into Carbon stream last night at like 1 a.m. and none of the usual people were there. Yeah, it was wild. Say happy Halloween. Why? I gotta pop out this chat. I don't know why it's not popping out. There we go. Is it spooky season? So is that what happens like right after July 4th? Wait, I was there. I think you fell asleep. I gotta get a new mouse. This thing is fucking terrible. There we go. Mr. Oakby, thank you. Thank you, thank you. What else we got here? Virillion, what's up? Dakota, what's up? Void, Dino, Phoebe. What's up, everybody? Oh shit, we got an orange. Damn, y'all going hard on the... Fuck yeah, let's go. All right, we got an orange. Yeah. Wait, let me try to make it a burnt orange. Hold on, give me a second. Watch this. There we go. Look at that. Nah, but it makes me too orange, so I gotta go down. There we go. I'm getting that Trump tan. Again, that whenever a white movie director films anywhere that's not in a European country color, just make it yellow as fuck. Okay, we're good. Narcos yellow. Yeah, go to India. Apparently it's yellow in India. Okay. Yeah, piss yellow filter. Brown isn't a real color. It's just deepened orange. Oh, I'll just say orange isn't a real color. It's just lightened brown. Why wouldn't that be true? Okay. How that works. Oh, yeah. Whew. What's up, Kodak? Orange is the best color. You know it is the best color. Boom. Best color ever. Okay. Going on the big screen. Fuck yeah. Put me up there. I don't actually have pink on here, I don't think. I think I do. I'd have to use an app. The app with the color wheel. Because it only has certain buttons. So. Put it back on the best color. Alright, bet. Let's go. But it's like weird. So check like how it works. So like look at my face color. And then when I turn it to blue, it like makes me, there it is. Yeah. It makes me like Simpsons yellow. That off balance. That orange wasn't long enough. That's what all of Donald Trump's exes said. All right, let's get started. What topic are we starting with today? Breastfeeding. Oak Bee with the 30 bits. Alligator Alcatraz. Yeah, I gotta get a background on that one. Let me set my background up. Ooh, Santana's live. How much you got in there? You got like 800 people in there. All right. Tell you what, I'm gonna start with a popular topic and then let it push it to like 150, something like that, and then switch it over to the breastfeeding one. I don't know why the breastfeeding one doesn't push out. Live gift goals. Let's do Alligator Auschwitz. Let's do a couple hat mustaches. Let's do those. Settings 720. Okay. What's my battery at?
Battery 30%.
Damn. All right. Okay. Well, we'll fix that. Load charge tonight. It said 99% earlier. The fuck? All right. Your battery's at 30. Yeah, thank you. I appreciate you. What were you doing? I don't think it's the headphone. I think it's the program. All right, let's get started. What the fuck? This
Never yield to you, girl. You'll have to kill me.
That might be the Mandalorian way.
thought that was my phone and panicked. All right. I'm just kidding. You can still hear me. It wasn't your AirPods, I promise you. All right, let's get started. We're gonna start with the bathroom topic just real quick, and then get the numbers up a little bit. Then we'll do the breastfeeding one, all that good stuff. Okay. During field training. Oh my god, I took this video. I forgot to post it. It was fucking hilarious. When we were out in the field, there was these boars that came up to our patrol base, and it was just like there were a lot of them. They're like the parents, and I don't know if it was two parents or like it was just two big boars. I'm pretty sure it's two parents, but yeah, and like five of their little younglings. I don't know what the young boars are called, just little boars, borlings. I don't know. But yeah, they all came like try to like take our trash and shit as we were like leaving. And one of like yeah borlings, yeah, one of the little siblings tried to like mount the other siblings, and they didn't want that happening. And so like they just like it was just on him or on her, I guess. And then they like wouldn't get the fuck off, and then they like he stayed on as they went into the fucking field and disappeared behind the lines. Yeah, this is Alabama. Yeah, absolutely. Are they called piglets? And yes, they did take away with some of our trash, yeah. All right. Let me charge this a little bit. Did you pet them though? I absolutely most positively did not. I got a video though. Shit was funny. It was a nice little laugh. Everybody was like eating shit all fucking 5 days out there. Why not? Because they attack you. And the fucking parents are very protective, okay? If somebody tried to pet your child, would you, But you have military grade equipment? Yeah. Parents let people pet me? Oh my god. Jesus. Whew. Mama boar is greater than a Humvee or an M249. All right, we're here, guys. Let's go. Who is first? Oh boy, Olive. 3 people clicking first. All right, we're back. Boy, thank you so much. Oh shit, boy, thank you so much for the hat and mustache. Appreciate you. Y'all see the flooding in Texas? Yes, that shit is wild. 27 people, not so bad, not so bad, not so bad. Carbon has to remove one article of clothing per racial slur tonight. It's crazy. BB, thank you for the heart, me. I appreciate you. Has Ted Cruz fled the state yet? Heard he's in Bora Bora now. Yeah. Welcome everybody. Welcome, welcome. How y'all doing tonight? 60 motherfuckers in here. If you're opposition, go and hop on in the guest requests. Let's see if this PJ guy wants to come up. Scott, your boy. Thank you so much. Caitlin, appreciate you. What's up, everybody? What's up? What's up? Let's see if we can get to like 120 before we need to see if we need to restart. Let's see who this guy is. Hello?
Yo, what's going on, man?
What's up? How old are you?
I'm 19.
All right. What's your take today?
Well, one of my takes, I guess, would be, do you think that being trans or being gay is natural? Like, is it a natural occurrence, or is it kind of based on their environment, based on their upbringing, based on their experiences? What do you think?
Yeah, empirical evidence seems to suggest that it's natural. Why?
Well, I mean, I just think that it's something that I guess you could see it as unnatural, something that comes from PTSD or something that comes from how they were raised.
So like there are studies, like for example, there was a study with a population size of roughly 500,000 people, and they've identified five genes associated, for example, with same-sex sexual attraction. Um, they were located on the loci. Yeah, so that suggests that it's
Well,
some
there's a
it's
difference
genes
between like,
it's genes being expressed, and then it's a combination of genes being expressed and hormone washing and development in utero.
well,
Yeah,
I
I think
mean,
that's where sexuality comes from.
there's a difference between like finding somebody attractive and finding somebody sexually attractive. I don't think that genes are necessarily to, because like you, I can, as a man, as a straight male, I can look at that guy and look like, oh, he's super attractive, obviously, but
Yeah, but like
I
whether
don't
we're
look
talking
at
about like
him and
whether
look
you're
like,
attracted to them, right? You can
yeah,
say like
well,
somebody's
so, well, I'm
attractive
saying
because you
genes. I
recognize
don't
like
think.
certain features of them, but like whether you're attracted to somebody, yeah, that's pretty much scientific consensus that that's genetically inherited.
Oh, well, I didn't know that. I
Yeah,
mean,
I mean, how do you
my other
think
take
that?
is,
So do
I
you
don't know
think
why.
that
I don't know
you're,
why.
as a straight man, do you think somebody like raised you to be straight?
Well, the thing that I saw recently was it was a study that parents who are on the, I guess you could say, on like LGBT, I don't know how to refer to it respectfully, but people who are on the spectrum like that, they are 35% or 40% more likely to have a kid that mirrors those traits, just because that's the environment they were raised in, compared to me, who was raised in a Christian household. I think it's a lot less likely for somebody like me to grow up like
Well,
that.
yeah, so first of all, I've seen a few studies shows that kids grown up in LGBTQ households are not more likely to be LGBTQ. So I would need to see that study. Secondly, a lot of LGBTQ people are grown up and are raised in Christian households. Most of them, in fact, are raised in Christian households, and their parents and their community and pretty much everybody rejects them for being LGBTQ. So I don't see how that would how that model of that it being environmentally induced would explain those people.
I feel like social media has a part to
I mean, this
play
is
in that.
true like before social media, before even people had their own phones. Like this has always been the case. right? You'll
I mean,
take
well,
like the
social media
average
was the only thing.
50-year-old gay man or 50-year-old lesbian woman or a trans woman, and they'll tell you when they were growing up in like the 70s and 80s, like that's also true, right? Whereas even worse for gay and trans people, they still were gay and trans. So it wouldn't explain those people. Nonetheless, it doesn't tell me like there's good reason overwhelmingly to say that it's natural. But like even if it was unnatural, I mean, there's like some inference being made that if something's unnatural, it should not occur. But I don't think you would accept that. You drive a car, you're using an iPhone, those are unnatural.
Well, I mean, another way, like, um, if you want to talk about naturality, why are humans not built to, I guess, reproduce
Huh?
of the same sex? Like, why is that unnatural compared to if
Why
it's
is what
natural, like
unnatural?
genetically to, like, obviously,
Oh, you're saying
uh,
if
like
evolution,
same sex marriage, they can't reproduce.
are
Like,
you asking if
if we're
evolution,
genetically,
are you asking like
like,
if evolution is
we have
geared towards
genetics to,
reproduction, then why are there gay people? It's
yeah.
basically it.
People like gay males, they have to take certain things to loosen certain body parts when wanting to engage in those activities. Like, why is that unnatural compared to you said that it's something in our genetics?
Yeah, yeah. So it's like that's a sexual attraction, right? So that's natural. But like if you want to explain why somebody like um like why evolution produced people of certain sexualities, whether they're straight, bisexual, or gay, right? Um, then well that you would ask the same question about like infertile people too, right? Because people are born infertile, right? But
Well, that's a
nonetheless, like
genetic mutation. That's
that
not
that's
like
still like genetic
natural.
mutation. Yeah, a genetic mutation is by definition natural.
Yeah, I know,
Andre.
but you said that it was a well, genetic mutations
All
are
traits
natural.
all traits are due to genetic mutations. Every single trait that you have is due to genetic mutations. You're a white man,
Yes.
your skin color is due to genetic mutations. That's still natural.
Okay.
Okay,
Yeah.
but like so listen, like the evolutionary biologists they'll say um they put forward models that are like, well, it's not just about whether you yourself can procreate, it's about whether the society is geared towards procreation, right? So if and not just procreation, but also fostering development and child rearing, right? That's also important. You can't just like have a child, oh, I procreated and just leave the child behind, right? You have to child rear, right? So it makes sense, like back in those days, 10,000 years ago, when a woman has like 15 kids, right? And the man is always out. She can't like take care of those kids all by herself. She needs people in the community who themselves don't have kids. So this might be the elderly people, this might be infertile people, this might be gay people, and they'll help raise the kids. If those kids survive, those kids are more likely to go out and reproduce. So the
Okay.
societies that has gay people and some infertile people and some elderly people survive better than the society that did not have gay people, did not have infertile people, and did not have elderly people.
Okay. Well, I'm very open to. I'm glad were able to like have a good conversation because I'm very open. Like, I'm not a bigot or anything that wants any harm towards the community. I just am, I guess, uneducated on it, and I'm a Catholic, so certain viewpoints are pushed. But I guess if we're getting into like the trans issue, that's something that I'm just not like very
What's your problem with
supportive
trans people?
of. I guess. Well, that's just completely utterly unnatural. I mean,
Well,
I think it's disgusting personally.
okay, so all right, so it's just seems like that was just a feeling there. It wasn't like an argument, right? So,
Yeah, I mean, well,
unnatural.
it's
I'm sorry. Just are we making the inference that if something is unnatural, that it's wrong? Is that the inference being made?
well, the whole argument before this was saying that you were saying that homosexuality is something that's very
Yeah, yeah, it's natural. I
natural,
think.
and it's
Listen, I think being gay and being trans are natural, right?
well,
But it. Let's just
that was
say.
my
Let's just
point,
say.
was trying
Let's
to.
hold on real quick. I'm not done. So hold on real quick. Julia Fox, thank you for the 14 months. I appreciate you. Bailey, thank you for the hat and mustache. So I think being gay, being trans, being straight, being cis, those are natural, right? Now,
Mhm.
I'm gonna jump into your world and say that they're unnatural. Let's grant that it's all 100% societally influenced. That doesn't tell me why it's wrong.
Well, I mean, is it not wrong to go against your what God made you as a
Well, okay,
Christian Catholic Muslim myself?
there's a couple
I mean,
problems there. What one you have to establish one that your God exists, or if your God exists, you have to establish why, if he made somebody a particular way, why it's wrong to go against that way, right? So
well,
those are
they're
like some
turning away
inferences
from
there.
God.
Yeah, but why is that
Well, there's a
wrong?
difference. Why is turning away from God wrong? I
Yeah, why is that
mean,
wrong?
God's all powerful. God's all good. I mean, if you turn away from him, you kind of put him on the back burner of your life. That's overall negative.
Yeah,
Would you not
why?
agree?
Like what's the
Because
bad
bringing
consequence?
because bringing somebody said the Bible doesn't say anything about being trans because
It really doesn't.
humans created that. I mean,
Yeah,
well, I mean,
humans also created
what's
money.
the
Like money is a social construct. Is money wrong?
I didn't say that.
Are movies wrong? Movies are social constructs. Like just because a human made it, it's wrong. I don't understand.
Well, hold on. When you're making a movie, you're not chopping off your dick. You're not
Wait,
inverting your
you're talking
penis.
about, so
It's
first of all, you're talking about surgery. I don't know, like I thought we were
yeah.
talking about trans people. Not all trans people get surgery.
Well, if you're trans and
And if it's
you're
your body,
cosplaying,
and I'm
hold
sorry, if
on.
it's your body, I don't know what, like, how's this a Catholic problem if somebody's doing with their body what they feel comfortable with?
Because if you're mutilating the body that God made you
What
as,
does mutilate
that's
mean?
not right. What?
What does mutilate mean?
I mean, if you're having bottom surgery, that's mutilation. If you're having top
What does
surgery,
it
that's
mean to
also
be
mutilation.
mutilation? What does it mean?
Destroy your natural body.
Destroy your natural body?
Yeah, I mean, if you can't
I don't,
really go back, it's not easy to go back. I don't know if you even can.
okay, so it's just making an irreversible change to your body. That's all mutilation means.
No. I mean, destroying your natural. You can say. I know you're going to bring up something like tattoos, which again is in the Bible. It's not.
Circumcision?
Well, that's what that was mentioned in the Bible. That's not something that's
Is that
negatively
revert?
viewed on.
Yeah, I know it's not, but that's a contradiction, isn't it?
I wouldn't call it a contradiction
If you're
personally.
saying like causing irreversible change to your body, right, and you're cutting off a piece of a child's like dingling, right, that seems obviously an irreversible change to your body.
Yeah, I agree with you at that point. I just think that you're not destroying a piece of what you were made to. Well, obviously all of us are made in the image of God. We were all made to reproduce. We're all made to um, live
Okay.
I guess you could say our best lives. But um, if you're removing the piece of your body that is important in reproducing and kind of I don't know. It's hard to explain, but it's something that's
Yeah, so
more important.
is our body our property?
No, it's God's.
So
God made you.
we're slaves?
Yeah.
So we don't have the rights to our own body?
No,
Well, that's just what it
no.
means. If
Slaves have the
somebody
rights to their own
owns,
body too.
no,
Slaves
they
have the right
don't.
to
That's
their own body.
they're literally the rights of their owners. That means if the slave wants to walk away, right, the slave owner has the right to keep them there, right, with force. It's because it's not their body. They
But
have the rights to their
slaves,
body.
but slave. Well, they don't have the right to freedom. They have the right to their own bodily autonomy.
No, they don't.
They
Especially in the
weren't like
Bible.
you weren't. What? No, they weren't like raped. Like I don't understand what you're
Yes, they
talking
were.
about.
Deuteronomy
No, they weren't.
21:10.
Their dicks weren't
God,
chopped off. No.
well, so first of all, Deuteronomy 21:10, God does condone and support rape of a woman who were captured.
That's not true.
Deuteronomy 21:10. Do you
That's a
want to pull it up?
different. Was that in the Old Testament?
Yeah, that's Old Testament. It's your God.
Yeah,
Your
it's a
God
fallen
that you,
world. It's a different world than what we are now.
so your God, if your God looks at a fallen world, he condones rape in that world.
Well, it's a different set of moral rules.
So God changed from, oh, I support grape to no longer supporting grape. Why would you
Well,
support somebody who used to
it's a
support
fallen
grape?
world. It's just not the same. It's not the same as
Well, like,
the world we
is
live in
when you
today.
say fallen world, do you mean God was fallen?
Well, it was in a world where people turned away from God. That
Yeah,
was the
but
point
if
of.
somebody turns away from you, do you then just say grape is okay?
Well, I mean, no, because there's a
Okay,
different
so
set
why are
of
you
moral laws in
saying,
the fallen world.
yeah, I know there's a difference, but we're not arguing whether there's a difference. We're arguing the
So we're
content of the law.
arguing. Yeah,
Deuteronomy 20. I'll
there's
just read it
different
out.
morality, and the Old Testament has a different morality
Okay.
basis than.
Olive, thank you for the $5, Venmo. I appreciate you. So
So you've never
listen.
what?
Yeah, I can pull it up. When you go to war against your enemies, and the Lord your God delivers them into your hands, and you take captives, if you notice among the captives a beautiful woman, and you are attracted to her, you may take her as your wife. Bring her into your home and have her shave her head, trim her nails, and put aside the clothes that she was wearing when she was captured. After she has lived in your house and mourned her father and her mother for a full month, then you may go into her, and you may be her husband, and she shall be your wife. Right? That's obviously that's forced marriage and that's grape, right? And that's God issuing that command. He could have just
I mean,
said,
forced
"No, don't
marriage is
grape her."
different than rape.
It says you may go into her. That was a sexual
Take
connotation.
You may take her in as your wife.
No, well, he says that after he says you may go into her. The word there is
Well, no,
bow.
he says that
I'm
first. He
sorry,
says,
the
"Come and
word.
make her wife."
No, it says you may go into her and you may be her husband. And she
Well,
wasn't
we'll read
consenting to
before that.
this.
Read the lines before that.
After she has lived in your house and mourned her father and her mother, which you just killed, by the way, for a full month, then you may go into her and be her husband, and she shall be your wife.
No, read the whole. All right, read the whole line again.
All right. When you go to war against your enemies, and the Lord your God delivers them into your hands, and you take captives, if you notice among the captives a beautiful woman, and you are attracted to her, you may take her as your wife.
Yep, as your wife. Yep.
Yeah. This is how, and then he tells you how to take her as your wife. Bring her into your home, have her shave her head, trim her nails, put her to the side as she was wearing when she was captured. And after she has lived in your house and mourned her mother and father for a full month, then you may go into her. That's grape.
This is
Do
like
you think,
some.
I'm sorry, just real quick, do you think that this is a consensual relationship?
Once again, it's not my job to judge God. That's not my
Okay, well,
intentions. It's not.
do you think an atheist would be unjustified in saying that this is a non-consensual relationship?
Well, this is like some new atheist bullshit. I don't.
What?
I don't see what your point is.
Okay, okay, I'm talking about your God supporting grape.
It's not. It's a fallen world. You gotta like differentiate the moral ground.
Okay, if is it if you have a perfectly good God and you're looking down and you look at a fallen world, do you just tell people in that fallen world that they're allowed to grape women? I don't understand the inference being made here, Andre.
Well, it's in a world where people turned away from God and the world became fallen, which was it was kind of described as being a part of like I guess hell. You what was what you could say.
Huh?
So it's like once
I'm
again,
sorry, this
people
is
in the
like
Old
weird. This
Testament
is
turned
like
away
what
from
religion
God.
does to you. Like, bro, like you're literally like defending grape right now. I don't understand what you're doing here. What are we doing?
I told you there's a different moral, like
Yeah,
a
different
different
moral.
moral.
Like you're saying different morals as if it's the humans that came up with the moral, which that's my belief, right? But this is supposed to be coming from a loving, good God. You think the woman wants this?
That's
You
not my
just
place to
you
say.
just you, you just slaughtered her mother and her father, and you're like, hey, I'm gonna like have sex with you. And it's not even sex because sex is, I think definitionally is consensual. He literally says you are. He's literally talking to the people who are conducting the war, and he says if you notice among the captives a beautiful woman. Now the opposite of a captive is in this case an oppressor, right? So you have an oppressor captive relationship, and the oppressor is having sex with the captive. That's just non-consensual.
I think you're reading into this too much.
I'm reading exactly what the words say. What am I saying that's wrong?
Well, you're kind of putting situations into like you're projecting this as being unconsensual.
Yeah, why would I be unjustified in believing that? Why would that not be the best explanation here? It says, if you notice
I
among the
mean, you come, you
captives.
take her. Yep, you take her in as your wife. You let her agree for a month, and then you marry her,
Okay,
and then you reproduce with
let's
her.
put you in this situation, Andre. Okay, you're the woman, right? So you were in another country. In this context, it was a faraway country. And what Israel did, they were trying to take your land, so they came up to you, and gave you a peace offering, right? The people in your country denied that peace offering, and so the Israelites, as commanded by God, slaughtered your mother and your father. And then they took you and your children and your property as plunder. So now you're a captive woman, and you're recently captive woman. And then among the people who just slaughtered your mother and father, asks for your hand in marriage, what do you say?
I mean, you're putting me in a hypothetical with a
It's
whole
not
different
hypothetical. It's
universe with
real. It actually happened,
different
didn't it?
laws. A
This is
whole
a
different
law.
world. It's the Old Testament is a different world.
You gonna answer the question?
I just said it's a different world than what we live in today.
So, did women have like a different psychology about consent back then?
I guess
They did.
I wasn't I didn't live I don't live in
So
Old
what a
Testament. I
woman,
don't live
so
in a
what a
fallen
woman
world.
would find as non-consensual now, they would not find as non-consensual back then.
Once again, this is a fallen world. It's different
That's
than
fucking crazy. Is
the
this? Are we in a fallen
moralities
world
and
right now?
different. I would say that we're turning towards a fallen world
Wait, so
at
we're
this point.
wait, so we were in a fallen world back then, and then now we're also in a fallen world now.
No,
What
I said
changed?
we're turning towards one because we have
So
people who are running around as atheists and we have people who
there's
believe in
always
false
been
messiahs.
atheists, and there's always been false messiahs. So that means we're always in a fallen world, right?
No, it's more popular than ever. Christianity is at an all-time low.
Yeah, good. We got less people defending grape.
Why is that good?
We got
You
less
have no
people
moral
defending. Well,
base
I'm
to
sorry.
create.
I'm sorry.
You
I'm
have
sorry.
no base to create your morality in.
You just defended grape, and you're telling me about morality.
No, I didn't. You were
Yes,
trying
you
to bring up
did.
the Old Testament, which is
All
a
right.
fallen world, as
Listen, I'm
different
gonna pull up
rules
another.
than.
I'm gonna pull up another verse and see if how you defend it. First Samuel 15:3. We're gonna pull that up. Okay. First Samuel 15:3. This is what the Lord Almighty says: I will punish the Amalekites for what they did to Israel when they waylaid them as they came up from Egypt. Now go attack the Amalekites and totally destroy all that belongs to them. Do not spare them. Put to death men and women, children and infants, cattle and sheep, camels and donkeys. Do you defend this?
Hold on, I'm reading it real quick.
No doubt. All right. And I'm not an atheist that's running around. Okay, I'm crip walking around. Okay, get it right. Okay. Waiting on you. I'm gonna get some water. I'll be right back.
Hello, hello. Can you hear me?
Yep. Here, you read it.
Yep, I did read it,
Okay.
and well, if I remember from what I've read before,
hmm
that his point in using the Israelites was to bring judgment to those who practice evil,
The
and
infants and the
and
children.
that's why he told. Yeah, but they come from evil beginnings, is what I remember.
Did
Are you
the
kidding me?
infants did the infants deserve to be killed?
If they're evil, yes.
So
Would you
infants can
kill a
be
baby
evil.
Hitler? Would you kill baby
Baby
Hitler?
Hitler isn't evil. Is baby Hitler evil?
This is
No,
Yes.
adult Hitler is evil, not baby
He's
Hitler.
evil within them.
So
It's
question. So like just to be clear,
so.
wait, where does it say that every single one of these infants was evil? Where does it say that?
Well, the whole
Just to
tribe
be
is
clear,
evil.
like just to be clear before you say what you're about to say. You just defended grape and now you're about to defend genocide of infants. So let's see what you got to say. Go ahead.
What? I just said that they were evil.
So the infants are evil. What did
Yes,
the
God went
infants
to purge
do?
them.
What did the
God
infants
went to.
do that were evil?
God had the Israelites go and purge them.
Hold on. It's funny. It's funny you say that because Hitler said the same thing about Jewish people.
hmm
It's funny. He said the Jewish people were evil, and that was the excuse
Battery
he took
80%.
to
Nice.
exterminate them. God is like Hitler.
That
Good
is so
talking to you.
disrespectful.
I don't understand. Like
Fuck your God. Are you kidding
what
me?
did the
You fucking
infants
piece of shit.
what did the infants
I'm
do?
gladly.
What did the infants do that deserved this brutal punishment?
What?
They
I
either
mean,
did
in
something or they
my
did not do something.
Someone in the chat said, "Am I pro-choice?"
Oh my God.
Yes,
Can you
but
just
to
focus?
answer your question, yep. Answer your question. I guess you could see it as a punishment for the people that committed the evil acts in the tribe,
Okay, so you're
and
saying that the
God was went to
children,
go. Sent the Israelites to go purge the he wants to go purge them because of their evil acts, which
okay,
is
so you're saying that the infants were being punished for the crimes of the parents. Is that your position?
yep.
Okay, do you think that that's just?
Yes, I do.
So it is just. So the standard of justice is to unalive infants for the crimes of their parents. And by the way, this like the context here, it wasn't these actual parents that did anything wrong. It was their ancestors 400 years before them. So not only are did the infants not do anything wrong, the adults didn't even do anything wrong. It was their ancestor that did something wrong. So we're like it's just like a double whammy here. So I'm trying to figure out.
That's not true.
Just to be clear, um, if we want to better our justice system here in the United States, and somebody unalives somebody, we should just like throw their infant child in prison or like torture or unalive their infant child because that would be the just thing to do.
I didn't say that.
You did say that. You said that's just. That would be more just than what we're doing right now, would it not be? Because right
You're
now,
trying to
right,
nitpick
wait, I'm
like
sorry, hold on. Right
a,
now,
a
our
like
system of justice is such that the moral responsibility cannot be transferred and the punishment cannot be transferred, right? So intentionally, if we're going to punish somebody, it be the person that did the action and nobody by association to them just because that person happens to be genetically related to them, right? That's called genocide. Punishing somebody for being genetically related to somebody else and unaliving them for that reason, that's called genocide. Now, my question is, if this is the standard of justice, then are we not justified in updating our justice system to match it?
well, are you asking that we should update our justice system based on the Bible or
Based
this
on
one
the
line in the Bible?
objective, you believe that
This one line
God's,
in the Bible
well, he does this multiple times. In fact, it's the whole standard behind Christianity, right? Where he sends
is
somebody.
genocide.
Well, no, it's
Yeah.
he sends his, it is genocide, but he sends his only son to die for the sins of other people, right? Right. So that's the whole standard behind Christianity. So it seems like overwhelming, and with the Adam and Eve story, right? Eve did something wrong, so every woman has to suffer in childbirth because of what Eve did, right? So there's multiple different examples of God punishing other people for what like one person did or a few people did, right? So if that is more just than our justice system, then are we unjustified in updating our justice system based off of that?
Well, once again, are you making it the argument that we should would I
I'm
support
asking
changing
you,
our justice
yes.
system to fit the morals of the Bible?
Yes.
Then yes, I would.
Okay. So
I think that
let's,
we should have a theocracy anyway, so
okay.
I would love for the
You
So let's say, do you support the death penalty?
yes.
Okay, so should we, so for people who deserve the death penalty, can we unalive their children too? And should we adopt that into our, their infant
No,
newborn
you're
baby?
taking one line out of
Wait,
context and
wait,
you're
what did I
trying to
take out of context?
skew
I'm sorry.
that as well. You're trying to take one line and to use it to define the whole meaning of the Bible.
Yeah, why is that wrong? If God says it's good, then why are we wrong for doing that? Why can't I take a serial unaliver who happens to have a newborn child and take that child and decapitate them in the U.S. justice system? Why can't I do that?
Because that's not you're taking once
It's not
again
what
you're
what?
taking out of context.
What did I take
You're
out of
taking it out of
context?
the
Did
context.
God not
hold on.
order the
You're taking
unaliving
one
of
line out of
children and
context.
infants?
I literally think he's having this disagreement simply because we're quoting Old Testament scripture. So let's try something from the New Testament. Is slavery wrong?
Is slavery wrong? Once again, I
Yes.
think we have a moral.
Owning another
If the
human being
moral
as
is
property. Is slavery wrong?
well, we have that today. I mean,
No,
it's
we
not
don't.
like yes, we do.
We didn't ask.
No,
You don't think
We
African
asked if
countries
it's
don't think
wrong.
North Korea?
We
We
asked
don't
if
think
it's
illegal
wrong.
immigrants
We
are
asked if
Is it
it's
slaves in
wrong?
America?
We asked if it's wrong. Is it wrong?
I think it's wrong. Yes.
You think it's wrong? You disagree with Jesus?
Okay. I mean, is it like a debate? We still have slavery in America,
Morality
just so you
from
know.
Jesus Christ?
We still have slavery in America. I don't get what your point
That's not
is.
the question. Well, I don't know why you're pivoting. Yeah, slavery still exists in America. Do we have people running around owning people as property? No. But I'm asking you because you assumingly get your morality from Jesus Christ. Should we have slavery in America? Like chattel slavery?
No, but you do. We think we do.
I think we do.
Yeah.
What's the argument
How?
for that?
You
I
know
mean,
my
are you
mind?
not a liberal?
Yeah, which is why I want freedom. That's what liberal means, freedom.
No, I'm a
Well,
communist.
actually, no. Illegal immigrants are enslaved in American society to this
No,
day.
I mean, I'm sorry, it's Donald Trump that wants them to be enslaved. He's literally talking about enslaving them to farmers, right? So I want
No,
I
we
want
didn't.
I'm sorry, I want undocumented
Okay.
immigrants
Okay.
to
Well,
have amnesty. Hold on, I want
Hold on.
undocumented immigrants to have mass amnesty. I want them to have a path to citizenship so they can enjoy the full rights of a citizen, right?
Well, now
You
they're
want
working
them
for
you want
$2
them
an
to go
hour.
into I want them working $25 an hour. You want them put in alligator Alcatraz. You want them tortured like Abrego Garcia, and you want them deported to a country where they'll likely be unalive. That seems to be a lot more inhumane than what I want to happen to them. Now, slavery is owning somebody as property, right? I'm sorry, like it's very clear if you look at the Bible that God supports slavery. Like it's unequivocal. Like there's no place in the Bible where God says do not own slaves, except I'm sorry, there is one exception, except for a particular group of people, right? They're allowed to own slaves. They're not allowed to be owned as slaves.
Are you for any of the Jews?
An admission of him saying that you should not own slaves mean he thinks that you should own slaves?
No, he only wants he wants anybody. He thinks it's permissible for anybody who is a non-Israelite to be owned as slaves. Yeah.
That's
Is that
not true.
I mean,
Yeah.
okay, Leviticus 25:44 explicitly says that. I'm gonna just pull it up. It says, if any of your fellow Israelites, I'm sorry, we'll start from 39. If any of your fellow Israelites become poor and sell themselves to you, do not make them work as slaves. They are to be treated as hired workers or temporary residents among you. They are to work for you until the year of Jubilee. Then they and their children are to be released, and they will go back to their own clans and to the property of their ancestors. Because the Israelites are my servants, whom I brought out of Egypt, this is God, they must not be sold as slaves. Do not rule over them ruthlessly, but fear your God. Your male and female slaves, however, are to come from the nations around you. From them you may buy slaves. You may also buy some of the temporary residents living among you and members of their clans born in your country, and they will become your property. You can bequeath them to your children and treat them as inherited property, and you can make them slaves forever.
Well,
And like we can check this culturally as well, historically, on how the culture was at the time, and it lines up. This was how things were done.
well, I mean, I think you've had a
Leviticus
moral
is Old
growth since
Testament, though, right?
then.
I'm not a Christian, by the way. Like Leviticus is Old Testament, though, right?
Yeah, we're just talking about what God
Yes.
supports. It doesn't matter if it's
Yeah,
old or
but
new. But yeah,
Jesus never in the New Testament condemned
Yeah.
slavery. Not
So,
once.
like, the whole thing with like the New Testament is a revamp on old things.
when did he say?
Oh.
Where in the New Testament does it say the revamp includes the abolition of slavery? Never says it.
I don't think it does that.
Yeah, it doesn't, because
That's
in
Andre's
fact Jesus says that you are to hold on to old law, and that's what bothered me, Andre, is you not understanding scripture. Jesus specifically said you are still to hold to old law until everything has come to pass. Heaven and earth has passed away, and as far as I'm concerned, these things have not happened. Jesus has not had his second coming. We are not all in heaven. So you're still, if you
Yeah,
follow
no-
Christ,
Nobody in this panel is going to heaven.
what?
Yeah, no, because
Nobody
it
in this
doesn't
panel is
exist.
going to heaven.
But like,
I
regardless of that, like
Happily.
when we come to
Hold on. Wait. If I go to heaven, does that mean I also have to agree that slavery and child grape is okay?
You already support it to this day.
I
You
just
still
told
support
you
it.
guys,
You
you
support
support
illegal
it.
immigrants working for
Everyone
$2.
supported it nonstop.
You're the only one here
up
defending
who's
it.
been defending it. Are you fucking
You
kidding me? Are you slow? Like, are you not able to actually process information fast enough? Should we be having this fucking conversation with you? Get the fuck out.
Thank you, Grandmaster, for the kick. I appreciate you.
I only came up to debate the topic above.
Yeah, sure. What you got? Also, Pee Wee, how old are you?
Carvin, I gotta drop my app is glitching.
41.
Okay, what was your take?
Well, honestly, I'm lost. We're on religion. I'm not religious at all.
Yeah,
Uh,
it just made its way into that conversation. That's all.
yeah, no worries.
Are you opposition?
Um, I have no take on a lot of things. Um, I grew up
What do
in
you
a
have to take
world
on?
where we are who we are.
Gotcha.
Um,
I appreciate you. All right, Smelly, what do you want to say about it?
Oh, I'm curious about the why should trans people not use the bathroom they choose?
Yeah, what's your take?
Um, my take is that I think there's a lot of men that are dangerous people. I think you'd agree with me on that. And I think there's ones that would disguise themselves as a trans person to get into a bathroom to do terrible things. So I would just like make the rule that they can't go into those bathrooms just for like safety purposes.
That's not going to stop
What's up, Friction? Yeah, so
perpetrators.
like, are you making the inference that
Lower.
because legitimate trans people who are not faking being trans use the restroom, there are people who are illegitimate trans people who are faking being trans would exploit that, and therefore it's the obligation on the trans people to not use the women's restroom. Is that the argument?
Essentially, yes. I would think it's less traumatic for a person that was a woman that became a man to go into the man's room rather than a man that became a woman to go into the woman's room because unfortunately there's a danger in that scenario where there's less danger in the other scenario. So I would say like
Hold
When
on.
you when you
just
say
like keep it.
Hold on. Literally out of your breath, you just said men are a danger to women if they go into a certain bathroom. Now
Yep.
you're asking trans women who look like women to go in the men's room with other men who are a danger.
So
So
you just
you want to argue on definitions or something?
no,
Or
like
No,
just
but
that
you're literally
cis men
saying
are a
men are
danger.
the
The point is
problem.
cis men are a danger to trans women. That's the argument.
because they're four times more likely to be assaulted than cis women, just for the record.
None of this is disproving what I just said.
But you didn't like you said it was a danger. Presumably there's like a risk assessment and a probability assessment going on there. So do you
Yeah,
think it's like
exactly.
likely for this to happen, or you think it's just possible?
No, I don't think it's likely. I just don't like it at all in the sense that like my number one above all else mantra would be to protect the children, right?
Okay.
So I wouldn't allow someone that has a higher likelihood of being a offender go into the bathroom.
Yeah, so
That's
it's
it.
just you're just saying that
So
if
passive.
a trans woman goes into the woman's restroom, that's a higher likelihood of being an aggressor, right? But you're gonna have to that's empirical, right? So you're gonna have to provide justification for that.
What do you mean empirical?
Empirical, you're saying it's more likely if a trans woman goes into a woman's restroom that they're more likely to be an aggressor
No,
than you. So you're gonna have to
it's
provide
more
justification for that
likely
statement.
that a cis male would assault. I'm not trying to like. I don't know. I don't want to say the wrong word, so sorry. But it's more likely that a cis male would make an attack. Sorry, I'm trying to like. I shouldn't think about my words too much,
You
but
can
like
say attack. You can
against.
say attack.
Yeah, sorry, but like they would be more likely that they have a problem when they go into a female bathroom than vice versa. Would you not agree with that? I think that's like a pretty simple statement that everyone would agree with,
No,
right?
it's not. Because
No,
if
you don't.
anyone,
Okay, wait. Let me like rephrase it because if you don't agree with it, then you're just like I think you're arguing in bad
Beforehand,
faith.
can
I
I
think
give
it's
you a
much more
scenario?
likely that
Wait. Beforehand, I want to give you a scenario real quick. So it's
no,
your
you have to like I have to ask you the question.
no. It's your understanding that trans women should go to the men's room. Does that mean trans men should go to the women's room?
I think he already stated that no, that they can go into the men's restroom.
I didn't hear him say that.
Yeah, he said that earlier, I think.
Oh, sorry, someone muted me there. But
I
yeah,
did.
what's that?
I sure did.
Oh, okay. I won't try to talk over you guys. I was just trying to like finish a point, so like it was necessary, I think, at that point. But yes, I'm not as worried about a cis woman going into a men's bathroom. I'm not as worried about that.
But I thought men were the threat.
What?
Did I say it wrong?
A cis woman going into the men's
Yes.
restroom Why would you not be worried about that if you think men are the threat to cis men?
Because you're saying that cis men are a threat to women.
I thought
So
cis meant
woman.
like born biologically that I'm
No,
sorry.
it's that they identify with the gender they were.
Oh, okay. Sorry. I thought like cis was like sorry, I don't know the terminology that well. But I'm okay with a born female by like
Trans
doctors.
man.
A trans man, born female trans man going into a men's bathroom, I'm okay with it. Like it's understandable. It's fine.
Under your logic, wouldn't that also be putting them in danger?
Wait, do you think a trans man is a man or a woman? Smelly.
I don't know your terminology well enough to like really answer the question.
So somebody who's born female identifies as a man. Do you think that they are a man and a woman, or a woman in your semantics?
I mean, they're allowed to be whatever they want to be.
I'm asking
That's
you,
not what
what's
I
your
asked.
view?
Oh, I mean, you can switch genders. I don't care.
That's not what's
That's
being
also
asked.
not the question that I asked. I didn't ask if you cared. I asked under your
What are they in my
semantics.
point of view?
Yeah, are they a man or a
Yes.
woman in your view?
Oh, well, they can be whatever they want to be. So
I didn't ask
my
that
point of
question
view-
either. I asked if they're a
Again,
man
you're
or a
not
woman in your
listening.
view.
Well, you're asking me a question that requires a lot of explanation.
No, it doesn't. I just
No,
need
it doesn't.
I just need you to
Are
say
they
the
a
word
man or a
Yes or
man
no?
or the word woman.
I would say biologically they're still the sex they were born with, and if they identify as a different sex, that's totally fine as well.
Okay, so
They
you
don't
think that
identify.
somebody's assigned female at birth who identifies as a man, you're gonna say that they are a woman, correct? That's
No.
so you're gonna say that they're a man.
No.
You say
I
that
would
they're
say
a
they were
man.
born. They were
I know.
born
Are they a
female,
man or they're
and
not?
they identify as
They're,
male.
I'm sorry,
I
Smelly.
don't care what they were born
Under
as.
your view, they are either a man or they are not. What is your view?
Not what they were born as.
I'm not understanding the question.
You don't understand when I'm at. Okay, Smelly. Are you a man? Smelly, are you a man?
Yes, because
So
I was
you
born
know
one
what it
and
means
identified.
somebody's to ask you whether somebody's a man, right? So in that same sense, is a trans man a man or they're not a man? I'm done.
Yes,
I'm fucking
they're a
done.
man.
I'm done. Stop.
You're trying so hard not to be outwardly transphobic, just to be to not come after you. But we know you are.
Jesus Christ, bro. Hello, Lucio. How old are you? Is it still loading in for you guys?
No, he's loaded in for me. He's not loaded in for you. That means he left.
Okay, I'll give it a second.
Child talk, says the person who couldn't hold a coherent conversation.
Well, Olive is here too. Hi, Olive.
Hello,
All right, how old are you?
I'm 18.
All right, what's your argument?
Yeah, my argument is that we separated these spaces based on sex, not gender identity.
No, we didn't.
Yeah, why does that follow that a trans woman should not
Technically,
use the women's restroom?
it would be that because trans women are males, and
Well,
we have
that-
statistics showing that males perpetrate the most essay on females.
I'm sorry,
not
so
me.
why would it follow that a trans woman should not use the women's restroom though?
Yeah, because they're male, as I said.
That's just
I don't think
circular
males and
reasoning.
female yeah, I don't think males and female spaces would be the most the best thing in terms of safety, right?
Do you have empirical research that if trans women in
Yeah, so the
particular,
essay
I don't know why you're
no,
over
not trans
talking me.
women.
Is there a reason why you decided to over talk me?
Go
So,
ahead.
do you have research that trans women in particular, if they use women's restroom, that's going to increase
I said
privacy or
males.
safety violation?
I said males.
I said trans woman. It's a particular type
Yeah, I'm
of
not
somebody
talking
who's born male, correct?
Repeat that.
It's a trans woman is a type of somebody who is born male, correct?
Sure.
Yeah. So there are many different types of people who are born male who not fit the profile that you're talking about, right? So it'd be a category mistake
I
to say
mean,
that
all
if
males
you're
would be male.
all male, so if a 5-year-old male went into the woman's restroom, that's a threat to the woman in there? No, it wouldn't be, right? So you're gonna have to justify why trans women in particular would go in there, and that's gonna
Let me
increase the
provide
privacy or
my
safety.
argumentation.
So give me a study
I would
that
just
if
say
trans
more
women in
15.
particular would go in there, and that's gonna increase the privacy or safety violations.
Well, that wouldn't have to be my argumentation, right? I would just have to say males in general.
Yeah, that would just be a
Even
category
if it were
mistake.
5 years.
So under
Not
that
necessarily.
view, would if a 7-year-old boy goes in the woman's restroom,
Yeah, the
he said-
7-year-old boy should go to the male's restroom.
I'm asking if he goes in a woman's restroom, is that a threat to women?
Not necessarily,
Why not?
but he should
He's a
still
male.
go to the men's bathroom.
He's a male. Why wouldn't he be a threat?
Sure. Sure. Eventually, he would propose.
I
a
didn't ask
threat.
eventually. I didn't ask in 15 years will he be a threat. Is he a threat?
Currently, no.
Okay.
But
So it
would
doesn't
still-
follow. It's not true. So we agree that there are certain subsets of males who would not fit this profile, correct?
Based on age, sure, not on identity.
Yeah, because if you just start broadening the range, I could be like, oh well, listen, when humans go in the bathroom with other humans, there's going to be more likely to be a threat assessment if only one human goes into the bathroom, right? But you just keep like broadening the category, but like presumably like there are certain types of males if they go into a women's restroom that are not a threat. So for example, gay men, gay cis men, women like I don't know, like at the club or something like that, women they tend to all go into women's restroom together, do whatever they do, right? Powder their nose, right? I know y'all gonna yeah, anyway. So yeah, that's not a threat profile. Women are also comfortable with trans women going in the women's restroom.
Not all
55%
women.
support. I didn't say all women, I said women, generally speaking. So it's 55% based on the most recent polling. It's in fact, it's actually more likely that men oppose it than women are.
Great. That doesn't really tell me anything. The other 45% would disagree, right? Or is it a split?
Not
Um,
necessarily
um,
because there are other options when polling. Like I
Right.
don't
That's
know.
the question
I
I
don't
just
care.
asked.
Yeah, so like,
is it
well,
like
no, it's not
neutral?
45% because some people are agnostic as to whether they're okay with it or not. So it's not
Yeah, what was the
necessarily
percentage
50,
of that?
45%. So when it comes to 55%, so majority of women support trans women going into the women's restroom. I'm just trying to figure out what the moral wrong here is.
The moral wrong?
Mhm.
Yeah, like I said, you kind of straw man me when you refer to age. Because
You said
the
males,
basis to your
right?
argumentation is gender identity. Yeah, males.
Yeah.
So I mean, I could let's say, let me think. Let's say
A
males.
7-year-old
still fit in
boy
enough.
is a male.
What about gay men? That's not
Yeah, they're
age.
still males. They're still
Yeah,
males.
so
Do you
gay,
think gay men are assaulting women?
yeah.
I mean, they could.
They
Yeah,
could,
well,
but are they?
a woman
Are, I
could
mean-
assault women. Like, what?
A woman could
Right.
assault
Exactly.
a woman.
Yes. We're talking about
Such
safeguarding,
women-
right?
What?
These are all just possibilities, right?
Yeah, we're talking about probability here, not possibility.
Right,
So,
yeah,
Lucio, so what is the probability of a trans woman assaulting a woman in a woman's restroom compared to cis men?
Oh, I don't know. I think there's UK statistics. I think it was 76 out of 129 trans women were in there for sexual offenses. I could look
That didn't
shit.
answer
Yeah,
my question.
please.
I mean, it would show some kind of similarity between cis men, right?
No, it
In the
wouldn't.
50%.
I'm talking about in bathrooms when a trans woman goes in. So here's a study right here. So gender identity non-discrimination laws and public accommodations, a review of evidence regarding safety and privacy in public restrooms. Shows that when trans women are allowed to use women's restroom, there is no increase in, there is no increase in privacy or safety violations.
Yeah. So what's the methodization for that?
Methodization?
Yeah.
mean the
so
methodology?
You mean the methodology?
same words. They still convey the same meaning.
Yeah. So look, they did legislation, regulations, litigation, and ballot proposition affecting public restroom access for transgender people increased drastically in the last 3 years. Opponents. Let me see where it is. Data came from public record requests of criminal incident reports related to assault, sex crimes, voyeurism in public restrooms, locker rooms, and dressing rooms to measure safety and privacy violations in these spaces. They measured against localities where they had the non-discrimination laws in Massachusetts, for example, compared to localities where they didn't have those kind of laws, and rates at which like trans women were using the women's restrooms versus not. And they showed that if the hypothesis is that if trans women use the women's restroom, then we would expect increases in privacy violation based off of what you're saying, the fact that they're born male, then we would expect increases in privacy safety violation. In fact, we don't have that. So your hypothesis just wouldn't explain the data.
Wait, I have a question. The study that you're referring to in the UK, is it the study about like trans women in prisons?
There's a lot of studies referring to that. You'd have to specify.
Because I know the one of the studies that look at trans women in prisons, right? They only looked at people who had long-term sentences, right? And typically people with long-term sentences are inherently more violent. So obviously these people are going to commit more violent crimes that isn't related to the fact that they're trans.
Yeah, no one made that claim.
Yeah, I didn't say you made the claim. I said if that's the study that you're talking about, and then I went to explain the
Well,
study.
not necessarily. There's a lot of studies out there, so I don't.
What study
Okay.
you're referring to?
I gave you a study. Like, what's the name of the study?
Let's see. Can I go? Got it?
Yeah, go ahead.
I'm gonna.
By the way, that fucking smelly guy messaged me because I'm
Fucking weird,
from
bro.
the
Did he?
Like, get a life.
You muted me. Haven't laughed like that in a long time. You mean your way your wife laughs at your cock every fucking morning? Sorry, too far.
Logic.
Sorry, too far. I don't
Not
care.
too far. It's just
I don't
don't
care.
get the live taken down.
People have come in here and said the N word 800 times, and the live's never gotten taken down. I don't think me saying that's going to be much of a problem.
No, I got banana for you telling you to suck my,
TikTok shop, everybody.
Yeah, hello.
Yeah, we're here.
Believe it's called evidence. Wait, evidence and data on trans women's offending rates. By the UK Parliament.
I'm almost 100% positive that's the study that Void
Yep,
referenced.
it's a study. Yeah. Let me make sure that this is. Yep, they're talking about Ministry of Justice. Yep, the Melbourne prisoners. Yep, this is the same
Yeah,
study.
so
Yeah, so what they
from
did
what I
was
said,
they excluded any trans woman who had shorter prison sentences. And so, of course, if you only include trans women who have longer prison sentences, they're significantly more likely to be somebody who is a sex offender. But if like you don't include people who had like a year or less than a year, of course they're not going to be somebody who has committed like a sex offense, right?
so this is just like a correlation like issue
Yeah.
because just because these people do these things doesn't mean all trans women are like this, right? It's just so happened that they have the property that they are trans.
Also, what's the sample size? Because I'm not 100%.
It's probably less than 100 people.
I mean, it's like
It's
76,
700.
but like it doesn't matter because it doesn't prove his argument, so it doesn't matter.
Yeah, I'll just concede on that then. I don't have a problem with that.
Okay, so then you concede on your whole argument, which is that males
Not necessarily. No.
efforts
Or do you have another argument then?
use it does.
Let's see. Yeah, so when you use the word woman, what do you mean by that?
Oh, God.
Well, it depends on the context. So we can either be talking about an adult human female, or we can talk about like a gender identity, which is like a net persistent preference towards being female.
Towards being female. So would you have to adopt any specific traits, or it would just be like
No,
a
it's just
conjunction of
well,
things?
the trait of the preference. The preference is the trait.
Yeah, so would these preferences be definitive, or it's just going to become subjective to said person?
What's the difference?
Well, I mean, you said preferences, right?
Yeah, preferences.
So
If a
when you make
preference
a
exists, then
category
it's
out of
definitive.
preferences, like
Like, let's say I have a preference towards, let's say I prefer, or like I have a strong desire towards, cheesecake or something like that. It's just definitively true that I have a desire towards cheesecake.
right, but not everyone in that category would have said preference, right?
Everybody in
So
the
how-
category who has the net preference would have the preference, yes. It's just trivially true. What are you talking about?
Okay, so the preference would be towards being female, correct?
Yes. The net preference, yeah. All things considered.
So then how would you get there? You know what I mean? How would do you have to identify as like how would you get
Well,
those
you
preferences?
like if you want to know what somebody's preferences are or somebody's desires are, you ask them. That's
Yeah, so
why
what
that's why
desires
people ask for
would be?
pronouns.
Like, would it be something phenotypic or would it just be something social?
Well, it like when if somebody has a net preference or net desire towards being female, usually, but not always, they might try to change their
Right.
phenotype.
Oh, okay, so it would just be the desire towards being female then, right?
Lucio, can I also make sure that we're not misconstruing preference with a choice, right? Because
No,
being
I don't think
transgender is not a
preferences can be.
choice.
Yeah, I think because like you can have a preference towards living, but I don't think that's a choice. I don't have like a choice of whether I want to live, right? It's just like inherent to me. So I think when somebody has like a strong net desire towards being a particular sex, I think we're born with that. I think that's like a
Yeah,
natural
your
property.
gender
Yeah,
is developed in your hypothalamus.
yeah.
What via the BNST? I don't.
I mean, there's studies on that, but like, what did you want to go with this? Food preference.
Yeah, I was just a little confused. So there's no threshold, right? It would just be whatever goes.
What do you mean? The threshold
Like
is the net
there's no set
preference.
amount for preferences you would have to need, right? It could just be one preference, right?
Which,
Or like
which
just
I don't understand what you're asking. Like, if what do you mean the threshold?
I understand. I understand what you're asking, and there
my
are.
wording might be a little bad there.
Yeah, I understand. There are cases where there's particular trans women, for example, who do not phenotypically present the way one would consider a woman to, either because they have yet to transition or because they simply do not want to transition, and there's certain parts of themselves that they experience no dysphoria from. So I don't think that phenotypical presentation is necessary to be a trans woman. However, it is obviously very common.
So, and when you say female, it's just referring to the SMEX, right?
Yes, female is SMEX and woman is gender. Woman and
So,
girl.
is there anything social about females that someone could prefer?
The correlation between sex and gender is part of the social part, yes.
Yeah. So, what does that social part entail of being female? That's what the desire to have.
What does this have to do with the background?
Well, I mean, you're talking about women's and trans spaces, so we kind of have to have a definition of each, right? So we kind of understand what we're arguing.
No, I
feel
well,
like
my
it's that definition in your head, and we're just going on like the base of
yeah, we're
whether or
just
not
like
trans people are valid debate. Like, just fucking like, do you not have
yeah,
another
like
argument?
my argument for like why trans people should be allowed in the like trans women, for example, should be in like the or should be allowed to use the women's restroom is not predicated on whether they are whether I believe that they're a woman or not. I do believe that they're women, but even if I like there's like for example there's butch lesbians, right? I'm fine with them using the men's restroom, right? Some of them use the men's restroom, but I
So-
just like it doesn't matter whether you like whether your gender or your sex is. I just say use the bathroom that makes you feel comfortable.
Okay, so even if it were to like make someone else uncomfortable, it would be on the other party. It
Yeah,
wouldn't be
because
on
it's
the
a public restroom and they don't have a right
Right.
to like they don't have the we don't have an obligation to their comfortability. As long as you're not
Well-
violating any like inherent rights of them.
So there's nothing safety wise in it, right? It's just preference and comfortability.
What do you mean
Or like,
safety
the
wise?
reason
What do you mean?
trans women don't use the men's bathroom.
Yeah,
What
one
happened?
of the most frustrating talking points, not you in particular, but just in general, is women deserve a safe space. Let me tell you loud and clear that a public restroom where you shit and piss is not a safe space. It is a public restroom and only that.
For women and femme presenting folks or anyone amongst that group, there's no safe space in the world and society for us. I know the moment I walk out my door, I am not safe. I go about my life knowing I am not safe when I leave my door.
You guys came out of nowhere, they're like, oh shit.
Yeah, okay. So trans women don't use the men's bathroom because they feel more comfortable in the men's bathroom. That's
Generally
basically
speaking.
Okay, cool. Yeah, I disagree, but clearly I couldn't articulate that, so I'll just drop.
Okay.
Good talk.
So,
Right.
But Carmen, did you read the message that I sent with that Venmo? I wanted you to ask the guy about loosening pills.
Oh shit. Sorry, I
I'm
was in the
so
middle of the
sick
debate.
of
Sorry, I
people
didn't even
bringing
read
that
it.
up. Like, are they referring to like
I wanted to know.
PTERs?
I can't sleep.
like.
Oh,
He's so
I did.
bad.
Sorry,
What he
I
was
can't sleep
alluding
until
to.
he expounds on the loosening pills. Sorry, I didn't read that.
Talking about poppers? Is that what he's talking about?
I think that's what he's talking. That's a party rug. Like,
Anybody can use poppers.
yeah.
All right, if you want to debate, go ahead and hop on in the guest request. I'd love to talk to you. Thank you so much. Kiara, thank you for the heart me. Yeah, if you think trans people should not use the bathroom that they choose, we'd love to talk to you. Appreciate you. Come on in, join that request. Let's go. Come on. Where is Twitch tonight?
Bro,
I don't
I'm
know.
gonna cry.
I think it's after July 4th. I think that's why. Did you sleep? I did sleep, yes.
What? What was that comment?
What comment?
I don't know. I'll message you about it.
I have not, and it's been 13 days, so.
Saturday, people have lives. Just not us.
This is life.
Yeah.
Yelling at people is part of my life. I love it
Say
very
you
much.
missed. We had Dr. Joshua Bowen up here last night.
Dude, I'm probably gonna miss a lot. I'm feeling
Yeah,
it.
he
I'm
followed
about
me
to pass
too.
out.
Yeah, he followed Nanners, he followed Void, and he debated this white supremacist guy on biblical slavery.
Oh, lovely.
Wait, was that in your live last night or this morning?
Yeah, that was
Whichever.
last night. This morning.
After I fell asleep, of course.
Yeah, that shit was fun.
Yeah, I stayed in there until I think I put my phone down at like 4 a.m. my time, Pacific time, and then at like 5 something you were still going, and I like dipped out.
Yeah, I was like, oh yeah, I'll take one more debate, and I stayed on for 2 more hours. This is an 8.5 hour stream.
I lied to you. In fact, not go live. I know, Virtue. I was waiting.
They go fireworks in my city were insane. I love my town. Bro, they were popping off fireworks at like 5:30 a.m. here. I was like, what the fuck? Fuck out of here.
You're still popping them off near me. It's 1 in the morning.
That's a huge water bottle. Yeah. Every live, I'm just gonna
Are you drinking milk?
be drinking just a comically large water bottle. It's just gonna get larger each time I stream.
It's like from the scary movie when the fucking cop's hat kept getting
The
bigger.
hat, every scene, the hat just gets bigger. One day it's a
You
bigger
totally need
pitch
to do that.
filter.
You gotta get like a sippy cup, and then every time you take another drink, it just gets bigger and bigger and bigger.
This bitch will look like Trump trying to drink water. You would think those debates would have pushed it out. They didn't push it out, so I might have to do a restart soon. We'll see. Get one of those big jugs of water for water. I actually got to get a huge hydro flask for when I start going hiking. I gotta get one
Speaking
of
of
those.
big jugs, can we talk
Big
about the
jugs?
breastfeeding topic?
Oh god, I was gonna say speaking of drugs, Void,
You want to see him again?
absolutely do.
Again, it's crazy.
People paid
Hello?
me to draw pictures
Try
because I
24/7,
was sad.
360 days a year fireworks. What? Where do you live?
Dude, around where I live, they'll set off fireworks like, it's Tuesday, let's light them off. Congratulations.
So, found this list. Ed Markey, he published a list of all the hospitals, all the rural hospitals that are gonna shut down due to the bill, and it's a big list. Like just in Hawaii, there's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 hospitals that are gonna shut down
You
because
check
of this
Jersey?
shit. New Jersey? Yeah.
Yeah.
New Jersey. Here, let me pull it up so Twitch can see it. Yeah, I don't know how to say rural, sorry. New York, New Hampshire. I don't think New Jersey's on the list. Why is New Jersey not on the list?
Can you check West Virginia?
Oh, I know there's
We
gonna be a
don't have
lot
any.
there.
Yeah.
Every
Yeah,
hospital
I
in West
know.
Virginia.
Yeah,
Logan
I'm
Regional
really fucked.
Logan Regional Medical Center, Welsh Community Hospital, Brodus Hospital Association, Minnie Hamilton Healthcare Center, Grafton City Hospital, Montgomery General Hospital, and Jackson General Hospital.
They're
Was
gonna shut
that
down
West
Jackson
Virginia?
General? No,
Oh,
that's
Yeah,
that
West
was
Jersey.
my
Virginia,
bad.
yeah.
My bad.
Wait, there's a Jackson General Hospital in New Jersey.
Yeah, but this one's Jackson General in Ripley, West Virginia.
Never
Okay,
mind.
so none of them are close to me, so I will still get my fucking access if they don't take away my
Pennsylvania.
fucking insurance.
UPMC Jameson, UPMC Northwest Hospital, UPMC Kane, UPMC Horizon Hospital, and Highlands Hospital. Those are all in Pennsylvania. Can you
Wait,
post the
you
link to
guys
this
have
in chat? Yeah, I
insurance?
got you.
I only do because I was awarded the state as a child in the 90s, so I have lifetime insurance. I don't
Damn.
know how this is going to impact it though. I truly don't know if I will still have it after this.
It's going to impact everybody. It's
Yeah.
it's going to hit everyone, and
The only reason I say that is because I was promised as a young child that they would never take my insurance away, no matter my income, no matter what, nothing. Because I was a ward of the state during the 90s, and a lot of shady, gross shit happened to kids that were wards of the state. I don't know how that's going to look now.
It's that fucking promise goodbye.
Yeah, Kentucky has a fucking lot. Yeah, it's mainly so the reason why it's a lot of rural hospitals is because they don't have they don't have high patient volume. But they have fixed like service costs, right? So like their per bed costs and things like that, they're always operating rural hospitals compared to like city hospitals. They always operate at like 1%. They're always on the fucking edge. They're like always on the line, right? So like that's why these hospitals in these like red counties with like 2,000 people or something like that, they're all gonna be shutting down because these hospitals are like in the red every year, and they've been
Not
like
really, yeah.
it's been Obama pretty much saved these fucking people with like the Affordable Care Act, right? And it's been
Yeah.
keeping them
And then
afloat. And
Trump
now,
just pissed all over it.
yeah, so like you're gonna be
Like
like
actually
Curtis
pissed on it.
Medical Center in Nebraska. They were the first victim. And the CEO was like, yeah, I mean, we were on the margins, but now we're losing our funding, and that's it. We're done. We're like, we got to shut down. Literally, right the day the bill passed, he's like, yeah, we were waiting for the bill to pass. It's crazy. Tennessee.
I said it
Yeah.
last night. I said it last night. Even liberal states that don't have a lot of rural areas, Jersey particular.
This is going to affect every single state, every
Yeah,
fucking
like,
state.
On Friday, I don't know if you were here. On Friday, I said that I gave a person I work with a call who works in the charity care department.
Oh yeah, yeah.
We give out 2,000 people per year are allowed to receive charity care at the hospital I work at. And on Friday, more than 1,600 people applied for charity care.
It's
Not got it, just applied. I'm sure the number's larger now.
oh for sure, especially since it passed.
My uninsured ass with my ICU stay was $7,800.
Like I know a shit. I work in oncology. I know a shitload of people who are on Medicaid
We're
who
gonna
are
feel
going
this.
specifically for cancer treatments. They're fucked. They're fucked.
Yeah.
One chemo treatment's like 18 grand.
You know, good thing my grandmother's dead, or else she would really feel this.
That's a crazy statement, but
Listen, it's how I cope. Okay, I have to make fun of it, or I'm gonna cry. Evan, how old are you?
What are you guys doing tonight? I'm 27.
What's up, man? What's your take today?
Are you? I'm reading this. Are you against it or are you for it?
I'm fine with trans people using the bathroom they choose. So.
All right, then I misread it. I thought you were coming out hateful with it.
You're an ally.
No
Period.
doubt, man.
Love
Well,
that.
thank you for coming up. I appreciate you. Okay, man.
I could tell by his voice it seemed too nice.
I don't know. The nice ones are really really the worst because they're like, yeah, I just don't think children deserve the right to food, and it's like, really?
Oh,
There was this. I saw this.
Everybody,
breakdown.
beautiful child of God, get the fuck out.
Who was that?
Why?
A child.
Oh.
But yeah, but like,
Oh. Speaking of abortion, let's do that topic.
True. Where was that source I was looking for? 'Cause it was a source where it's like, most of the patients in these rural hospitals, 50% are just kids.
oh,
Yeah, it's like 48%. I'm trying to find that source where I found it from. Shit, I know I saw that shit, bro. Fucking hate when I see something but I don't mark it down.
don't that just piss you off? Be like, I could have swore I did it though.
Someone just said, I'm a beautiful child of Satan. I don't know you.
He's like, I ain't paying child support. Nope.
Never agreed to that. I never got no paperwork.
That's crazy.
Brendan lost money, and it's probably big facts, so he bought the entire damn thing in it. For $4,000.
Annie, we can hear you.
Medicaid covered 1.5 million births in 2023, representing 41% of all U.S. births, and financed nearly half of births in the rural areas. Births are the most common reason for hospital inpatient stay. The vast majority, 96% of births in rural areas occurred in a hospital in 2023, of course. Hospital, yeah. And
Yeah, they're
then
talking about my kid.
operating
Sorry, Void.
margins. At the same time, more than half of rural hospitals. Fuck, where was the fucking statistic?
You got somebody? Want me to bring them up?
Yeah, go ahead.
Pretty sure they're gonna be a troll.
Jamal, can I get your age, please?
22.
All right, what's your take today, man?
Well, could you ever just stop being trans? Like, no, like that's an actual question. Like, if someone says they're trans, could they ever just reverse it and say no anymore?
No. Next question.
Can they
No,
say no?
okay. No. Like,
Semantically, can they
let's
just say I'm
if
not
someone wants
trans?
to be a trans woman, could they just go back to being a regular man?
No,
No,
because
that's
that's
just
not
who
how
they are.
trans people work.
So
But what's
when you
stopping
hear
them?
about
Like it's like me
when you
asking
hear
you,
about
like,
No, but what's stopping them?
Wait,
yeah,
I'll
so
let you
like
talk,
the
guys.
thing that's stopping you, like you're a straight man, right?
Yeah.
So like it's kind of like you trying to be gay. It's like part of your brain structure, probably.
when you hear about the very
No,
very
that
very small portion.
there's a big difference.
Hello, can anybody hear me or like?
I've been
Okay, thanks.
speaking. Shut the fuck up.
Olive, I love you. You gotta talk louder.
Okay, sorry. When you hear about detransitioners, the very small number that exist, detransitioners either detransition because of financial reasons, societal pressures, familial pressures, or simply because they were never trans. So if you detransition, whether it be socially or medically, you are still transgender. You just took the steps in reverse to present or act a certain way. But if you detransition because you were never trans, it means you were never
Medicare Part
trans.
C is crazy.
Unmute.
Okay. But the fact that people can go back and forth, doesn't that seem kind of like...
You don't go back and forth.
No, but it's
Trans
an
people
actual
do not.
thing that happens.
No, it's not because they
Again.
were never fucking trans to begin with. They had
Well,
gender
what's
dysphoria,
the
which
defining
isn't enough.
characteristic for
I'm
trans?
still speaking, okay?
Okay.
The reason they transitioned, right? They had gender dysphoria more than likely, but that doesn't necessarily that's not a synonym for being trans, right? Cis people experience gender dysphoria, right? That doesn't mean that they're trans. So that less than 1%, it's a minority of a 1% that detransition because they are not trans. Majority of people who detransition, they retransition later in life because the social pressures, they've either gotten away from that family or they said, fuck society, I'm going to be happy, right? So majority of detransitioners retransition later on in life.
See, my take from it is just being trans is just being gay. At that point, you're just gay.
No, there are straight trans people. What are you talking
Yeah,
about?
you don't know what being trans is. So
Well,
like just to be
I don't
clear,
think you
like
guys know what
Jamal,
trans
do you
is
agree
either,
that
'cause,
there are
like,
I'm sorry. Do
yeah,
you agree that
people
I'm sorry,
call
hello.
themselves
So you
them.
agree that
What?
there are trans
Yeah.
I don't know why this guy's like over talking me. So you agree that there are trans women who can be only attracted to women or only attracted to men, correct? You agree with that?
It's the red thing on your mini map. Please look really in the middle. We are so far away.
Gucci, we can
Sorry,
hear
I
your
gotta
husband.
mute you, which
Tell him to be quiet.
Okay, I believe that there are women that can be attracted to women and men that can.
that wasn't the question
men
that I
can be
asked you.
attracted to men. Yeah, but isn't that the reality?
Okay, so are there so you know what a trans woman is, right?
Someone delusionally wanting to be something they're not.
They're not
They
delusional.
can't be a woman.
Well,
If
they're
you can
not.
just stop being that thing
Yeah,
that
so
you
this
say
is
you
just
are.
this I'm sorry, this is just an equivocation fallacy. And I mean you're transphobic, so you're the delusional one. But regardless, you know what a trans woman is, and you know that trans women, some of them are only attracted to women, some of them are only attracted to men. Right?
But
So it
that
can't be
being null
so it
is
can't be the
delusion.
case, so it can't be the case that that's just being gay. If they're attracted if some are attracted to men and some are only attracted to women. Which wouldn't be coherent.
Okay, let me put this into perspective. If I said I wanted to be like an airplane, would I have? If I wanted to identify, sorry,
No,
let me
you can't identify as an
ident-
you can't identify as an airplane because it's outside of the human experience. However, man and woman is not. Same reason why you can't identify as a fucking animal. It's outside of the human
Yeah, but
experience.
isn't a woman and a man completely different?
No, because
Oh,
what do you
oh,
what
so
do you
they're not
mean? Wait,
different.
what do
They're
you
not
mean?
biologically different.
No, I misheard you. I thought you said something else. What do you mean?
I mean, they're different. They're two different things. They're not just one and the same. They're two different things.
Are you talking
Completely
about
different.
phenotype, like their body?
Yes, what makes them actually different?
Yeah, so if you're just talking about like the phenotype being different, that has nothing to do with whether you're trans. Like if
No,
a
but the
male
fact
and
that
if a
they're
male and a
completely
female are different,
different
that
for
has
a
nothing.
reason.
That's no bearing on being, because being trans is incongruent with your particular biological sex.
But that's all just subjective.
What do you think subjective means?
Oh my god.
Is your sexuality subjective? Wait, let's make an analogy. You're a straight man, right? That's just subjective, right? Because that's based off of your attraction. Your attraction is based on your mind. Your mind, if anything's based on your mind, then it's subjective.
Well, yes.
Okay, so does that make you not straight all of a sudden?
No.
Okay,
You
so
gotta
what does being subjective
understand.
have to do with anything? How's that a criticism?
You're right. That was the wrong word. I phrased that wrong. Sorry. God. What's a better word for that then?
Why would we help you?
No, I'm not expecting you to help me. I'm just taking my time to think and compose my thoughts.
Don't hurt yourself.
I think what you were trying
Whoa,
to say
easy
is
there.
like, I think what you may be trying to say is that, and correct me if I'm wrong, like a trans woman knowing that she's a woman is an opinion to you, even though it's a fact for her.
Yes, that exactly.
Right. So in you saying that, you are loud, incorrect buzzer noise.
And how would I be incorrect by saying that?
Because your opinion.
Because do I have
doesn't
to accept it? Is
Would
my
you like me to
acknowledging?
answer the question? Would you like me to answer the question? Your opinion does not override the facts.
But the fact is, I have a choice on whether or not I acknowledge it.
Absolutely, you do, but you're still wrong. So,
What's making me wrong then if it's subjective?
because science backs trans existence.
Science? No, biology. It backs
What the
biology.
fuck do you think biology is, my brother in Christ?
Science.
Fucking
Okay.
Jesus.
Oh my God, help! Help!
Okay, what is biology?
Science.
Exactly. That's what I said.
You said it wasn't.
What are you talking about?
You are literally talking yourself in circles, and you're digging the deepest hole right now. And I'm gonna need you to regroup and then compose an actual sentence that makes any type of cohesive sense.
Are you guys not hearing me correctly, or are you guys just purposely just trying to twist my words? or whatnot?
You're not using the words correctly to begin with, and then when we
Well,
correct
you're
you, on
clearly
that's what I
understanding what
said.
I'm trying to say.
You're not.
Are you not?
Oh my god.
Listen,
I just explained myself.
No. Olive said.
No, see?
Shut up.
This is where you guys go wrong.
Shut
As soon
up,
as
shut up.
your argument.
You've been wrong the entire
Right,
time. Stop
yeah.
talking.
So what Olive said, they said that science validates trans people. And you said science question mark? Biology. Biology is a fucking science.
And how does biology relate to men and women?
Are we dead fucking ass right now?
Yeah, it separates
Yeah,
them.
okay,
Is
yeah.
your brain
So
part of
no,
your
It
biology?
separates them.
Wait. Actually, science doesn't have any, or science, biology has nothing to do with man or woman, because man or woman.
Isn't that the main
I'm
characteristic
not
of man
fucking
and woman
done
in biology?
talking. It's funny
No.
how my mouth is moving and you're still talking. Be quiet. Biology doesn't say a damn thing about man or woman. Biology states male or female or intersex. Has nothing to do with the social identities of what we go around about. It has to do with literally our internal self, like our
Yeah,
biology.
but
What
you
it
just
said.
said it was a social construct, so that's what, subjective?
Did I or did I not say it has nothing to do? Biology has nothing to do with said
No,
social.
but you said that trans
Yes,
identity
gender.
are a social
Gender
construct,
is
which
a
is
social
subjective.
construct. Yes. Why is that a problem?
Can I
Why
help
is
you
that a
out a little
problem?
bit?
Wait, I want to
Because
hear this.
I don't have to believe in
hear
it.
this. Why is it a problem?
Because I don't have to agree with it, and that's what makes it.
No one's stating you have to agree with it.
Yeah, you don't have to
Yeah,
agree with
but
science, but you're
the
still
whole
objectively
point of
wrong.
your argument is why people should be, or why trans people should use bathrooms. If I don't agree with it, well, then
You haven't given a decent argument yet. You haven't given one. Give an argument why they shouldn't.
because it is morally wrong.
Why?
Okay, give the moral argument.
Yeah, no.
I have been.
My
No,
turn
you
now. Give me the
fucking
argument
haven't.
for
No,
why
you
it's
haven't.
morally wrong. Why should somebody not be
Okay.
trans?
It's morally wrong because can I? Sorry. Let me slow down.
You
a little bit.
formulated an argument?
Yes, I can.
Okay, then
Why do we
come
have
on.
male and female?
That's a
bathrooms
question.
together?
Why is it morally wrong?
Okay. Because there are laws in place that separate
there's
these
not.
two.
No, there's not. There's not a single law saying that males cannot go into the women's bathroom or that
Yes,
females
there
cannot
is. Are
go.
you kidding me?
Cite me the law. Cite me the fucking law.
Yeah, cite it.
Okay, then why are there male and female?
No.
That's another question.
The fucking law.
Hold on. The next words out of your mouth are, bye, motherfucker.
Grandmaster, thank you for the kick. I appreciate you. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Grandmaster.
Hey, yo, bro said biology's not science.
The next words out of your mouth are, shut the fuck up.
Get ready for a bunch of Trump supporters thinking that Trump didn't cut their Medicaid because they only know Medicaid by what it's called in their state. Yeah, it's fucking confusing. There's like all
Yeah.
these different names and like different state. Like, yeah, it's fucking crazy. MedQuest here in Hawaii. Husky Health in
That's
Connecticut.
a
What the fuck?
Husky Health.
Wyoming Medicaid. West Virginia Medicaid. Apple Health in Washington. New Jersey Family Care in New Jersey.
Not to mention, like, some of them, like,
See, but hold on, because I work in insurances. This is where it gets fucking confusing. Every state, or I'm not, sorry, I can't say, I haven't looked up every state. I've looked up Jersey, PA, New York, and Delaware, and Connecticut, because they're the closest. Every state has several different versions of Medicaid. Several different. In Jersey,
yeah, it's usually under different companies as well.
exactly. You can get straight from the state, which is New Jersey Medicaid, straight from that. You can also go through a private insurance company that is also using Medicaid, such as Family Care. And you
for
can also
example-
get, this is going to fuck up seniors, you can also get Medicaid, Medicare advancement plans.
Of course,
So you
Oklahoma
have
calls
both.
theirs
So
Sooner
seniors
Care.
are double fucked.
Yeah. Like, for example, I have West Virginia Medicaid, but it's not called that. The company is called something way different, but it is classified as West Virginia Medicaid.
Oh my God.
So-
If Democrats
Named
better not
Apple.
fuck this up, because they better go in all these counties and be like right in front of like the closed down fucking hospital and be like, this is what Trump did. In all the rural counties, okay? Sooner
thing
Care
is,
is
right?
crazy.
The thing is, the Democrats right now aren't really doing anything to stop this from happening, right? Like, yeah, they voted no, but like, how many of them voted no on the articles of impeachment that were presented?
No, we're
A
not going through,
fuck
but
ton.
they should have still voted to impeach.
They still should have, to show that they stand on business, bro. That they actually want him out of office, even if it didn't go through. Like,
Somebody needs to pull another 24-hour Cory Booker immediately.
No,
I mean,
that didn't
do anything.
It's like,
I'm sorry. This filibustering bullshit,
It's
it
not
does
doing anything.
nothing. It
I'm
does
sick of-
nothing. It'll just mean, all right, we're going to postpone the vote another 12 hours.
It doesn't
at
change
4
the
in
actual
morning.
vote.
Like, they
Damn,
need...
guys,
I don't-
okay, sorry. Fuck.
No,
No,
it's
no,
not
no,
you. No, it's not you, Olive. I'm so upset with the fucking Democrats right
Yeah.
now. They have literally the 2026 election on a silver fucking platter. Like, it's right in front of them. But they're like, well, you know, we should be reaching across the aisle. Like, some of the ideas are actually pretty good. No, fuck you.
That's my point. The Democrats are not standing on business.
And
They're
if you didn't
allowing
fucking
this
and
to
if you didn't fucking vote, right, and then like
fuck
10
you.
months later, you're over here being like, why are the Democrats so powerless? Bitch.
Because of you, bitch. You did this
How
shit.
you gonna make them lose power and then
Fuck.
complain that they have no power? I got a couple shout outs here. Jedi, thank you so much for the $10 on Super Chat on YouTube. Jedi says, I need to shower because I have splattered paint all over me. I need to wash all this colors dumb off of me. Antsy for the kick pull. I hope you mean actual paint. Get Stanfield, thank you so much for the $10. I appreciate you. Get wants to contribute to the kick pool. Yep, there we go. We got a kick pool, $10. So that means next kick is $15.
And Olive, again, I'm sorry. I didn't mean it to you. I'm just so frustrated in general. This person's going to be a troll.
I was just being dramatic.
Oh, they're a troll. Are you a troll, DJ?
No, I'm not.
All right, how old are you?
I'm 18.
All right, what's your argument?
So, listen, okay, I got a little sister, right? And like, not gonna lie, if I see a guy,
yeah, he's a troll.
You know,
Also, you're not being dramatic. Logic's just a bully.
I'm not a bully.
No,
First of all, I bully you.
I kind of went like kind of mad about it too, but I would never be mad at Ollie.
And
They're
I
amazing.
bully Witchy all the time. That's like my job. But that's my sister. I will bully Witchy. It is
I'm a
publicly
very,
okay. I love
I'm a
Ollie.
very fragile, sensitive little guy.
It's okay, Ollie.
All right, if you do want to debate, go ahead and hop on in the guest
Okay.
request. I would love to talk to you. Thank you so much. Go ahead and tap that screen, everybody else. Let's get on up to 50,000. Right now we're at 31.4 thousand. Thank you so much. Again, if you are opposition, go ahead and hop. Damn, I didn't even know we had 262 people. That was like 170 or some shit. Did we get like a refugee raid or something?
Art Cat, they're not related.
It wasn't a raid. People just showed up.
Oh, okay. Shit. Okay. Good shit.
I forgot that. Wait, did Kat actually believe that me and Witchy are related?
Yeah.
I mean, I get it a lot. People always think that we're siblings.
Yeah.
I mean, you're both ginger, so.
Oh,
I'm
fuck, it just
naturally
ended.
ginger.
Oh, there it is.
I am naturally ginger too.
No, you're not.
Mr. Oakby says Carbon. Yeah, he's not a bully. He's just from New Jersey. Exactly. That's what he says. So
Parker ended the line, so.
oh, that's why. I was just about to restart
That's
too.
what I said.
What?
I was just about to
I
restart.
swear I'm not
too.
angry. I'm just from New Jersey.
Witchy, we can hear your lover.
Ollie?
I'm right here.
You're the person you married in holy matrimony.
Not anymore.
We didn't do that. So, hey, Ollie.
Period.
I don't have to sign any papers.
That's
you already
crazy
know.
work.
You already know the deal.
Purchasing plane ticket right now.
Insanity.
To Hawaii.
Florida has like the
Deadpan
worst.
Carbon.
Huh?
Nothing.
Just
You're so cute. It's okay.
oh.
Florida is called statewide Medicaid managed care. It's like the worst fucking name ever.
Of course, it's
New-
Florida.
New Mexico's
you
is
know-
called turquoise
Please.
care.
Hey,
What?
easy on Florida, okay? We're not all bad.
No, I'll never be
Not-
easy on
You're
Florida.
not bad. The
Fucking
state,
degenerate
though,
ass place.
can fall into the fucking ocean for all I give a shit.
I know.
No,
I
I
live
see
in
that.
one of like 3 fucking blue counties.
Yeah. Fuck, I gotta remember to make that video. There's this guy, he's like, he made a video, I think it was looking at Pennsylvania. He's like looking at all the red counties in 2024 or in 2020 or something like that. And then like the 2 or 3 blue counties and then saying how it's close. I was gonna make a video responding, like, I think the country will be better when like the average conservative understands how
The
populations
land doesn't
work.
fucking vote. Yeah.
That'll
I
like
fucking Twitter pisses me off with that shit because people will post like the color of their state or whatever. And they're like, how did this state become blue when it's surrounded by this red?
Like,
Like,
it's so
you
stupid.
stupid fuck! Those red counties have 5 people in them.
Yeah.
Could
And
I
I
do a
always
quick
give them
PSA?
like a fucking like a analogy. I'll be like, well, okay, let's say you have 10 counties, right? One county has 1 billion people in it. right? And then the other 9 counties drop this person. The other
You
9
fucking
counties
fetus.
have 5 people per, right? Okay. So you have 9 times 5. Okay, so let's say the 1 billion county votes for the Democrat and the 5 other counties vote for the Republican. Who should be the governor of that state? Or who should win the state? And if you say because these motherfuckers won 9 counties out of 10, yeah, blocked.
You're a dumbass.
You're an idiot.
Blocked.
Could,
Go back
could
to
I
troll.
make, could I make a PSA real quick? And I genuinely think this is fucking important. If we're talking about elections, if there is one in 2026, let's be 100% honest here. We cannot do mail-in voting anymore. This is insane for me to say. I truly believe Trump is going to sign some bullshit saying he's going to throw out mail-in voting.
Can he do that? Well, I mean,
I no, but it doesn't matter. It doesn't. It now
He'll just do it.
everything's off the
It doesn't
table.
matter. He
So
will literally send he would literally Title 10 the National Guard and have them go to like high dense population voting areas, looking for undocumented immigrants and just have them like stand outside in front of those Democratic cities, and that's gonna like tank turnout. He's gonna do he would do that absolutely.
this is what we need to do, and we need to plan this fucking now. We need to really start organizing this shit. Everybody needs to call out from your job election day. You need to plan that shit ahead. You are not going into work that day. You need to go vote. No matter how fucking long it takes, you need to stand in
I feel
line
like
and you need to do it in person.
I feel like places should actually be closed on election day. I'm not going to
No,
lie.
but again, they're not going to, and Trump is never going to let that happen. The conservatives will never let that happen because they'll get fucking blown out of the water. If we get half of all people who are registered Democrat to simply go in and vote in person, it'll be a fucking landslide. And then they have no excuse. There's nothing they can do if we do it in person. There's nothing they can come
They'll
up
still
unless they try
try.
to throw
They'll just
some
lie. It
shit
doesn't matter.
that.
They're Republicans. They'll just lie. It
True,
doesn't matter.
true, but it at least gives credence to the election itself.
Vanity
Stop
thing, but it
giving
counts.
W
fucking
vanity.
excuses.
It's gonna get loud.
Hey Ryan, how about you stop being a fucking coward and join the box?
He's never joined a box before.
Never seen a
Oh,
box. Bro with the
Come on,
UC
insert
section.
douchebag with a fucking gym picture 994. Come on up.
Anyway, speaking of box, mother, what you doing down there?
Playing Dark
Wow,
Souls.
okay, so my box is just gonna be left alone. Okay.
You're already under me.
Can you ask Satan a question for me? Are all those private companies that issue Medicaid to people, are those managed care organizations, MCOs?
Some are, not all of them.
Thank you, Parkers.
I know of at least 6 in New Jersey. I believe 2 of which are that, and the other 4 are not.
I'm gonna give it a couple minutes and we might do a restart. What topic I want to
That's
debate
not
if we
bad.
restart?
Breastfeeding.
Religion.
Religion, breastfeeding.
Ollie, what's
Um,
your input?
I'm probably gonna go to bed because I gotta wake up at 7 and it's
You gotta vote for one though. Vote for one. Hurry.
If it was up to me, I would probably say religion just based on how the conversation started tonight.
Damn. I see how you are.
Mary, how can I get your age?
36.
All right, what's your argument?
Well, when trans men that are not women shouldn't be allowed in women's spaces.
Yeah, can I get the
that
argument?
is easier.
That's just the claim. Of
Sorry?
course, like if you're opposition, of course you believe that. Like, what's the argument for the claim?
It's dangerous.
Yeah, what's the
Men
so that's an
are
empirical
much stronger.
claim. Do you have like any research that says that if trans women use the
I
women's
don't have
restroom?
research.
Of
What
course
do
you
you
do. I
want,
know I know
scientists?
you don't. That's why I asked you. But I have research that says the opposite. Would you like to see it?
You have research that says the
Yeah.
opposite. That
Yeah, I
men
have
should go in
research
when.
that yeah, I have research that says that
Thank
if
you,
trans women
Grandmaster.
W Grandmaster. Yeah, I have research that said if that says if trans women use the women's restroom, it's actually no increase in privacy or safety violations. If that were true, would you change your mind?
I've been abused by men a lot of my life when I was younger, so I know it wouldn't change my mind.
Okay.
I know a lot of women, actual human women that have
As
been
opposed
abused.
to lion women,
As
like why
opposed
did
to
you have to
alien
preface human?
alien
I
women.
don't know who you are, and I'm not actually speaking to you. I'm speaking to the man here.
Well, that sucks for you
Don't
because you're
care,
on the
open
panel.
panel.
It's an open panel, so as long as we don't
Yes,
talk
you
over each other, we're fine.
requested.
So Mary, so even if you saw data that showed that it's not more likely for trans women to like assault or conduct privacy or safety violations against cis women inside a women's
I
restroom,
wouldn't believe
that
that.
wouldn't
I
change
wouldn't believe
that
that.
wouldn't change your view.
No,
Well, on what
no,
basis would you
because
not believe it? On a methodology?
no, the basis I wouldn't believe it
On
on
based
is
off what?
a lot of women. Well, I'm trying to tell you, you keep speaking. A
All right.
lot of women that I've grown up with, girls, and then women as growing up, they haven't actually put in police claims by all of the stuff that's happened to them. So,
What does that have to do with trans women?
because they're fucking perverts, is why.
Okay,
Oh, okay.
so first of all,
Yes, they are.
well, you're gonna have
Yes,
to
they are.
provide justification for that. You won't be able to, by the way.
Why? Why? I'm gonna get arrested? No,
Yeah,
I'm
you're gonna
not.
have to find justification for that. You're
No,
not
I
going to
don't.
be. Yes, you do.
Yes,
If
you
you're gonna make a
do.
claim, listen. I could just say, listen, you're a turf. You're a
Why?
pervert. You're a degenerate pervert. I could just say that. If we could just
Yeah.
say things without justification, and I could just say you're a P3DO, you're a pervert, and you should stay away from children, Mary. Do you like that? No, of course not. So that's not true for trans women. In fact, trans women go into the women's restroom for the same reason you do, presumably. You want a safe space away from men, right? And if they go into the men's restroom, they're going to be assaulted, they're going to be harassed, in the same way that very likely if you went into the men's restroom. So yeah, listen, women on average, you're in the minority, whatever, but women on average, 55% in fact, support trans women going in the women's restroom. Trans women don't hang around men. Men are more likely to assault them. You are taking the men's position here. The men want trans women to not have a safe space away from them and want them to use the restroom with them so they can assault them. And you're taking the men's position. So
Yeah, just say you want trans women assaulted.
Mary, do you really just hate trans women because you're a big J.K. Rowling fan? I heard the accent. It has to be that.
yeah.
Yeah.
And you don't know you're muted, by the way, Mary.
That's so funny. Mary, nobody can hear your bigotry.
There you go.
Sorry, yeah. No, I don't really use TikTok much, but yeah.
You a big J.K. Rowling fan?
What would that mean?
You like Harry Potter?
No, I don't actually.
You
Why?
I'm just
When
rather.
I make my move, you're free to check the Kang.
Did you Americans have a great and grateful day today? Did you?
Oh, I'm having a good one.
Oh, are you
I
still
like
salty?
I like
Are you
dunking
about
on
to- are you
turfs.
about to-
I have like
Yeah.
this. Yeah, I
You
have
can
this
make
thing.
fun of-
Like
yeah,
I
you
like
can
I
make
like
fun of
dunking.
your
No, listen. I
daily
just
Wait,
like I
please
just
stop.
I just like dunking on turfs. It's really nice. I like it.
What does
Can I
turf
ask
mean?
you a question?
That's you.
Turf means trans exclusionary radical feminist, which I don't even think you're a feminist. But can I ask
What
you a
does that
question?
mean?
It doesn't matter. Can I ask you a
I just
question?
told you.
Well, I've just told you.
No, but
can
it doesn't make sense.
Okay, that's fine. Can I ask you a
You
question?
just don't understand it.
No, I don't understand it. It doesn't make sense.
Olive, ask your question.
Thank you so much. So you said you're 36, right? How old were you, or what year roughly did you start giving a shit about trans women? Or when did you start acknowledging that they go into your quote unquote spaces? Because I guarantee you've pissed next to many, many trans women without even knowing, and you left unscathed.
I
For your
think
entire life, by the way.
right. So I think if I think it's a mental disorder, the whole trans thing.
Well, that doesn't answer my question in the slightest.
What was your question? If I knew someone in a cubicle next to me.
Okay, I'm going to need you to turn your listening ears on. When I say, at what point in your life did you start paying attention to trans people? Because I guarantee you it was when you were told to by your government. Because unfortunately, trans people, specifically trans women, are so hyper politicized that their entire lives have now become a topic of conversation. Prior to that point, because before in the 80s, it was GAY men, until that point, you didn't give a singular fuck about trans women because you weren't told to.
Let's try this again, Mary.
Actual transvestites back then.
Look at that. Immediately coming out of the gate.
Trans people, transgender people.
Transgender people, like, there's plenty of words you can use besides slurs.
I personally prefer trans folk because I think it sounds whimsical.
Look, trans folk.
Trans folk.
Unmute, Mary.
Gonna give you the benefit of the doubt that you didn't know that that was a slur.
I'm not giving her the benefit of the doubt.
What is that?
What?
A slur.
Why do I keep getting muted?
Because you said a fucking slur.
What, transvestite?
You stupid slur.
Stupid fuck.
Beans on toast eating. Never mind.
Beans on toast eating
I
what?
really just want you to answer my question. It's a very simple question.
What's your question? You're saying it so softly like you're a little baby. Like, why don't you have
Listen,
guts?
Mary, shut the fuck up and listen.
Everyone mute, please. Just let Olive go.
I can take my AirPods out and yell into the microphone if you'd like. But for the third time, at what point, at what age, were you suddenly so aware and scared and pissed off about trans women? Because, to reiterate, I guarantee you it wasn't until you were told to, because trans women are a political pawn now. Did you hear that, or would you like me to say it louder and slower?
Have you ever been stuffed?
That's a question.
I don't know what
That
to
doesn't
say.
sound like an answer to Ollie's question. Please answer Ollie's
I keep
question.
getting muted.
Well, okay, so
You
let me
can listen when you're
let me give
muted.
you the rules for muting. Okay, Mary? If you overtalk, you get muted. So far, you've been fine. You haven't been overtalking. But you're violating rule number 2. Rule number 2 is if you don't answer questions, right? If you don't answer a question, you get muted. So what you just did right there, you asked the question, right? You said why. Why is the start of a question. But it's my understanding and my recollection that Olive asked you a question. So if somebody asks you a question, you just answer it, okay? And then you can ask whatever question you need to. Okay, now go ahead and answer Olive's question.
If Olive has to repeat it for a third time, I swear to God.
I'm gonna kick. And I'll owe you, Carbon. The disrespect on Ollie not happening on my watch.
So unmute, answer the question.
Christ.
What was the question? I don't even know now.
Goodbye.
Get the fuck out.
Bye. You fucking. Ugh, I can't even say the words.
You fucking stupid.
I'm sorry, but
Well, at least I don't go to battle in the primary school. I can't do a British accent. I can't.
Well, at least school. Oh my God, it's your favorite cash cow.
You guys
Yeah.
can hear me, right?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Oh, we can.
All right.
What's the kick pull up to?
What am I being?
Shut the fuck up.
He hasn't even started talking. He's being muted.
Grandmaster, send it.
The kick pull right now, I think we have $10 in the kick pull. Cash App Venmo in the bio.
Send
You
to
can send
Galaxy.
another 15.
Why are you
Like,
saying?
It's just
Why
me
he
and
doesn't even
Wiki.
get to talk?
Why are you saying?
There you go. You said it.
Oh my God.
That's the
Yo.
first. Thank you,
Not
Grandmaster.
to void, Grandmaster.
Mwah.
What about me, Grandmaster?
Oh my God.
Well, my toast be nothing.
He's upgraded from toes.
He still likes
I
toast.
saw Olive's toes for free.
I told y'all that I would put toes on Maine.
Bro said, "Oh my bad."
I watched Dead Men Tell No Tales last night. Again, it was like the girl jumped out the fucking boat, and the guy was like, "I saw her ankles." That shit was funny. I love it. I'm sorry, I can't do a British accent. This
So
MAGA person is a child, right?
Probably.
Primary school. I finished
It's
Ironheart.
still
Yeah.
culturally
When I go to
appropriate make
uni,
fun of
right?
British accents, right?
When
Like
I
we're
go to
we're still
uni,
okay with that.
yes.
Cheerio.
Scotland.
Huh?
Scottish people just sound angry.
I know that's my people.
Nope. Same.
I saw the
And then
trailer for the book that you were talking about with Ryan Gosling. Yeah, you got to read the book. Read Hail Mary book. It's really good.
Irish people
And
just
it's
sound
very
confused.
scientific.
And yeah, Irish people just
wait,
don't
wait,
make any
wait.
sense.
Wait, they Bolage Isil men.
Girl, what?
That's
You
good.
okay?
I was reading a comment. That's what someone said in
Did
chat.
that person have a stroke?
Do you smell burning toast?
That's only for women.
The burning toast?
Yeah, that's a female thing.
I
It's
thought it
not
was a
for-
myth.
No, it's a real thing.
Not a myth.
Females. Yeah, that's a sign if you're female and having a stroke.
Is it a myth to say like
Speaking
pregnant?
of stroking, carbon.
Is it a myth?
All right.
Is it a myth that say like pregnant women like the smell of gasoline? Is that a myth too?
Sometimes, yeah. They also like the taste of dirt sometimes. It really depends on what you're craving.
Am I pregnant?
I had pica. It's fucking horrible. I wanted to eat my clean laundry.
Yeah, there were a lot of things that I smelled and I liked. Yeah. It just
Speaking
means
of
that you're
eating.
lacking in something.
Speaking, who said that? Did Olive say that?
What?
I don't know what you're talking
Speaking of
about.
eating,
I love gasoline
I
smell.
don't
It's like
trust you.
I don't love the gas. Like it's like it doesn't smell good, but it's just like there's something about it. It's just like what like I
So,
don't
like,
understand. I don't understand what it is about. It doesn't.
Witchy.
It does. It's not attractive. Like I don't want to keep
It's a-
smelling
it's-
more of it. It's just like
It's just an intriguing smell.
yeah, like I
Richie,
can't.
do you get like the septum smell?
Yes.
Do you don't necessarily like it, but you
It's an intriguing smell that you're like,
Yeah.
what is this? Why does it
and you
smell
keep
like this?
sniffing it.
Yeah,
Yeah.
you're just like, why does it smell like that?
it's addicting. Like,
It's the piercing smell, yeah.
Mm-hmm. My
Smells
ears
like
were
industry.
stretched.
Yeah.
Like industry's crazy.
glad none of y'all heard that.
Oh God! Someone in chat, do you miss the smell of your baby's neck? Yes, the rotten secret neck cheese. Oh my God.
No.
Okay.
No.
All right.
I
We're
do
done.
miss the new baby smell though.
We're done. No more.
Don't tell us mothers what we get to talk
Yeah.
about. That's crazy.
Wild work.
Cheese
3
neck.
months. 3 months after my birthday month is wild work.
Oh my God.
Witchy, I love you. Let it the fuck go.
It's my birthday millennia, except
CLP oil. Oh, for the M4. That doesn't. I mean, it just smells like regular oil. I feel like.
Does anyone else notice Demi at the top?
hi Demi.
Wow, transphobic. Don't even like. Wow, it's crazy.
You didn't acknowledge her.
Way to flip the script real quick there, Carbon.
Quick to pay the blame on somebody else.
Yeah, it's Andy Weir.
Almost
yeah.
like you're hiding something.
All right, y'all. I really do have to sleep because I have to work 12 hours tomorrow because I'm a capitalist.
Hold on, wait. You said on your Snapchat, 1 repost and you'll quit. I reposted it.
Okay, well, I can't until August. Okay.
I was say they already said that they were quitting. Just they have to like figure shit out. Leave them alone.
But like, what if we pretend it's August?
Then I will be in an airplane with no further context. With no further context. Okay. Good night.
Discord. Good night, Alice.
It's not
Night,
Pride Month
Ollie.
anymore, so we're all hiding again.
Also, Grandmaster, I feel very sad and lonely, and you hate me, and this is really depressing. You just
Wow,
forgot all
gaslighting.
about me. Shut up, Carmen.
Grandmaster, your name is gonna go in my note tonight.
Yeah, yeah.
Y'all need to.
If I don't get a galaxy, first name in the note.
Yep.
Grandmaster, don't feel pressured.
You were my 13th reason.
I have. Oh my
I mean,
god.
the correct answer at
I have
this point
AK.
is just send me the galaxy so they can all feel bad.
Exactly. Yeah. 10 is crazy.
Galaxies all around.
Also, how did I scroll in here to beans on toast?
You just lucky?
When my wife was
Because I can't
pregnant, I
stand
did a
British
grocery
people.
run just to get her bread. I bought 3 different types and she exploded because she didn't want those kind of breads. Yeah.
That's real. W Grandmaster.
There should be
Oh
should
my
also
god, Grandmaster, I was kidding.
I'm
Thank
writing the
you.
note
Okay,
right now.
okay, put me in there too, Logic. This is
there should also be there should be a restaurant called I Don't Know. And it should have everything on the menu for people who don't like oh, when you want to eat. I don't know. And then you just go to the I Don't Know
So
restaurant.
they would have everything from like Indian
Everything.
food
Everything.
to like
Yeah.
Mediterranean.
They
It's
have
just
it
like
called a buffet.
So there
Yeah.
actually
What the
is a
fake?
restaurant near me. I'm not going to name the restaurant. That on their menu, one of their items is called I Don't Know. And that's what they called their what do you call the platter that has a little bit of everything?
A la carte.
Sampler.
Oh,
The
Yeah,
the
samplers, yeah.
sampler. Basically it's a sampler of like their entire menu, but it's called I Don't Know.
I want the I don't know.
Honestly, I would love a restaurant that just has like you pay a certain fee and you walk it. It's nothing but snack foods. Like I would love to be like I just want to go get like random assorted cupcakes, and you get them, and then I want chips and pretzels, and you go get it.
Logic, I don't think that'd be a very good idea.
I think it'd be a great idea if you just want a snack.
I just meant for like us specifically.
Oh yeah, diabetes.
Yeah. I don't think that's a good idea. We don't need to be going in a coma, bro.
They can
I
have a
don't think we
sugar-free
have
option.
debates, so I'll probably restart in a couple minutes.
That's just 7-Eleven. That's called a grocery store. No, I'm saying you go in with a plate. I don't want to buy the entire box of ho-hos. I just want one ho-ho.
Speaking of ho-hos, Carbon.
What'd you call me?
I'm not for sale right now, Logic.
I am any day of the week.
I want to make a fancy grilled cheese restaurant. We have a few of those here. They
Yes, the
only
grilled
sell
dinner
grilled
buffet.
cheese sandwiches, like literally not even drinks, just only grilled cheese sandwiches.
I'd be okay with that. Fucking love grilled cheese.
I just laughed so hard I scared my cat.
That's real.
All right, if
I
you
don't
are
know, Void,
opposition,
like-
go ahead and hop on the guest requests. Waiting for you. Otherwise, we're gonna restart. Hurry up.
What, Carbon, is Void stealing all your coins tonight?
I have
Mostly
8K.
Well, do
I have
you want?
8K.
Do you want to do that?
I always have the most, except for that one night.
No, there was 2 nights where you didn't have it.
Real talk. If you're doing grilled cheese, what are you doing?
Bread and cheese. The fuck?
What kind of bread? What kind of cheese?
Okay, first of all,
Guava bread.
what the fuck is guava bread?
That's a thing.
Yeah, guava bread. Heat it up. Put it on a skillet. 3 different slices of cheese, cheddar and American. Mix those up, and then just a tad bit of mayonnaise.
You had me at the mayonnaise. You had
Just,
me
no,
until
it's
the
like
mayonnaise.
No.
not like spread it, like just like a drop.
Yeah, it makes the bread like extra crispy. It does so much better than butter ever can.
Wait,
Because if you
are you saying a
if you-
drop before you cook it?
The drop.
you spread it on the bread and then you like bake it or fry it or whatever the fuck.
Yeah.
Okay.
You
I thought
grill
you were
it.
saying
Yeah. Not like
dipping.
in the sandwich, right?
Yeah, it's
Because
really
if you
good.
look at like the composition of mayonnaise, it's literally just eggs, oil, and a little bit of acidity. So it's majority oil. It's going to crisp up very well.
Okay.
When I made my chicken in like in the skillet, I don't do it anymore, but I would obviously the oil and everything, olive oil, But I would also put a little bit of
Olive
honey.
mentioned?
I would also put a little bit of honey in there in the skillet when I like did my boneless chicken, and it was like,
Okay, listen, hear me out. Okay, so speaking of like mayonnaise, right? Let me finish before anybody says anything.
oh
So
God,
I make the
it's gonna
turkey
be
for
controversial.
Thanksgiving, right? It might be. It seems like a very white person thing to do, but I promise it turns out good. So I make the turkey for Thanksgiving, right? And like I brine it for a couple days and then let the skin dry out for like a night. And then whenever I'm prepping it to go into the oven, a light layer of mayonnaise covering it, and then you put the seasoning over top of the mayonnaise. It acts as a great binder and it crisps up the skin. Also, don't forget to give your turkey a
Do
BBL.
the same thing with olive oil.
It's not the same because of the egg. I'm not washing my turkey with Dawn. Okay, don't worry about
So
that.
olive oil has a different cooking temperature.
Yeah, olive
That's
oil is a
crazy.
low smoke point oil.
Let's see if we got a
Logic.
debate before we start. Skillard, do you think trans
Yeah.
people should not be able to use the bathroom that they choose?
Well, not. I won't say no,
Wait,
but
first,
I will
what's your
say
age? Sorry, I forgot to ask your age.
41.
All
41
right,
now.
what's your take?
Yeah, thanks for adding me up. So my take is basically like if we want to normalize, right? Basically, we're trying to normalize
It already is.
things, right? And use legal additions to it. So if you can't choose to be disabled, well, and you can't, and you can choose to be pregnant, but sometimes you can't choose that because of grape or whatever, right? So there are things that public has allowed for free parking for pregnant people, for elderly, and for the disabled, right? So, we allow this, we pay taxes for how those things happen. So we all agree as a society that that's normal. That's normalized. We allow for certain, free passes, I guess, or fast lanes to public services, right? So if we did do that with trans community, let's just make a trans parking space only, right? Let's just do it.
Oh,
Let's see how that works out. Let's see it. And
yeah.
with that mindset, no, I know you want to break in. Just let me land my plane.
Okay.
With that, we have to all buy into that. That's allotted to that subsection of our society, right? So let's just let that go in. Why go to the bathroom first? Let's go to parking. Let's allow us to understand.
Okay, we gotta.
how
All right, it's going too far. Now.
Okay, go ahead.
Okay,
Yeah,
so
I land my
I mean, I don't know what the trans parking thing is, but like, it's
it's
still the
just
case that trans
normalizing.
people, like, if you had a trans parking space, it's still the case that trans people can park in the non-trans parking space.
Right,
just if
but
that's the analogy that we're making, if you make a trans
yeah, but if
bathroom,
you want to
it's still
bring it
trans
into
people can still
private
use a
public
trans woman
bathroom.
would be able to use the woman's bathroom, right? I don't even know what a
No,
trans parking space is.
well, we have to start somewhere.
Also, hold on. You're also comparing a trans person to someone who is disabled.
Yeah,
A woman
and
who's
elderly.
pregnant.
Yeah,
And the elderly.
yeah, people that need extra
But
assistance.
why would they need extra assistance getting into a grocery
Well,
store?
apparently it's not working well for you in the public bathrooms right now.
Well,
is
it
it?
is. Like, trans women use the woman's restroom. Trans men use the men's
Yeah,
restroom.
secretively.
No, they
Yeah.
use it like they openly. They
Let's
always
just
have.
put
Wait,
let's
just
put
Skillert,
let's put a
Skillert.
handicap
I'm talking.
parking.
Skillert, I'm talking.
How about every trans
Skillert, I'm
has a
talking.
trans
Hey,
parking?
I'm talking. Okay. So I don't. You said you're 41. So trans women have been using the women's restroom, trans men's restroom before you were born, right? It's never really been an issue to like anybody, right? It's always been accepted in society. It just happens to be that the Republicans decided to try to make it over the past few years an issue for you, right? That's the reason why a lot of people are
But why
like trying to
isn't
go
why?
against it.
Okay,
But yeah, it's
agreed.
always been like that. Nobody's had a
Always,
problem
but
with
we haven't had a trans only parking or trans only
it because you don't need
bathroom.
one. Why fix something that's not
So
broken?
so we can have fathers going into baby section bathrooms that are for pregnant women, but and then that's allowed, right?
Wait, since
Wait, what? There's not a pregnant section for women. Are you
Yes,
talking about
there
like a
is.
changing
There's
table?
baby- There are
Wait, are you talking about like the
stalls
changing
for
tables?
women's bathrooms,
Wait,
but not for men's.
Are you
bathrooms.
talking? Are you
Hello?
talking about baby changing tables? Is that
Yes.
what you're referring to?
Yes.
That's not just for pregnant women. That's for fucking parents. What are you talking
Mm-mm.
about?
I need to know
No, it's
why a
more in the
pregnant
women's.
woman.
It's
Hold
more
on.
in the women's.
Why would she need to use the?
Why would a pregnant woman need to use the changing table? She's still pregnant.
Let me take you out, change your diaper, and put you back.
No, that's fair. That's a fair statement. Expecting mothers or mothers that already
No,
are mothers.
expecting
Yes,
mothers
yes.
It's not for expecting mothers. It's for mothers.
Yes,
People
right.
who have born
So
children.
what about fathers that are already?
Yeah, they
fathers?
also have
we
children.
Who have that
advocate.
baby?
Yes,
Can they go
we
into the mothers only?
Yeah,
Yeah.
sure. It's not mothers only. What the fuck are you talking about? It's
Mothers
women.
only bathrooms.
love-
It's crazy.
Hold on, everyone calm down real quick, because I
That's so
genuinely have
funny.
this question. Like, you used... I'm still...
I love it. I'm trying to get you going.
Stop talking. I'm still not understanding this argument.
All right, let me.
Shut the fuck up. Let me get my point out. Shut the fuck up. Stop talking. You're 41. Act like it. Stop talking. Jesus. You're comparing, like, specifically going back to the parking space analogy. Why are there handicapped parking spaces? Like, that's my genuine question. What's the reasoning for it?
Because no one was born or selected to be disabled.
No. What's the reasoning that we have handicapped parking closer to the store than other spaces?
Just run when you need her.
Supports, right?
To what?
So, expecting mothers, senior.
Hey, it sounds like a
asked
fucking direct question.
That's a direct question. What's the reason for handicapped parking? Why is it closer to the store than other parking?
Because we give that appreciation to those that are.
Dude, like, I'm asking you to use 2% of your brain right now. Why
Can
is
you
That's a lot. That's a
reading
hard
me?
ass.
Why is somebody who is disabled, let's say they're missing a leg, why
Yep.
are they closer to the store than the other people?
Because other abled people can walk or suffer or not suffer, but get through it from a further parking spot. We need you to expect that.
Can we kick? Can we just kick? Can we
This
start?
person isn't real.
I'm genuinely concerned this person has
Trans
brain.
people need their own
Genuinely
bathrooms.
concerned
That's
this person has brain damage.
Jesus Christ.
what- Have your own trans.
You're like, I don't know, like,
You're
how do you
teetering on
tie your own
ableism. Calm
shoe?
down.
No, I think this gentleman literally in like his 20s was dared 15 times to bang his head into a titanium wall, and that's why he has brain damage.
Like a pachycephalosaurus. Just
You
headbutt
guys are all
shit.
sucking each
Skillerd.
other's cock.
Skillerd. I'm gonna need you to like take here. Listen,
Lock
if
in,
you have
lock in,
if you have a
please.
PO box, I can send you this logic. It's called Essentials of Logic class. I can send it to you if you'd like. Would
Cool.
you like it?
I'm still waiting on
Actually,
mine.
is that yours? Is that yours?
Yeah,
Or-
I can send it to you.
Really?
Yeah, just PO box.
No, you don't have to do that. I'll pay for the shipping.
He's so
Yeah,
confused.
I think it'll help you. I think it'll help you.
You sure you can afford it
actually
after
open.
the divorce attorney?
That's crazy.
Oh, the moderators are real.
Cry harder, bitch.
I wonder why. I
So-
wonder
You
why.
literally came in here and said your sole purpose was to like piss people off.
This isn't up.
Were you talking? I'm
Yeah.
sorry.
What is the dude below me going on about people with disabilities and that kind of stuff?
Oh, you're not opposition. Okay, I'm looking for opposition. Thank you.
Grandmaster, send it.
Right now, I'm
You're a
trying
master.
to be
All right.
very
Give me
nice
a
because
flash.
not only are you making asinine comments about trans individuals, but now you made asinine comments about disabled individuals. And
No, I
I
say
fall
they
into, but
deserve.
shut the fuck up while I'm still talking. And I fall into both of these categories. So what I'm going to need you to do is take the next 10 seconds to collect yourself and actually have a logical conversation before I absolutely lose my shit
All right.
at 2 in
Give
the
me
morning.
something to go on.
How about you answer the background?
Why should trans people not use the bathroom they choose?
Yeah.
So it's a choice on where they can go.
Yeah,
So it's up for
sure.
grabs. So, you know,
Like
wherever,
every other person on Earth.
if I park closer to the men's stuff,
I'm gonna.
What does parking have to do with the conversation? Why do we come back to
Not a goddamn
called
thing.
access.
What does it have to do with trans people?
Access to public.
Access to public?
Yeah. So if you
How
think
about shutting
you're
up for 10
something,
seconds and collecting your thoughts? Try it.
you guys
He's
are
not
never.
capable. He's not capable.
He's just all day.
Born with the brain of an 11-year-old.
Yeah, you can.
When you leveled up, did you forget to put your stat points in?
I don't play video games, so I don't live in your GTA world.
PTA's
Bruh.
The fact you know is like gaming shit is crazy.
I know Donkey Kong. I know Mario.
Do you know Italy?
Mario!
Wait.
Mario.
Where's Mario from?
Oh, he's from he's definitely he's not Italian. Everyone thinks
He is Italian. You stupid fuck. Mario.
Mario.
Who the fuck?
Dustin, can I get your age? Dustin, you are live. Can I get your age, please? All right, we're gonna drop Dustin.
What was that?
Oh.
Yeah, well, can I get your
Oh.
age, please?
Oh, I'm just listening. I didn't think I might have accidentally joined.
Oh, no
Okay.
doubt. Thank you for coming up.
I'm kidding.
All right, next one.
That doesn't mean he's not Italian. Fuck. I can't. I don't know why. I don't know. Just go to bed. Go to bed, old man. Go to bed. Please.
Lynette, or can I get your age?
Nut.
It's like a French person. You're like, what is that? That's
Can I give you that?
Climaxing.
Can I give you that, Lynette?
Oh my god.
all right. What's your age?
No.
Okay, they're not here. Shelly, can I get your age?
Lagon.
20.
All right, what's your argument?
Okay, should I address the prompt first? Or,
Yes.
Yes.
Okay, no, I don't think that they should go in women's bathroom, but I do think that we should invest in their own bathrooms.
Yeah. So, what's the reason why they shouldn't use the women's restroom? Trans women using a women's restroom, trans men using a men's restroom.
Well, can I rebut on why don't they go to a men's bathroom?
They don't feel comfortable in there. So why shouldn't they use the women's
But
restroom?
that's the same for us women. They don't feel comfortable when
So
trans
if
go in their bathroom.
so if they're
If it's for
so if they're using the bathroom, the women's bathroom for the same reason as you, it seems like they're justified. Why would you be justified? They wouldn't be.
but it's a sign for them. The
Huh?
women, the trans. You said that the reason why trans women don't want to go in.
Generally speaking, but there might be a lot of different reasons. Maybe maybe the only time they go to public restrooms is with their friends, and trans women are not usually like, they don't usually hang around men, so it's usually like other cis women. Depends,
So,
but
just
so
because
that's not
men-
necessarily the case. It's just generally that's just where they feel most comfortable.
Okay, so you just said yourself that they don't go there because they don't feel comfortable.
A lot of them do.
Okay, so by that same standard, women because the bathroom is for, when they say women, well, we'll agree to disagree, but it's for women, I mean females, right?
Well, I never seen a bathroom say female, but when it
Yeah,
comes to
but
like whether another cis woman doesn't feel comfortable with the trans woman, right? Well, then like that doesn't impart an
what is
obligation.
cis? Can you elaborate what is
Yeah,
cis?
cis, not trans. So when it
Cis
comes to
just means on the same side of.
yeah,
Cis
so the
means
opposite of
what?
trans. So when it comes to that, when
So,
a trans
so,
woman is going into the
you know,
women's bathroom for somebody who is a cisgender woman, right? If the cisgender woman is uncomfortable, that doesn't impart an obligation on the trans woman. It also wouldn't impart an obligation on the cis woman if the trans woman is uncomfortable.
But you contradicted yourself. You just said that trans women don't like to go in men's bathroom because they feel uncomfortable, which
Yeah.
is okay. They feel uncomfortable,
Hmm.
and so therefore they're going into women's bathroom, right?
Yes.
Yes. So by that standard, so they don't care if that the females in that bathroom feel uncomfortable.
Yeah, so what I don't think you know what a contradiction is. Contradiction is a proposition and it's negation, right? If trans women use the restroom that they feel most comfortable with, and cisgender women use the restroom that they feel most comfortable with. If everybody used the restroom that they feel most comfortable with, then people would be in the restroom that they feel most comfortable in. That's just trivially true. Now,
So a
the
female
difference
can
is,
go
hold on
in
real
the
quick,
men's
if you don't mind,
bathroom.
if you're real quick, you're in a public sphere, your comfortability guides your actions. It doesn't give an obligation on other people's actions. That's what
Can
you're
a
not
female
understanding.
can a female go to a men's bathroom?
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay, a lot of people will say no because it isn't assigned to them.
No,
And
it's not. It's a suggestion. It's not a sign. Go to any baseball game. Women run into the men's restroom all the time because the lines are shorter.
Yeah, I've been into multiple men's restrooms just because
Okay,
the women's was full.
how do the men feel about it?
They did not give a fuck.
Like, why would I give a fuck?
Okay. Anyways.
Jelly,
Okay, are we
need to
gonna
be-
skip past that?
Also,
Wait.
why would
Another
I? Why
thing-
would I care?
Okay, another thing
Honestly,
that I wanted to
honest question. What's the difference between the men's room and the women's room?
well, the host just said it.
But
He
I'm
said it
asking you, what
himself.
is it?
He said, okay, first of all, it negates to privacy.
No. What's the difference? I'm not talking about
But
privacy.
I'm telling you what's the difference.
Jelly, there's one difference. What's the difference?
It's their well, you will say gender, right?
No, urinals.
It's the
That's
gross.
the one
It's the
difference.
gross thing that should be removed. Period.
Yeah,
Because they're
that's
dumb.
fucking nasty.
If you have two bathrooms and there's no urinals, which one's the men's? Which one's the women's?
But that's okay. So you believe that we should all
difference.
have one unisex bathroom?
Yeah, there's no difference. It's a toilet.
Okay, but
Toilet.
so you believe that you should have unisex bathrooms?
I don't give a shit. It doesn't fucking. If you need to take a shit, go take a shit. If you gotta take a piss, go take a piss. Why the fuck do you think a sign on a door is going to protect anybody from anything?
Well, I would say otherwise, especially if
What does the sign protect? I'm sorry. Do men still go, like non-trans women, do they still go in to the women's restroom to assault people?
non-trans women.
Do men go into the women's room to assault people, regardless if there's a sign on the door or not?
That has nothing to do with that.
So you're not answering my
It's not-
question.
It's
Wait,
it's
I've got a
not-
better question. When did the sign become automated? So when
Right.
somebody that goes in that's not supposed to go in, the sign comes alive and stops them from going in there.
Okay.
When did the
okay,
bouncer
let's
come and
say-
give me a
let's say-
stereotyping
okay,
test?
okay. Let's say by your standard, right? Because it does happen, right? You say it does happen. So imagine because in malls and stuff like that, there's security, right? Wait, let me finish my point. There's
Yeah, you're about
security,
to make
right?
a
So
stupid
you think
fucking
that
point.
if they see a male, like a grown man, wanting to go in the bathroom, they won't stop them?
Like
In
you,
women's
when you
bathroom?
say stop, physically assault, that's what you mean?
No, like not as the.
How would they stop them?
The police will
How
not
do they stop them without violating the rights?
the rights to go in women's bathroom?
Yeah,
like,
there's no law.
How would they stop them
like-
without physical force?
So why do they say women and men?
Yeah,
what is
why-
the point then?
Those
Why
are
can't they
just
just say-
suggestions. Those are
They
just
just say-
suggestions. But yeah, of course,
No.
like there's a structural change that needs to occur, gender neutral bathrooms, whatever. But those are just those are suggestions. They're not moral prescriptions, right?
Okay, so you're
Presumably, you
telling
don't
me
think
if
it's wrong for a black
security-
person to go
you're
into a
telling-
whites only restroom, right?
Oh my god, that argument is so. It's not strong. But let me
Well,
finish my.
give a rebuttal.
Okay.
That was a question
let
I
me
asked you,
finish.
remember?
Is there bathrooms assigned by race?
There
in
were,
today's
yeah, and we abolished
there
them
were,
because
but today
yeah,
is
and then
there
we
a study?
abolished them. We abolished them. Do you think it was good for us to
Exactly.
abolish them?
Of course.
Why was it good?
Well, because one cannot choose
Hmm.
to be born.
You
One
can,
cannot choose to be born black or
okay. Can you choose to be
Hispanic.
born male or female?
No,
Okay.
that's my point.
Problem solved.
But trans, do they choose to be
Okay.
trans?
So like if you can't,
No.
so
No.
if you say
That
somebody cannot choose to be like an African American cannot choose to be born with their skin color, right? And therefore we should
you
not
didn't let me finish
discriminate. Hold
though.
on. If you're saying that a African American should um did not choose to be born with their skin color, and therefore we should not discriminate based off of skin color, then what's the disanalogy between that and somebody saying, "Oh, I didn't choose to be born female or male, and therefore we should discriminate based off whether you're female or male"? What's the difference?
Okay. We agreed that we are not, you don't choose to be the race you're in, right? And when they abolished whether you for black or white bathrooms, as you said, at that time when there was black and white bathrooms, was there bathroom for women and men? So you're black.
Yeah,
It's a black
it doesn't matter if they were like what matters
It
is the
does matter.
property that you're discriminating based off of. Is it
Wait,
good?
we'll go
So like if
progressively. Wait,
yeah, so if is it good to discriminate based off of this immutable trait? Yes or no?
we all agreed to say
That was a
if
question,
when
by
it
the way.
comes
I'm gonna ask it again if you don't
yes,
answer it. It
but
is
when it
good to
comes
discriminate based
to
off of
race,
immutable traits.
no, when it comes to race, is not good because you can be trans and be a
Because it's
minority.
not
So this is
socially
gonna be
Can
yeah,
be
this is
be
gonna be
racist
special pleading.
anymore.
okay. Can you guys let me finish? I let you finish. I even
Yeah, I'm
muted
just
myself
saying
when
that
you
I'm just
talk.
saying that you're just putting yourself into a hole. You're special pleading. You're saying we should discriminate based off of one immutable trait but not the other. Why?
No, that's not what I'm saying. If you let me finish,
Go
you
ahead.
understand what I'm saying. You said for when it come back for segregation, it happened for their race, right?
Yes.
Even
Okay.
though at that time there were assigned bathroom for men and female,
Okay, and
right?
is that a good
Okay,
thing?
so no. See, that why I said that you're contradicting themselves. Even
You don't
there
know what a
was laws
contradiction is.
established.
Stop saying that.
So you're okay. Anyways, I won't use contradiction if it bothers you.
Yeah, you
But
just don't know what a
there,
contradiction is. You don't know
okay,
like a
but
contradiction is a proposition and its negation. When I said what I said,
you said,
what is the
which is
proposition
what
and
you
its
said.
negation?
Okay, you said you brought up the point of segregation, right?
Yes, on race,
Based on
yes.
race, yes. And I'm telling you, even though I'm not condoning segregation, it was a horrible thing. But even in that time, right, there were assigned bathrooms, right?
So we kept one
For
discrimination and
both
abolished the other
for both
discrimination?
blacks and whites. For both blacks and white, there were assigned bathrooms, right?
Yeah, so we kept
I'm
one
sorry. Did you say
discrimination.
black?
Yeah, first of all, don't say blacks. So we kept one discrimination.
Minorities.
So we kept one discrimination but abolished the other. Is that the position?
No, that's not the position. I told you early on that we're going progressively with our thought train. You made up a claim, right? And when I finished my point, I wanted to see if that's what you said, right? You said you brought up segregation, right? But even in that segregation, there are assigned bathrooms for male and female, right? On both parties.
And
Okay, so are the minorities, let's say, discriminating each other
what?
by not putting one bathroom for male and female?
By definition. If you're
Okay,
saying
so
that,
the
okay,
minorities
Shelly,
are
just answer the
discriminating
question. Just
themselves.
answer the question. Are you born with your skin color?
Yes,
Are you born with your sex?
yes.
When you have
Well,
a skin, hold
you
on.
didn't answer my
Okay.
point.
Are you born with the skin color? Yes. Are you born with your sex? Yes. If you discriminate a bathroom based on skin color, that's discrimination. Yes or no?
Yes.
If you discriminate a bathroom based off sex, that's discrimination. Yes or no?
If can you repeat the last thing?
Okay, we're gonna start from the
Um,
top. You're born with your
if
skin color.
no, I understand.
Hold on,
But
wait,
let's
wait.
go.
I'm
Just
just
let
going through because I feel like nobody understands. Okay, so you're born with your
If I
skin color.
discriminate on
I
your
didn't, wait, 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 wait,
sex,
wait, 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 please. You're born with your skin color.
why
You are
does that
born
mean?
with your sex. Discriminating based off skin color is discrimination. Is discriminating based off of sex discrimination?
Discrimination based on sex, yes, is discrimination. No,
Okay.
early on, I said that we agree on that.
Okay.
But it looks
Is
like
one
you
justified?
haven't. Wait. It looks like you haven't answered. I answered your question, but it looks like you haven't answered mine.
What?
Are the minority okay? Are there minorities and I don't want to say like Caucasians amongst themselves? Are they are they? Okay, can I answer my point? Let's give an example of minorities because they're not there was assigned bathrooms. Are they discriminating against each other? Men
In what
and
way?
women?
Yes.
You guys said that.
Can I answer that? Shelly, that's absolutely why there's segregation between the bathrooms. Because men wanted to put women in their place and keep them separated and cloistered away because they did not believe that women were worthy of sharing their spaces. That is the whole point. Like, this is why we have the separation of bathrooms.
That's what I was
of
going to
gender.
ask is I wonder if Shelley even knows why women's bathrooms came into being.
Because they came in the workplace, right?
No, I just told you why. Men wanted to keep women separated from everybody else or from other men. That's it. It was a segregation against their sex.
Okay. Can I answer?
Sure.
Okay. You guys said that the bathrooms between male and
Women
female.
and men, they've never been sex separated. They've been gender separated.
But I'm attributing to that time.
Even at that time, it was to gender.
It was. Okay, let's agree. Let's change if you want. Women and
It's
men.
not changed.
Right?
This is just factual.
Okay. Can I answer?
I don't know if you can.
Truly.
Honestly,
Hey, it's
no.
about-
You guys didn't answer.
I don't. Shelly, stop talking. I don't get. Just say why it's okay to discriminate between men and women when it comes to bathrooms. That's it. Don't go down this whole fucking diatribe.
You
Just
said-
land the plane.
What do you mean? Just for me to understand, what do you mean by discriminate? If the bathroom is assigned
You
for
are
a
hold on.
specific party.
You are stating right now. You've already stated you do not want trans women in the women's restroom.
No, I want them to have their own bathrooms. Period.
Okay. Why?
Well, you guys just said it.
Just say it.
What?
Just say it. Stop. Don't go previous conversation. Just fucking say it.
What majority of women feel uncomfortable
No, they
having.
don't. No, they don't. Proven to be false. Go again.
Okay. Can I say something?
Majority
Probably
of white people
not.
felt
Go
uncomfortable
again.
with the
Without
black people in the
being
restroom as them
interrupted.
too.
Oh yeah,
Without
that's a
being-
good point. Wait, Shelly, that's a good point. White people felt uncomfortable when black people were going into their space. So again, you disagree with that, but you're not agreeing with this. So continue.
Okay. Let's address the both stuff. Okay.
No, just address the. What's the reasoning?
Okay.
Stop.
Calm down.
Just
Calm down.
one fucking line. No, dude, you've been talking nonsense for the past 15 minutes. Straight arrow, straight in. Just go. What's the reasoning?
You guys. Okay. We said it early on.
Oh my god.
Okay. The host started and said, okay, stay calm. The host said that why trans decide to go in women's bathrooms is because they feel uncomfortable, right? That's the whole
I
thing.
I would say that's incorrect also. It's due to safety, not uncomfortability.
Okay, they
I
feel
think I was gonna
uncomfortable
say.
and they don't feel safe, right? Which negates your point that there should
Wait,
they
hold on,
should
wait.
have. Okay, can you let me finish?
No.
Let me finish.
White people felt unsafe around
Why
black
don't you
people.
let me finish?
Because
I hope you
dude,
talk.
you are stating the same thing over and over and over again, and you're incapable of elaborating on it. So make a fucking point. Just land the plane. We've been here 20 minutes. You haven't made one point yet.
Okay, I muted myself so you could finish your point.
Make your point.
Okay, so the point is the host was saying that, and I think
I'm gonna mute you every time. I'm gonna mute you every fucking time. I'm gonna mute you every time you don't make the point. Stop going back to the previous conversation.
Dude, this is
Make your
fucking
point.
exhausting. Please make the goddamn point.
Make your point.
the point is safety, right?
Okay. Do you
Okay.
have any evidence that suggests that allowing trans women into the women's restroom will increase harm to the people in it?
Okay, can you let me finish without
Can you
leaving
provide
you?
evidence?
Oh, answer the question.
Well, yes, because when you say
So go provide. So get the evidence. Where's your
Okay.
study?
Okay, well, you can look on University of Oxford and saying the women on campus, okay, if they felt comfortable, majority
No, 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 no,
67.
no, no. That
We're
wasn't.
not
No, no, no.
talking about
We're
comfort
not talking
fucking
about.
ability. We're
We're
talking about
talking
literal
about
fucking
harm.
safety. Sorry, Void. Go
Yeah,
ahead.
you're fine.
You
We're
asked
talking
me,
about harm. Shut the fuck up for 2 seconds, dude. You yapped a lot and said a whole
why are
lot of
you
fucking.
cursing?
Because you're fucking
Okay.
annoying.
Why are you
Anyway,
cursing?
we are asking for a study that proves trans women increase harm in the women's restroom. Do you have a study that suggests this?
Okay, can you
Host,
let
how can you let this happen? Shut the fuck up, simply. Sorry. That
How can
wasn't
I
to
let
you,
her
Shelly.
get
That was to
destroyed?
some
Oh my God,
stupid.
I'm not used to so much cursing. So okay, to my
Wonk.
point is, you asked me.
No, I don't want a fucking point. I want a study that suggests trans women being in the restroom, the women's restroom, increases harm. That is
Obviously,
what I want
okay,
answered.
okay. Obviously, are the women gonna harm them?
What?
That's your point.
That's a. I'm
Are
sorry,
the
Shelly.
women?
Shelly. All right, we're gonna.
How
Hold on.
many
Hold on.
are
Hold on.
you
Hold on. Hold
studying?
on. Void. So Shelly. Okay. So
Are the
you're
women
asking a
gonna?
question right now, right? But the question was
I'm
asked of you. It seems like your entire argument is centered around if trans women use the women's restroom, cis women will be harmed. Now, that is a claim. We need your justification for that claim. Do you have studies that show that that is true?
I was just going to say it, but I got muted.
Go ahead. What's the name of the study? I'll look it up right now. Go ahead. I don't want to hear
Okay.
anything else other than the name of the study.
Okay, so if you go on University of Oxford, right?
You
Okay.
Subject.
Wait, hold on, Void.
Don't.
Wait. Okay. They said they asked the women about if they felt safe. Yes, the women they're not being. There's less chance. Trans women in general, they're much more compassionate and don't commit harm to other females. That I totally agree. Right? That's not the point that I wanted to say. The point is,
that was what you said.
Wait, hold on,
no,
Void,
I said
please.
the point is the females don't feel comfortable when trans go
Okay.
in their bathrooms. That
All
was
right.
my point. That was
So,
my claim.
all right, here's the problem here, okay? So, you're saying that cis women have an unjustified safety feeling when it comes to trans women going into women's restroom because you conceded that trans women don't present this harm, but nonetheless, some cis women have this feeling of harm from trans women. Now, that's just going to be unjustified. How is that any different than a white person feeling unsafe around using the bathroom with a black person? And of course, that's going to be an unjustified unsafety feeling, right? How is that any different?
Okay. Before giving my argument, can you define trans for me? So I
Yeah,
don't.
yeah, they have a
Can I
gender
just
identity. They have a gender identity that's incongruent with their sex. Now, how is
Okay,
that any
so
different? How is that any different from a white person who unjustifiably feels unsafe with a black person in the same restroom, and so they only have white only restrooms?
Okay, can I ask you something?
No, answer the question, then you can ask me what you want.
How do you identify yourself?
What? I'm
Okay,
sorry. Answer my
put that
question, and then you
aside.
can ask your question.
Yes. Okay. Your question is how is it different than a white person and stuff like that? The difference is when, let's say, if you come in my bathroom just as you are, I see that you look like a man, but you attribute yourself as trans. Obviously, I'll feel bad. I'll be like, "Whoa, what's going on?"
Yeah. What if I say I'm?
And
What
by
if
the
I
way,
say
it's
I'm a
not.
trans? What if I say I'm a trans man?
That you're a trans man.
Yeah, I was assigned female at birth. What if I said that?
That you're attributed so you're
Yeah, I
female.
identify as a man. I was born female. What if I said that? Looking
Okay,
exactly
and
how I
then
did
going
going in the
in
women's
women's
bathroom. No, going in the
And
women's
then
bathroom.
going in a women's bathroom.
Yes. Would you still feel
So
bad?
you're female. So you're
Okay.
female.
So if I was
You're
born
female.
female, I identify as a man, looking exactly how I do. I go into the women's restroom and you're in there, right? You would still feel uncomfortable,
Well, first of all, I'll think you're a man.
right?
Yes.
But nonetheless, so you agree that there are
But
certain people who are female that you would feel uncomfortable going into the women's restroom, right?
but that's why I said they should have their own bathrooms.
Wait, so okay,
That's
so
the whole
even
problem, right?
so you
Is it
think,
their whole
wait, just to be clear, like you're just saying, like, what if somebody's not trans? What if they just look masculine to you? It's a cisgender woman who is not trans. They identify as a woman, but you perceive them to be a man, and they go into the woman's restroom, and you're uncomfortable with them being in there. How do you resolve that? How do you adjudicate that issue?
Okay, so you said that if a biological female, looks like a male, right? How would
Yeah.
I attribute that?
Yeah, how do you
How
adjudicate
would
that?
you know?
Because you said the
Well,
basis for why a person is obligated to restrict themselves from using the woman's restroom is based off of your or like other women's comfortability standards. But here's a
no,
situation
you
in
said that.
which that's you said that. You said they're
No, you
uncomfortable.
said that
You brought
about
up the UK
trans.
No,
study.
you said that
Okay.
because of the UK study.
No,
So the
before
question
when we
is
said
I'm sorry,
that,
the question is
that's what.
how do you adjudicate those situations where you are let's say very uncomfortable and you feel unsafe with a woman going into the woman's restroom that you perceive to be male?
A woman that looks like a male, right? That's what you said. Okay, first of all, obviously they won't feel they'll say, okay, what is this? They'll think that it's a male, right?
That
They'll
was
think
in the
that
hypothetical, Shelley.
but
Yes.
okay. But when they talk, they'll say, no, I'm actually female,
They don't have
right?
to talk. They don't have to say anything to you. They just like leave me alone
Okay,
and they
but
use the bathroom.
if the women feel uncomfortable and they're
hmm
vocal about it, because that's what happens, right?
Okay, and
Okay, that's what happens, and they're vocal about, but that woman, well, female says no, they're female. Okay, then it's okay.
okay, so
Then it's okay because they're female.
okay, so all that matters is if somebody who you think is male says that they're female,
Why do I
then
have to
it's
go
fine.
further?
Wait, Shelley, just to be clear, all that matters to you.
It looks like you're
Wait, I don't know why you're
twisting
over
things
talking. I
to
don't know
fit
why you're over talking me. So all that matters
you.
to I still don't know why you're over talking me. So all that matters for you is if somebody looks like a man to you, all they have to do is say that I am female and it's fine. That's what you just said, correct?
I said, okay, let me precise, let me say it again for you to
hmm
understand. If they prove that they're female,
Oh,
it's okay.
how do they prove that they're female, Shelley?
Well, okay,
How do they do it?
you're,
You wanting to
do you
check
have,
people's bits in the restroom?
no,
It sounds like you're the threat here. Now you're making the trans woman or just the woman feel unsafe because it seems like you want to do what is that?
first of all, your point, what is the percentage of women that look like
Genital
men,
inspections.
males?
Why is
What
that
is the
relevant to the
percentage of
argument? Why is that
female?
relevant to the argument?
It's very
So
relevant.
how will you know whether this
I
person is
think it's
female?
I think it's 1%, so
Yeah,
it's
how do
not
you know
counted.
whether this person is female?
Do you just talk out of your ass like 99% of the time? You get
Apparently,
through life
because this
just
makes
not
you question
Wait a minute.
understanding
This
how the world
individual,
works.
this
Like,
individual just tried to compare masculine women to the number of intersex individuals because that's what they think you're talking about, and they still got the percentage wrong.
Okay, so when
Anyway, Gretchen, thank you for the $25 cash app. I
bro,
appreciate you, Gretchen.
fuck.
Thank you. That fucking.
Holy
This is
shit.
why. This is why we won. Okay, this is why we won against the British people.
Honestly, and she said something I didn't get a chance to comment on. She said trans people are choosing.
I corrected that like
Yeah,
quick,
like
fast, and in a hurry.
Demi, I don't. Maybe maybe this is my cis mind thinking here. Why would someone choose to live a life where they are now a fucking target? Why would someone choose to live a life where they are now being discriminated by federal governments every fucking day?
I mean, I'm in the military. I joined the military.
I don't know. Why would you choose to live a life where you get ostracized from the military even after having 18 years of
Exactly.
exemplary service? These are the same individuals that sat around and said that gay, lesbian, and bi individuals for years chose to be that. Because, I don't know, people choose to just chuck themselves in front of the proverbial bus. That's apparently what it is.
Motherfucker. Dustin, get the fuck out.
Snake, you are live. Can I get your age, please?
21.
All right. Can I get your argument now?
I mean, I just feel like we segregated two sexes for a reason.
It's not.
Yeah. So what's the
What was
reason
the
why
reason?
a trans woman should not use the women's
what I
restroom?
think, I don't know the history, but I think because males are statistically more harmful towards females than females are.
So if
That's
men
what-
want,
so you don't think statistically
I'm
males
sorry.
are
So
more,
if men want
aggressive
to
towards-
if men want to assault women, why would they make another space?
Not only that, but when they first put them together, they put the women's room on the other side of the building, basically in a secluded area, which actually made easier access for the assaults.
Wait, say that again, host?
Yeah. If the men were the ones who wanted to do the assaulting, right? Then why would they make a safe space for women?
Because of good men. That's why.
Wait. So you think in the
Okay.
patriarchy that it was the good men who created those?
All men.
When there was no suffrage movement, there was no
But
rights to
anyways,
votes.
the real reason, Snake, is because men wanted to cloister men or women away and keep them separate because they did not believe women to be worthy of being in their space.
I actually heard of that before. To be honest, I heard about that.
Yeah.
But there's many reasons why. I don't think it's just that.
But
You could say
Because they view women as
regardless,
second-class citizens.
yeah,
But y'all
regardless,
can
none of
make
this
that women
answers
are
the
good
question.
males.
Like, why would that matter to a trans woman who's trying to go to the women's restroom?
Because it's not a female, right?
Yeah, that's just circular. Can you just give me an argument?
How
Like
is
why?
that circular? I
Why?
mean, how
Like
is
you're
it
just
circular?
like by definition when we're talking about like trans women, we're including like the fact that they were assigned male at birth, right? So we already know that this person's not born female, right? So just saying that she's not female just like repeats the claim.
I mean, if it's made
So what
for,
about the
females-
fact that she's not born female makes it wrong
Because
for
the
her to use the
bathroom
women's
was
restroom?
made for females, correct?
Okay, so if the bathroom is made for it, then like I don't know what you mean, like structurally made for it or like just socially. I don't.
Just to separate males. That's all really.
Okay, so like if I just separated based off of like eye color or something like that, then it would just be wrong for a brown-eyed person to go into a blue-eyed
I
person's
mean,
bathroom.
that's a dumb hypothetical though.
Wait, how is it different?
That's
How is it different?
because that's eye color. It has nothing to do with.
Yeah, you're just restating the property. It's
It
just
has
like
nothing
that
to.
doesn't.
No, it's not.
Okay,
It's
what
not
is
about
the morally relevant distinction between discriminating a bathroom based off eye color or skin color?
Not really. I don't
and
think it's discriminating. I think it's just because.
what do you
males
think
are more
discrimination
aggressive than
means?
females. I'll say more. I think more like prejudice or something like that.
Yeah, like
Something
you're
like
you're
that.
deciding which kinds of people go in the bathroom and which kinds don't. That's just what discrimination means. Now, in this case, like you're going based off of like some immutable trait, which I guess is their sex, whether they were born male or female. I'm
And
trying to
males
figure
are
out what
typically more
justify.
aggressive.
Yeah, but not trans women.
Well, I mean, they're still males, so they will be more aggressive like males.
That's just going to be a association fallacy.
How?
Yeah, so
Do you
association
have any
fallacy.
emphasis claim?
I mean,
Yeah, and
do
I'll
they not
by the way,
have
wait,
testosterone?
no, so just because you have, wait, so if a woman has higher testosterone, should she use the men's bathroom?
No, but I will say
I didn't
that
think so.
testosterone is still the influence of being aggressive.
Okay, so if a woman has very, very high testosterone, let's say a trans man is on testosterone, should they use the women's or the men's restroom? Let's say they look like me too.
Do you think trans is all
That's a
about
question.
looks?
Can I get you to answer the question?
I would say no still.
Okay, so it's not about testosterone, so we're gonna throw that argument out. Okay, so when it comes to whether
I'll
somebody's
just
male,
say integrity. You're saying integrity. Just
Huh?
disrespect. I would say it like that.
what's disrespectful?
I said respect
Respect what? Respect what?
because a lot of females feel uncomfortable males going in their spaces, right?
Okay, how many? Is
I
there
don't
like a
know, but
threshold
I
that it needs
promise
to
you
be?
it's in the millions.
If it was
I guarantee it's in the
1%, if it
millions.
was 1% of women, would you, who were uncomfortable, but 99% were okay with it, would you be fine?
I mean, I'll say yes. I'll say yes.
It would be
Definitely
fine.
no.
So what's the threshold? Because right now, like if you look at the most recent poll, Pew Research has it at, it's actually men who are more likely to oppose it than women. Men, 45% of women, 45% of men support trans women using the women's restroom.
And what is this
55%
poll
of
based off of?
55% of women support trans women using women's restrooms. So women
Who
are
created
more
this poll?
likely. Pew Research. It's one of the greatest
Who created
pollsters
this
like
poll?
ever. I just said it.
Wait, I didn't hear it. Who
Yeah, because
created
you
it?
kept asking the question
That's
over and
because you
over.
don't shut up.
It's called
I mean, I
Pew
wasn't
Research. Pew Research, one of the greatest pollsters like in existence. You can also
I
look at
guarantee
other.
that it's biased.
Yeah, you can just say that it's you're
Shut the
saying
fuck
that
up.
the reason why you're saying it's biased is because you don't like the outcome. But if I were to switch,
No, because I
if I were to
guarantee
just, if
many
I
of
listen, if I were to just say
Then
that the
critique
poll,
the methodology.
if I were to say that the poll said that 85% of women opposed it, you would agree with it all of a sudden, right? You're only rejecting it because you don't like the results and it refutes your argument. That's the only reason why
How
you're
many people
rejecting
did
it.
the poll? How many people?
I think like thousands. Hold on, let me pull it up.
Okay, thousands, not in a million. So I
Wait,
promise those thousands are biased.
Do you
do you
know
know
the
how to
average
poll
sample
stuff?
size of any fucking study?
Again, they're not sending their best.
Bro,
Why would you
if
need
you
to
have
poll
problems with
millions of
fucking
people
right,
in order to
right.
get a good sample size?
You just don't know how this shit works, right? So why
No,
don't
know
you
how
go
what
look
works.
at it? Shut the fuck up. Why don't you go look
So
at it and then critique the methodology instead of
aggressive.
sitting here acting like over 1,000 people isn't a good
So
sample size?
aggressive.
That's an
Yeah,
amazing
we're
sample.
aggressive with
You're right. I'm
dumbasses.
aggressive to fucking idiots. Yes, you're right.
You sound like it. Sound of
Yeah.
Yeah, you're the idiot here, moron.
your estrogen is definitely affecting your emotions.
My estrogen? I thought it was testosterone, you stupid fuck. You
That's
just
for
said
males.
testosterone makes you more aggressive.
Hold on,
You
wait,
dumb
yeah.
motherfucker.
You just said
I mean, we won't
Testosterone
even
does-
get into
bitch,
we
bro.
won't even get into the fact that on average, trans
Estrogen
women
makes
have
you-
lower. Shut the fuck up. Have lower testosterone levels than cis women.
Right.
Yeah,
But trans women
4,538
are actually stronger than
respondents.
women.
It's a very high sample
This dude,
size.
hold on. The only reason this dude doesn't want trans women to go to the women's restroom is because he wants to see his corn in real life. That's the
Very
only
much that.
reason.
They just males,
Let's
that's
be
why.
100% honest here.
That's
That's the only
they
Yeah.
males.
He's
They
like,
males.
you
That's
know
why.
what?
That's
This
not.
he's like,
Shannon,
oh,
can you
I've
prove
seen
that
some
all
hot
trans
trans
women are
women. I
male?
want them in the bathroom with me. Yeah, that's
You
that's
said
why
what
he
again?
wants. Yeah, you want like trans women in the bathroom with you. Why do you want them in the
No, I'm not
bathroom
talking
with
about.
you?
What's her name or he man?
Glitched.
Well, I don't know your pronouns.
Don't
Glitch.
fucking ever call her a He-Man again. Are you fucking
I didn't say
serious,
he
bro?
Fucking
man.
degenerate, bro.
Yes, you did.
Oh, I didn't say he
You're a
man.
piece of fucking
I didn't
shit.
say he.
I will say I didn't take it that way. He wasn't sure what my pronouns were. He did clarify that at the end. That's the only reason I didn't snap myself.
Yeah,
Anyway,
I didn't hear that. I just heard He-Man.
I would like you
of
to
course.
prove that all trans women are male.
Yeah.
Ooh.
Wait, say that again. I'm sorry. I didn't hear you.
Prove that all trans women are male. I need to know your definition
only
for
trans
male.
women could be male. Only trans women could be male. By definition, really.
Well, I'm a trans woman and I'm not male.
That's this. Highly
Boom.
disagree. You're not a trans woman. You're a trans man, then, or you're just a woman.
You guys
Girl,
an idiot,
what?
bro.
Because
Stupid as fuck.
trans women are male. You are-
Grandmaster.
Not
Grandmaster.
necessarily. No, they're not.
Yes,
Trans
necessarily.
women can Trans women can be intersex as well. You understand that,
Intersex
right?
still follows in the category male female.
No, it fucking doesn't.
Yes, it does actually. You can look it up.
Okay, but I'm both male and female. That's
No,
why I
you're not.
asked
You
you
asked-
this.
I look it up. Do you
Are
mean what's that one
male
at
or
Lost Video?
female by what's it called a sign at birth?
How many different chromosome, like sex chromosomal
About I'll
pairings
say
are there?
14, 15 or something like that. 20. It depends. Because
16.
About 16.
You were
yeah.
close.
Thank you.
I know intersex conditions.
Hey, real quick, PSA, $25 to kick. Carmen's Cash App is in bio.
Like
Can we
Squire
please
syndrome.
shut the
Appreciate you,
fuck
Mr.
up?
Opie.
Did you say Squires
Squire
syndrome?
syndrome is intersex condition.
It's Swire.
Swire.
Me lord.
SWYER. So Snake, what you're talking about is just incorrect in general because you switched it over to being assigned at birth, sure, somebody can be assigned male or can be assigned female, but due to the understanding of chromosomal variation, among other things, that doesn't mean they got the assigned sex correct at birth. The majority of the time, I would say you're 100% right. Around 97, 98% of the time, the sex you're assigned at birth will be the correct sex. They just don't always get it right. The
Really
reason that I
fast.
say that still talking. So the reason I specifically say that I'm both male and female is because I'm talking about at a chromosomal level, I have both male and female chromosomes. So when I was tested, I came back as both male and female. I wasn't talking from a phenotypical standpoint, I was talking from a genotypical standpoint. Because what we understand with current science is what you have to look at more than just the broad basis. You have to do a deep dive. So you have your phenotypical sex, you also have genotypical sex, which is why somebody can be female phenotypically, but genotypically they're male, or vice versa, among many other combinations. So this is why I asked you a very specific question, and it isn't going to apply to a lot of people, but to say all trans women have to be male, then you would have to say which specifically you're talking about. Were assigned male because of phenotypical characteristics? More than likely, I would probably agree with you at that point. But you have to, if you're talking as male as a whole or female as a whole, you're incorrect due to the fact that phenotype and genotype exist.
Well, the genotype does make.
Mr. Oakby, thank you so much for the $25. I appreciate you, Mr. Oakby. W, Mr. Oakby, and the
Bro
motherfucker.
said Squire syndrome. I'm so sorry.
Did they just end with the phenotype, or the genotype makes the phenotype? Well, what happens when
Yes.
you're an
Crazy
XY
work.
female?
I'm heading to bed. Love y'all. Talk to you
Bye,
later.
Logic.
Pimpin'. All right, we'll get the turf up here. Can I get your age, please?
24. Hi,
All right.
Minister. You muted
So-
me in the comments. How are you?
Yeah, get the
Womp
fuck in the
womp.
box. Stop talking in the comments.
All right, so why should trans people not use the bathroom that they choose?
Well, actually, I want to go based off the intersex variation of chromosomes because it sounds like to me that.
Sorry, can you answer the question?
Gleich. No, I don't think we should pivot from this. I think this should be an education.
I'm sorry, this is the background. What do you mean pivot? Why are you
This is
trying
a
to pivot from the
debate, not an
background?
educational live. That's crazy.
So go ahead and answer the question. Why should trans people not use the bathroom that they choose? Go ahead. Give the
Like,
argument.
tell me why they should be in the bathroom.
Go ahead and give the argument. I'm waiting.
Why should they be in the women's bathroom?
I don't know why you're like running
That
away
doesn't
from the
sound like an
question.
argument.
It's like the second time you ran. You're already up here
Sure,
for 1 minute.
they're males. That's why.
Yeah.
That's my.
Well, that's
my
just going to be
point.
circular. So what's the argument?
That's yeah.
In virtue of what would, like, if somebody being male, why would that make it wrong?
Because males are the perpetrators of women and violence when it comes to statistics. So why should we grant some sort of obligation towards trans women entering women's bathrooms if all men are if it's all men until no men?
Yeah, so your position is that if you are male, then you are a threat to women. Is that the argument?
Yeah, when you enter a woman's space, you are seen as a predator. Yeah.
Cool. So if a 7-year-old male walks into the woman's restroom, that's dangerous.
We're talking about men.
Oh, you
No,
said
you
male.
said male.
Sure.
Okay, so
Does
is
a
it male or
7-year-old
an adult
have
male?
Does a 7-year-old have any intent of harm towards an adult?
No, so
Okay, you said
that I
male,
mean
so
that's
we're
just that's a
asking
case that proves you wrong. So if they're male, it's not the case
How does it prove me wrong?
because you said it's based on
Because
whether
you
they're
said
male.
male.
You said male, did you not?
Yes, but does a kid have any intentions of
Well,
physical
that's
harm
not what
to
you
an
said.
adult?
So if you okay, so now we're moving the goalpost from male
It
to
was a
I don't know why you're over
goalpost.
talk. I don't know why you're moving
It
over talking me.
was.
So you went from
No, it wasn't
male.
actually.
Hold on. So you're going from male to intent to harm. So which one did you want to go based off of? Male or intent to harm, or the conjunct of male and intent to harm? Go ahead and unmute and answer that question. Go ahead.
Yeah, what was my stance when I first came up
Yeah,
here?
you
Let's
said
see if we
because
can
they're
actually
male,
clarify.
and then you moved from well, they don't have an intent to harm. So which one did you want to go with?
No, that wasn't just my entire stance. What was my
So
full
give
stance?
I'm sorry. So give the argument again.
Just so
So
I know
if
you're
it
listening,
so
what's my full
if it's the trans woman should not go into the woman's restroom because
what's my full stance?
I'm asking you, a trans woman
yeah.
should not because you moved the stance, right? So
Well,
a
no, because
trans
no,
I
you're
don't know why you're
shorting
over talking me.
It wasn't
So
just
okay, that's
males.
why I'm trying to ask you.
Oh,
So
so you
a
weren't
trans
listening.
woman should
Got it.
not go in. So did you not say because they're male? Is that not what you said?
not the muting. What was my full stance besides me
Yeah,
saying
you
that
said
they're
because
males?
they're male, and then you committed
Nope.
an association fallacy. You said males are the dangerous perpetrators, and I gave you an
Correct.
example of a male that would go in there, and you would be okay with it. So that's just going
No,
to like, yeah.
no, you
So
gave me an.
yeah. So okay. So just to be clear, we are agreeing that it would be fine for a 7-year-old male to go into the women's restroom, correct? I just need a yes or no.
Under supervision, yes. You don't have to
Okay.
keep muting me.
Cool. I'm not muting you. So, okay, so there are some classifications of males that are allowed and go into the women's restroom based on these conditions. So, is it based
Do
on
you,
the condition? So, if they buck against this predisposition that you're claiming, would they be excluded?
I'm sorry, what?
If they buck against the predisposition that you're claiming, would they be excluded?
No, because a 7-year-old can't just go into a bathroom willingly by themselves.
Yeah. So, like for example, a
It's a
gay man.
safeguarding measure. Oh, so now we're pivoting to gay men?
No, you said like there's classifications of males, and I agree there are classifications of males who would not fit the standard that you're talking about. For example,
You're just
gay
playing
men.
word games at this point.
No,
You're
I'm
not.
not. I'm giving you an actual argument. I need you to track the conversation, right?
No,
So
you're
if there's,
really
I don't know
not.
why you're over talking me. So like for example, trans women, we have studies that show that trans women do not fit the profile that you're talking about. So you're doing a category mistake, right? Gay men do also not fit the profile that you're talking about, which is why generally speaking, women are comfortable with gay men, trans women using women's restroom, sometimes with them, sometimes without them. So yeah, so you're gonna have to present an argument that by virtue of the fact that they're male, that they have to share this other property that most males have, because then you would just be committing an association fallacy.
Wait, so your argument. Wait. Wait, do you think consent is transferable?
What?
Do you think consent is transferable?
Why would that be matter? Why would that
No.
matter for the argument?
Because you're basically making the claim that just because a gay man and their woman friends are acceptable towards this gay
No,
man
that's not.
entering the woman's
No,
bathroom.
no, that was a side comment. I'm telling you what I told you was gay men do not fit the profile that you're talking about for the average male that you were talking about with respect to the dispositions of
How can you
aggressing
prove this
towards
person's
women,
intent?
right?
How can
Well,
you prove that
that's
person's
not gonna
intent?
wait. I'm sorry. That's not going to be relevant for the argument. I'm
Actually,
talking about if
it's
somebody. I'm
relevant to
sorry.
my
I'm
point,
sorry.
yes.
I'm talking if somebody is a gay man, right? Do we agree, or a trans woman? Do we agree that they do not fit the profile of the average male as an aggressor against women?
Yes, they would be. Mhm.
They do? Oh, so do you have like
Yep.
justification for that?
Wait, do you think I need? Wait. Do you need? I need. Wait. Do you think I need statistical justification in
Yes.
order to prove an moral argument? You do.
Yes. Yeah,
What?
because you
Wait.
said yeah, because because otherwise you're just committing an association fallacy. You're saying that if this person has this property, a trans woman or a gay man, right, and they have this property that's shared with the average male, and you're saying the average male statistically has this aggressor predisposition towards women, and you're saying by virtue of the fact that this person has this property, it follows, or at least it's more likely that they share this other property, which is the aggressor trait, right? That's an argument that
Yes.
I'm going to need the argument for that claim.
Yeah, you would be sharing the property because you're overstepping a boundary that you don't belong to.
Well, that's going to be begging the question.
Not really, no, because if you're overstepping a boundary that is specific to a demographic of a people, and you're overstepping that boundary, that would make you a predator by any
Oh, okay.
means necessary.
Okay, so
Because that would be falling under precautionary principles.
wait, do the women in there do they if they don't consent? So basically, the argument is they don't consent. That's a boundary if you're crossing it.
I'm sorry, what?
The argument is so. Let's say trans woman. Let's just hypothetically. Let's say it's not the case that trans women have this aggressive profile that the typical male has, right? Let's just assume that that's the case, right?
How
And
are you
then
proving that?
well, hold on. It's a conditional statement, and then I'll get into premise two. So, if it's the case
Mhm.
that they do not have the typical profile of the male that you're assuming, right? And it's the case that cis women inside the women's restroom feel unsafe, and they say that I don't want you in here. Would you say in that case they would be unjustified in setting that boundary, particularly for trans women?
I'm sorry, can you repeat that premise? Premise one?
Yeah, if a trans woman does not fit the average psychological or the aggressive profile of the typical male, would you say that if cis women are still placing the boundary on trans women, that would be unjustified?
No, it'd be justified because you can't prove somebody's intent. Intent is invisible.
Okay. So if a white person makes a white only restroom and they set a boundary for black people to not use the bathroom, is the African American, is he doing something wrong?
No, because it's a false equivalency fallacy based off racial hierarchy.
Yeah, how is it false equivalent?
Yeah, I'll tell you why. Because there's no privacy-based physical or biological reason to separate people based off of race in restrooms, but there is an advantage to biological sex that is relevant to privacy and safety.
Wait, so you said, wait, I'm sorry, you just said that if they did not fit this aggressor profile, they're unjustified. They would not be unjustified in creating this boundary. The white people in this case would be unjustified in creating this boundary. Would they not? Because black people don't fit that profile?
No, because there's no moral relevancy to this.
What?
Yeah, you have to have some sort of.
How was that an answer to what I just asked you?
Wait, I'll tell you why. Because you need to have some sort of moral reasoning to separate sex, but there's no moral reasoning to separate race.
Yeah. So okay,
again,
we're talking about like a moral reason to separate sex, right? But is there a moral reason to separate a trans woman in this case?
Yes.
What would be the moral reason?
Males. Yes.
Yeah, that would be a category mistake. We've already established that.
No, it wouldn't.
Yeah,
there's physical and biological reasons.
No, there's not. By definition,
Yes,
it would be unjustified.
No, based off the 19th century of U.S. Massachusetts that passed their law in 1887 that mandates sex segregation for many reasons due to workplace, toilet facilities, biological and hygiene benefits.
That has nothing to do with the
there's
argument.
a moral justification.
That has nothing to do with the argument.
Yes, it does. You
No,
can
it
say
doesn't.
that there's nothing to do with the moral argument and not give me a rebuttal.
Yeah.
But
So
you're
like
not really
because we're talking
you're not really-
okay, so because your argument is predicated on the basis, yeah, you can cope like nervous laughter, that's great. But if you're talking about trans woman,
can say
I don't know
it's
why you're
wrong,
over
but you're
talking. I
not
don't know
really
why
giving
you're
me a
over talking me.
rebuttal.
I already gave you the
Weren't you
rebuttal.
not just over-talking me?
I don't know why you're over talking me. Okay. So I already gave you the rebuttal and you seem to not
Were you not just
understand. I don't know
over-talking
why
me?
you're over talking me. So yeah, I
just
gave you the
over-talking
I still don't know why you're over talking me. Stop crashing out. It's fine.
Bro, you're getting
I don't know why you're over talking me. Okay. So I'm gonna give you the rebuttal again. I need you to track the conversation. Okay.
Can you let me?
I don't know why you're over talking me. Stop crashing out.
Wait,
I don't know why you are over talking me. Stay muted.
didn't
I still don't know why you're over talking me.
because
You're
I
just
didn't
going to
finish.
keep me getting muted
Are you
until
being
you
bad
allow.
faith?
The reason why you're over talking me is because you realize that you
because you're
fucked
being-
up. It's because you
No,
realize
because
that
you
you realize that
you
you
made a
fucked
false
up,
equivalency.
and so no, you haven't been able to
back
prove
it.
that it's a false equivalence. And I gave
I
you
already
like
did.
you contradicted yourself.
No,
I
I
put you in a
literally already-
contradiction. I told you how
based
you
on racial
I told you how you had an association fallacy. This is pretty
Yeah,
easy. I
there's
need
no
you to
morals
just
for
track
race-
the conversation. Okay.
You're making a
So
false.
yeah, okay. You can keep saying that,
Can you
but
let
that
me
doesn't make
finish?
it true. I'm gonna give you an argument.
But
Okay.
it does
So
make it
you're still crashing
just
out.
give me
It's
the
fine. I understand why you're crashing out. It's fine.
crashing out.
Okay, so you said
You
that
can
the
keep saying
reason why you said even if women were unjustified in restricting trans women from using the women's restroom, even if they did not meet that psychological profile, right? They would still be justified in restricting on the basis of them being male. Now, I already told you how that's a category mistake. You haven't responded to that. Likewise, it is an association fallacy, and I told you how that happened. You didn't respond to that. Now, if somebody, so in virtue of what would the trans woman in this case, because she does not have this fit this psychological profile or this aggressor profile, in virtue of what would the woman be justified in excluding them? Go ahead.
Yeah, I already told you that consent isn't transferable, so women can't speak. You do realize that women are not a monolith, therefore they can't speak for all women.
Wait,
Right.
so if every single woman in the woman's restroom consented to the trans woman being in there, then would it be wrong?
Yes, it would be.
Okay,
Because
so
if a woman
whose
walks
consent
in,
is being violated?
wait, because if a woman walks in and they see a trans woman enter in
Wait,
that
don't change the
space,
hypothetical. I said if every single woman in there consents to the trans woman being in there. I didn't say if a woman who doesn't consent is in there.
if everybody consent, yes,
Yeah.
there would be, yeah.
Okay,
I
so
would
it has to
agree
be
that is-
100%. So if there's one singular woman who doesn't consent, then it's wrong.
I'm sorry, what?
If there's one singular woman out of like a million women who doesn't consent to it, then it's wrong.
Yes, because one no trumps over 100 yeses.
Okay, so what's the argument for that claim?
What is the argument for a one no trumps over 100 yeses?
Yeah, in the case of a public restroom, yes.
Well, because the bathroom is designated towards that demographic of people. So if you
Same
are
with the
part of
white
that
restroom.
demographic, wait, no, again, false equivalency fallacy
You
again.
can't prove
Again,
that
you
it's
know
false
how
equivalence.
yeah, because you have no moral statute based off race hierarchy.
Yeah, they
Like
did. They said
you
their moral statute based off of race is that they believed that African American they didn't feel comfortable with African Americans being in the same space with them. They thought they were less intelligent and they thought they were more violent, right? That was their justification. Now, they were unjustified. Hold on, I'm sorry, I'm still talking. They were unjustified in that assessment in the same reason that in this conditional statement, the cis woman is unjustified in their assessment of trans women being in the restroom. It is a perfect equivalence.
Yeah, no, because you're going based off racial stereotype while one is trying to protect
And in this
safety
one,
and
you're going
dignity to
based
their
off of
space.
sex stereotypes.
Actually, no, you're not.
Wait, how
You're
is it
going.
not going
You're
based off sex stereotypes? If you're
because
saying that by virtue of the fact that they have this sex, they will have this other property. That is a
yeah,
sex stereotype by definition.
not
You're
necessarily.
literally saying that
No,
men are
actually,
inherently
hold on.
more violent.
I
Isn't
mean,
that all males are inherently more violent?
I mean, statistically, you could look at it, but even if so, that wouldn't be a sex stereotype. That would be based off the mere possibility that male violence demands preemptive protection. Not because of that they're males, but
Yeah.
because of precautionary thinking says even if an action carries even a
You're just
credible
describing
possibility
a
of
sex
harm,
stereotype. You're saying you're
that's not
looking
a
at
sex.
one. I'm sorry.
No,
You
it's
are
not.
you are okay. I'm sorry. Tell me the disanalogy here. Okay, a white person looks at a trait of the African American, sees the skin color, and they associate that with things that they think African Americans do. A cis woman looks at the sex of a trans woman, and then they associate that with things that they tend to think male do. What's the disanalogy?
I'm sorry, because again, one's based off racial stereotypes that you can't prove, while one is just based off preemptive thinking. That's how safeguarding happens. It's based off precautionary thinking
Wait, just to be clear,
principles.
if
It doesn't
if
have to base off sex stereotypes.
wait, let me just be clear. If under the condition that African Americans were just like more likely to attack white people, then we would be justified in having whites only restrooms?
I'm sorry, what was that?
If African Americans were more likely to attack white people, would we be justified in having white only restrooms?
No,
Why not?
because there's no standard for morals when it comes to racial hierarchy.
That was word salad. Can you give me the argument?
Uh,
Why would they not
no,
be
it wasn't.
justified? If you think that cis women, the reason why there's a reason for this sex segregation is because by virtue of the fact that they're male, they've set this boundary because males tend to be the aggressors, right? Why wouldn't a white person in that world be justified in creating a whites only restroom?
Because racial segregation was rooted in unfounded prejudice.
In
while
the hypothetical Tuck,
segregation.
it is not
We're
unfounded.
going. Yeah, you are going based on unfounded prejudice. Yes.
Wait,
The
Tuck,
hypothetical
in the
literally no.
this guy's not tracking.
The hypothetical literally the hypothetical that Carbon gave you said that in this world black people have a higher rate of attacking white people. Correct, Carbon?
Yes. So it wouldn't be
Yeah.
unjustified.
So with the statistics of black people targeting white people in this hypothetical world, would they be justified in creating a race segregated bathroom because of the statistics?
No, no, it wouldn't.
Okay, then you bringing up fucking statistics of males being the ones who harm women is fucking moot at this point.
Wait,
because
so
you don't hold the
I'm
same
sorry, but
standard.
I'm sorry, you're done. This
wait,
is a defeater. Like you're done.
Wait.
You're
So are
contradicting
you
yourself.
then making the argument that we should just allow all males into the women's restroom?
No, we should
Sure,
have
I don't
gender
give a
neutral
shit.
bathrooms.
Oh, you don't care?
Yeah, we have gender neutral
No.
bathrooms.
If
Use
you're
a bathroom
going
that
in
makes
there
you feel comfortable.
pissing, washing your hands, and leaving, I don't care what bathroom you use, right?
Oh.
Now, if you're you can't preemptively punish somebody for a crime they didn't commit.
Wait, regardless if they didn't commit the crime or not, that's not what safeguarding implies.
Wait, when you say
Wait, hold on. We prevent risks to women before they happen, not after they happen. So your
Okay.
moral justification is just moot at that point.
okay,
You
when
don't
you
really
say
care about
yeah,
safeguarding for women.
it's just a false safeguard. You're just saying like it's not, I'm sorry, the defeater is like it's crushing you here because you're saying that if in the case of a trans woman, in this case, and by the way, this is real, but premise 2 would be trans women do not have this this aggressor profile against women, right? So in this case, right, the cis woman would be unjustified in having this safeguarding issue because that particular kind of person does not fit the profile. What they would be doing is a very classic association fallacy. There's no way around this. In the case of the white person, they would also be unjustified because there's no statistics that would show them that this African American is a threat to them by virtue of the fact that they are African American.
So how are you proving this person's intent?
What do you mean? How are
Just
you
because
proving
they're
this
trans?
person's? We're
Well,
talking about the. We're
you're
talking
saying
about the
you're saying.
ontology. I'm
I
sorry. We're
understand
talking
that.
about the ontology. Like
I
you're,
understand where you're going.
yeah,
I
we're
know.
talking about
I'm going to
whether
reiterate.
a trans woman would have good reason to go into the men's restroom versus the women's restroom. Whether another woman knows their intent is not relevant to the argument with respect to the moral status of the action.
It would be relevant to the safeguarding principles. Yes, it would, because you can't prove an individual's intent. Therefore, you're saying that we should take a 50-50 risk for women to
Okay,
just get
if that's the
assaulted.
case, okay, cool. If that's the case, then if there is a woman who goes into the women's restroom, if it's about what these women perceive, right? If it's a woman who goes into the women's restroom and they perceive a woman, they perceive that woman to be a man, is that woman doing something wrong going in there?
I mean, perception can be false now.
Yeah, so under this false, because we already agreed that it's a false perception. They're looking at somebody who they perceive to be male, and they're making a risk assessment based off of that because this person's a trans woman and they happen to be male. So if a woman who is female walks into the woman's restroom and the woman there perceived them to be male, is that woman doing something wrong going in there?
Wait, perceive them to be male?
Yeah, they think they were male. Like, okay, let's say it's a woman that looks like me, maybe a butch lesbian, maybe a trans man.
Wait, I'm sorry. Just to clarify, you're saying if a woman sees another woman but looks a little bit more masculine than the typical woman, should that woman?
No, that's not what I said.
Go ahead and reiterate one more time.
They perceive them to be male. They think that they are male. Not that they're more masculine, that they are male. They think that this is a male walking into the woman's restroom, even though they are falsely perceiving that person. Is that person doing something wrong?
Well, that would be up to the person. That would be up to society to police that person.
Okay, so now it's up to society to police it. It's not based off of the preferences of the woman. I thought consent wasn't transferable.
Wait, what are you talking about? If a woman
If
sees
society
another
consents
woman-
to it, but the woman don't consent to it, I thought consent wasn't transferable, Tuck.
Wait, no, that's not what I was
my God.
implying. You're saying if a woman perceives another woman to be more
Grandmaster.
masculine or man passing, right? Should that woman dictate to
Man
tell another
passing.
woman out of that bathroom? Yes.
Yeah. Is she, well, no, I'm not saying whether she dictates, whether she can do that. I'm saying, is that woman who is perceived to be a male, is she doing something wrong?
No, because she's a female in the female's restroom.
But all that matters is whether women consent to you being in there. That's what they drew a boundary.
Well, no, a woman can't tell another woman to get out of the bathroom that's
Why not?
designated to women only.
But she feels uncomfortable, and she doesn't consent to
And
her
isn't-
being in there.
Wait, the law isn't based off somebody's comfortability.
We're not talking
Do you
about
think
law.
there's laws? There's
I'm
not
sorry,
even laws in place now that say males or men can't go in the women's restroom. What are you talking about?
Wait.
Why are you
yes,
bringing up
there-
law?
Wait, yes, there is.
What's the
Why do
law?
you think?
What's the law?
Wait, hold on. Why do you
No,
think?
what's the law?
Hold on.
What's the law?
Wait,
No.
wait,
What's the
Void,
law?
you can't just
I'm
like.
asking for the fucking law. You said that there was a law. I'm asking for the law.
Yeah. Why do we keep males out of women's
Alright, he's
bathrooms?
cooked.
Yeah,
Do
that doesn't sound
do
like a
police
law.
Stroke
to
me,
me.
I got you.
Wait,
Appreciate you.
Wait. If there was no law, then why?
What's the law?
Bro,
Also,
This guy's cooked.
I wanna jump in. Hey Tuck,
You
do
trying
you?
to
No,
speak
shut
me?
the fuck up. Shut the fuck up. Yes, I've been
No, I
reading.
don't
Well,
want
let him answer, and then you got
right,
you.
right. Yeah.
Yeah, I know the
don't
echo
say that.
chamber is a
Where's
little
the
bit hard.
fucking law?
Okay, law.
Are you gonna let me answer?
Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, with the law.
Yeah. So why do police officers?
That's a
That
question.
doesn't sound
Just
like a
give the
law.
law, and then you can ask whatever question you want.
Oh, he doesn't have one.
We'll give you time to look up one.
Yeah.
What did I miss? What law are we on?
There's a law prohibiting men from entering the women's restroom.
You got 2 states. You got only 2 states you can get that answer right.
and those are only in government buildings.
Right.
And it's recent.
Mm-hmm.
I'm talking about public bathrooms.
Like your average everyday Target.
Wait, are you asking me state law or federal?
Either or.
Federal.
Oh, there is no federal law.
Exactly. Now, is there any state laws?
In California, yes, there is.
What is the law?
What's
Like,
the
what
law?
does it detail?
Not familiar with this one.
Let me hold on. Let me pull that up real quick. Hold on.
Carbon's long dong is wild work.
Oh my
Carbon's
god.
long dong. Oh my god. Speaking of, can I see it? Anyway.
Wanna give me that long dong?
Crazy work.
In your long
Crazy
dong?
work. Wait. Twitch, do y'all hear the
Void's
Star Wars
soapy.
lo-fi? Hold on. Oh wait, sorry.
Void's soapy Thanksgiving turkey.
Listen, I'm not a part of that.
There it is.
You wash your turkey with Dawn dish soap, Void? That's
No, I cover it in
fucking wild.
mayonnaise.
Oh my
actually.
god.
I'll correct them. I cover it in mayonnaise. I admitted to that. That tastes good as
Wild.
shit.
Washing your turkey with Dawn dish soap.
It says the one who washes their chicken with Dawn dish soap.
If I can get everybody
That's
to
a
keep
lot.
tapping that screen, let's get on up to 100,000 likes right now. We're at 80. You guys doing good. Appreciate you. Just keep tapping that screen. Gift the panel, except for Tuck. And then hit that share button. I appreciate you. Thank you guys for sticking with us through these debates tonight. Appreciate you. And I hope you guys are not too hungover. Thank you.
Yeah, literary educator. I am here.
John, is that you? Are you hearing a backup?
I use the bathroom.
Okay.
It'd
Yeah.
be, so there's Florida, Utah, Montana, Wyoming.
I thought you just said it was
mistaken on-
California.
yeah, I was mistaken on California. That's
Yeah,
fine.
what is the law specifically state?
For Florida,
Either or.
requires the restroom, locker room, and changing areas in public state-owned facilities, schools, and some private venues to be used only by individuals whose sex at birth matched with their current appearance. And violating would be a criminal misdemeanor.
Wait, it says their current appearance?
I'm sorry, what?
Did you say that is their current appearance?
It would have to be their sex matched with their current appearance.
How would they
The-
know?
You could do identification checks, which they do in Texas. You're also
to take
you
a piss?
yeah, you could also be criminal. You'll also get a criminal misdemeanor in Texas and a $10,000 charge if you're caught using the wrong sex bathroom.
So, but it's specifically prefaced state-owned facilities and privately owned businesses, correct?
For Florida or Texas?
Whichever one you just said. I think it was Florida.
For Florida, it requires that restrooms, locker rooms, and changing areas in public and state-owned facilities, schools, and some private venues be used only by individuals whose sex assigned at birth matches with their current appearance. Violation will give you a criminal misdemeanor.
Can you does this law have a name? Because I can't look it up on another device right now, so Carbon can.
It's based off the facility. It's based. Whoa. It's
I don't
based off the
understand what
Sex Act.
sex based off what appearances.
It's based off Sex Act, House Bill 1521,
1521.
which went effective in July 1st, 2023.
Yeah, this is the public.
like
This
I
is
said,
the
you had like two or three
state-owned
states you could find a law for because they just passed them.
Well, this one was in 2023.
That's still
Right.
relatively recent.
It's just passed.
Yeah.
Sure, I guess you could say it's relevant. Sure.
So that's
Yeah,
the
this is
difference
only
I think
for,
about men going into women's washrooms, by the way.
Yeah.
It's just specifically
It's
targeting
sex
trans
at
people.
Birth. It does target males as well.
I didn't say males.
Why can't I go to the fucking bill? The fuck? Why is it not letting me?
Tiffany, are you from Florida? Really quick.
Huh?
Somebody added me in the comments saying that this law is actually for just K through 12 schools, private or public, and that he was misreading. That's just what the comment says.
He probably is.
I was pretty sure Florida is
I-
schools
I-
and federal buildings.
Yeah,
I was.
I just clarified it. Literally said state-owned facilities such as schools and some private venues. I didn't misquote
So
anything.
it doesn't talk about public restrooms.
Yes, it does. It literally says
Yeah, I got you. I got you,
restrooms, locker rooms, and changing areas in public and in state-owned facilities such as schools
Okay,
and some private
okay.
venues.
I didn't make the claim. I was reading a fucking comment.
Tuck, I have a question for you. Do you feel really good about yourself that you're out here being a white knight, saving all of us women from the dangerous trans people?
I'm sorry, what?
Do you feel good about yourself? Does it make your pee-pee real strong and tingly that you're out here fighting the good fight?
Nothing to
being a
trans
white
women
knight,
make is
just
pee-pee
being-
tingly.
protecting us
I
from the scary trans people? Do you feel good about yourself? You know, if you actually gave a shit about women, wouldn't you think he'd be out here protecting us from the actual threats?
Yeah,
Cis
like
men?
the 99% of people who do target us, which is cis men, right?
Because statistically speaking, trans folk aren't going to hurt me.
What bathroom
can
did I
unmute
use?
now,
The men's
Tucky.
restroom.
No, you can't.
I mean, like I said, if you're
Not
pulling up a
muting is
law,
crazy.
like I said, if you're pulling up a law for individuals to use the bathroom of their assigned sex at birth, I gave you 2 or 3 states because I knew of 2 and I thought a third one passed. Like I can give you that off the top of my head, but that's not the standard.
But like, this is recent. This is not a common thing. This is just now in the last few years become a thing. So up until the last few years, because cough cough, y'all have been convinced that trans people are the enemy, and you don't actually give a shit because you haven't given a shit until someone told you to do so. Just like they were told in the 80s to not like gay men. Just like they were told in the 60s to not fucking do abortions. You know, like all these things, you don't actually have a stake in this game. You are being told to fear these things.
Ironically, around 97, they tried to pass law to keep gay men and lesbian women out of men and women's restrooms. So
Yeah,
What
and law doesn't dictate morality, so I don't know why we're on this point.
Yeah, like laws
so,
have
like-
been wrong before. It was once legal to own people. It was once legal to
Yeah.
segregate people based on their skin color. So it's
Yeah,
just.
do you think
it's
law is equal to
misleading.
morality, Tuck?
Right. Laws aren't always good.
Oh, I can finally respond after you keep muting me?
Yeah, people were talking. Thank you.
Yeah, I don't think appealing to legality is always morally correct. You are correct.
And why'd you do it?
But and well, in this case, yes, there's a reason why we have sex segregation.
But
I
you
don't see
weren't
anything
able to
wrong with
justify
that.
the reason.
I did justify the reason.
No, you didn't.
Yes, I did.
No, you did. You
Wait a
got
minute,
crushed on
so
that
do you
point.
think
Like,
every other country is wrong for having large gender neutral restrooms?
No, I actually advocate for third spaces.
No. I said
Gender
large
neutral.
gender neutral. They're not third spaces.
Just one singular.
Large.
space.
I mean, that's at the risk of those people.
They're
Oh, you're
shown
gonna
to
have
be
to- that's an
statistically
empirical
as
claim.
safe, if not safer than the separation of men and women
What
restrooms.
statistics are you looking at?
Look up the statistic. I believe it's the UK has a statistic out on it, and it's
What's the title?
my computer's turned off. It is 3:30
yeah,
in the
Tuck, do you assess risk based off possibility or probability?
I'm sorry, what?
You assess risk based on possibility or probability?
I would say a little bit of both, yeah.
So do you think there's a high probability of these occurrences in gender neutral restrooms?
I mean, it hasn't really been implemented into society at a
It has,
large,
just not in the US, but in a lot of other
Not in the
countries.
US,
Norway,
it's
Sweden,
all over.
Canada. But you said it was
Well,
at
I
the
mean-
risk, so that sounded like an empirical positive claim that you were making.
Well, statistics vary.
Do you
Country
have
to
any
country,
empirical
so I wouldn't-
research in any countries where they implemented wide-scale gender-neutral bathrooms that there's some sort of risk associated with it?
I mean, you can look at Japan, maybe. I mean, Japan
Okay,
is a
so
very.
you have a study out of
let's see.
Japan?
I don't. I just.
You're
gave you
post-hoc
an
looking up
example
one?
Well, Japan is very neutral. I mean, Japan doesn't really have a high crime rate, or I mean, they live in Kumbaya.
To be
so-
fair, Japan would not be a good pick. Japan prefers to have a single stall everything. They don't care. They don't care. They would be more what you were talking about is individualized, gender-neutral restrooms. At least when I was there, I don't know if anything has changed, but they're very much so in restaurants, in the open. Everything's like single stall. It's not shared. Period.
Mr. Oakby, thank you for the $25 to kick. Appreciate you. We'll move on to the next one. Flagrant, how can I get your age, please?
41.
All right. What's your take today?
I just want to jump in and say that, like, I've heard other people say this. It's like, this is like a solvable problem. Like, I think some of the fear is rooted in a lot of the antiquated ideas. Like, once upon a time, there was just one giant, fucking pub where everyone pissed in the same thing, and like there was these, very specific locker rooms where people are walking around naked or whatever. But like, if you're in public, like, there needs to be some sort of look. I don't know the answer to it, but I would say that if we wanted to just put this to rest, then the government could put maybe some sort of upgrade.
Okay, I'm getting bored.
Put some money towards people upgrading so that it's just gender neutral. There's a sink where it's a giant sink where everyone can wash their hands, and there's stalls, individual stalls like this. This doesn't make any sense. Why we just
listen, Flagrant,
actually my answer.
We agree here. We're looking for opposition right now, but I do appreciate you for coming up. Okay.
Oh, sorry. Okay.
No, you're good. Take it easy, man.
Thank you for coming up. That's literally my answer is we need to update to modern society and stop using an archaic system.
Yeah. I've been in a couple gender neutral bathrooms and they're so cool. I love them.
Yeah, but I don't want to, I honestly don't advocate for large gender neutral restrooms. I can see the benefit of them, but I would rather see multiple single stall or single use.
Well, see, the ones I'm talking about, it is like that. It's like individual, like there's the stalls.
It's like a small room.
Yeah, a small room, and then there's like a giant sink on the outside.
There's like 8 of them.
Oh, you're talking like the Buc-ee's, right?
Yeah, where it's got like 8 individual stalls.
Can I get your age, please, Georgie?
19.
Okay, Georgie, can I get your argument for why trans women should not use women's restroom and trans men should not use men's restroom? Oh.
They have their male biologically.
Let's say that's true. Yeah. What's the argument why they shouldn't use it?
Can I continue with my argument first? Then you
go ahead and drop your argument.
Yeah, if there is a space that's designed to be to a certain preference and attributes, it's not. It doesn't have to be sex. It can be another attribute, but it's designed to be to that attribute. And when you bring someone that doesn't have that attribute into that space, that's not the space that you want anymore. It's not a separation of bathrooms. You want just a bathroom for both sex. You don't want a bathroom that's separated.
Okay. All right. So
I don't know.
So you, what's interesting is that you said it doesn't matter what the attribute is. So if we discriminated bathrooms based off of skin color, would you have a problem with that?
But what does skin color have to do with bathrooms?
The preferences. Like if you said, I would say the bathrooms will be segregated based off skin color. You said it doesn't matter what the attribute is.
I'm talking about anything and reasonable attributes after societal
reasonable attributes.
Societal opinions and studied for years, not just some flimsy attribute that you bring up at a meeting.
So,
and they
I understand. So originally you said just attributes. Now you're saying reasonable attributes. So why is skin color an unreasonable attribute and sex a reasonable attribute?
Because it's a male bathroom and female bathroom.
Obviously.
What does a female and male? You're bringing it up. If it's a male bathroom, who do you think goes in the male bathroom?
Yeah, if you have a if you have a whites only restroom, who do you think goes into the whites only restroom?
why it's only restroom.
So I can make the same argument. You're gonna have to make some reasonable distinction if you're saying that one is reasonable and others not.
You know what? Let's make a bathroom that's for like 5 foot and under, and then 5'1" and over can use the other one.
There you go.
Damn, just
I would say discriminate based off of John Lennon fans and non-John Lennon fans, but that's just me.
Okay,
Go ahead,
you're
Georgia.
just gonna.
Go ahead, go.
You're just
We're
gonna
it's
interrupt
fine.
me. English is not my first language. You can.
That's fine. I think I
barely,
understand you.
talk. Yeah, I'm just saying it's a female and male bathroom. You don't see the problem in having someone go in a space that people expect to be protected from. You don't see a problem.
Well, that's a
with that.
question. You're supposed the homework that you're supposed to be doing, Georgie, is finding out why discriminating based off one attribute is reasonable and why the other isn't reasonable. And you just asked me a question, right? But that doesn't establish your claim that it's a reasonable discriminatory factor.
But there's people that studied for that, and there's a reason they did that.
Okay, so you're saying that there's studies that justify why trans women should not use the women's restroom. Can you give me those studies?
I don't think they just sat on it. They don't target trans women. It's the expense of that. They don't target anyone. That's just male and female bathrooms.
Well,
It's
yeah.
like saying if you drive on the road, you're killing bugs because you have run through some bugs.
If you drive on the
If
road,
you're
you're killing
driving-
bugs. I don't
Oh, I
know.
thought he said blacks. I was like,
You're bucks. I thought he was talking about deer.
yes.
No,
Go ahead.
bugs like insects, and you're saying that driving cars now becomes the tool of eliminating bugs. It's sole purpose is to eliminate bugs. It's a consequence of driving and some bugs being on the road, not the sole purpose of driving.
I'm not sure what the bug analogy is
male
supposed to be
and
doing here, but like, yeah, listen, there's a category mistake. There's a category mistake, special pleading, and association fallacy being conducted when you say that, well, trans woman, if the trans woman is male, then she shares this other property that the general male has as an aggressor towards women, right? That's going to be that you're going to need some sort of argument to establish that claim, right? So, like, for example, like if you saw like a good example would be, well, let's look at a study that, over time, trans women are typically using the women's restroom and things like that. If the hypothesis is true that they do attribute this, they do have this property that the general male has, right? Then we would expect increases in privacy safety violations. That would just be evidence that would be expected under that hypothesis. But then when you run studies like that and you don't see it, it's a bad hypothesis because the hypothesis doesn't have explanatory depth. It doesn't explain all the data. Why do we not see increases in privacy safety violations? So when I asked you a study, I'm looking for a study like that, where your hypothesis produces evidence that generates the But
it's for safety reason. You expect to see males in the male bathroom and females in the female bathroom. There's problems that females face and problems that males face. You aren't expecting to see the others gender reproductive organ.
I want to flip the script. I would love to take this one as, let's take trans women out of this. So we should put Patricio Manuel in the women's restroom.
What?
Do you know who Patricio
I
Manuel is?
don't understand. I don't
Patricio
understand.
Manuel
can
is
pull
a
up a
professional
picture, right?
MMA fighter. I can do it really quick.
Thank you.
He's a boxer, right?
Yeah, it's a featherweight professional boxer that was born female. Although, good luck telling that.
Give me 2 seconds.
She's female, but
You would have no idea. He
This is Patrice Manuel. You think this individual should go into the women's restroom because he was assigned female at birth?
He's assigned, but exceptions aren't the rule. There's always exceptions to rules. That's a fallacy, actually.
So that's not a fallacy. What are you talking about? Anyway, do you think he should go into the women's restroom or not?
I don't think. I don't know. There should be special rules for exceptions.
What about her? Where do you think she should go?
You're giving me exceptions. Or
Sinful Fox, thank you so much for the 11 months. I appreciate
No,
it. I'm sorry.
you just assume
19
all
months. Sorry
trans
about that.
individuals
Sinful,
are
thank you so much. I
just
appreciate
like
it. Stop everyone.
look exactly like you think they do. You think all trans women look like Carbon, and all trans
Carbon
men
in a
look
wig,
like
specifically.
Void, for example.
But do you think every female looks like a man and can box? I don't know. What is the point of that argument? Is every female?
It's a reductio. It's called a reductio ad absurdum. So the entailment, if you have a principle, and that a principle entails that Patricio Manuel would have to use the women's restroom, that's just going to be the absurdity on your view.
Oh, okay. Morally, I can make all exceptions that can destroy every moral scenario. I can create
Like you're gonna have
that-
to if you do that, you're gonna if in order you're gonna run the risk
When
of
do
special.
we get
Hold on,
Carbon in a wig?
you're gonna have to run the special. You're gonna have to avoid a special pleading fallacy, because if you just grant an exception to like Patricio Manuel, you're gonna have to do that with justification, right? So if you don't have a justification and you're just saying, oh well, I guess that person I'll make the exception for them for no reason,
But,
just because I don't want to be absurd, then that's special pleading, and your argument fails.
No, I even don't say that he can't go or she. How do you describe his sex? But he is assigned a she at birth. Yeah. But that's not a very common thing, I assume. That's
Doesn't need to be
not
common.
every-
You have to give adequate justification. Like, does your principle allow for Patricio Manuel to use the men's restroom or the women's restroom?
You have to be reasonable with these
What would be
things.
the reason?
But what are we trying to do? It's already established to have male and female bathrooms. We can't just.
So by your argumentation, you would say that you want Patricio Manuel in the women's restroom.
No, I didn't say that. But
That's what
So
you
which
just said.
bathroom should they
Do
go
you
to,
think-
and why?
Do
Just
you
answer
think?
that question.
Do you think he will go to the women's bathroom? Do you think he goes to the women's bathroom? I don't know his story or his life. I can't tell you.
Let's just say he's just going in there to take a piss, wash his hands, and leave. Which bathroom should he go into?
If he is a reasonable, moral person, he will go to the bathroom that's more reasonable for him to use.
Which one? What reasons would he be adopting?
If he has the male genitalia, he has to go to the male bathroom. But if he has the
A vagina,
It's
you
a-
can say vagina.
yeah, he can go to the women's bathroom. I don't get what.
Georgie, I appreciate you for coming up. But yeah, listen, I gotta get on to the next one. But thank you so much. Okay.
Okay.
All right. You have a good day.
Okay. You sound so defeated. Okay.
Bro, I'm done with this topic. We want to debate something else.
Breastfeeding.
Breastfeeding in public?
Yes.
Alright,
No, breastfeeding in the fucking bathroom. Yes, Carbon.
Alright.
Babies.
Alright, if you think breastfeeding in public is wrong, send a guest request. If you don't think it's wrong, do not send a guest request. Come on.
If we don't get any ops in 10 minutes, you can pick something else.
Alright, cool.
No, you can't.
Okay, well. I said it
Oh
was
my
okay.
god,
Take
it's
it from
almost
me.
4 a.m.
Yes,
I want to do
ma'am.
this topic too, but it's 4 a.m. I'm going to bed.
Sweet dreams, lovely.
All right, Glitch. You
All
have a
right,
good one.
darlings. Have a great night. Carbon, just so you know, I have to call out a comment. They said, let's segregate by individuals that sleep in pants. Well, in that case, I'm screwed because I
Damn.
do sleep in jeans.
Oh man, who sleeps with clothing?
That's a sin. That's original sin
Yeah.
at that point. That's crazy.
I'm sorry.
Hey, I was military. I can sleep in anything. Leave me alone.
Okay. I don't know about you, but if there's an emergency that happens, I need to ensure that I am ready to handle a nice looking firefighter. Just saying.
Damn.
Both of you to assume I won't walk outside in just what I'm wearing.
All right. Y'all
Which
have a
is
good
a
night,
lack
Carbon.
of
Thanks for
some
having
things.
John,
Hi,
why do you think public breastfeeding is wrong?
So I was in the box for the last topic, not because I'm fully up. I just have a question for your panel and for you about the last topic, and that's it. I don't have anything. I'm not against this topic.
Okay, bye.
If say that it's just one quick question. Say that it becomes legal where you don't have to look like a certain gender. You can just go into any bathroom that you want. What is stopping any man from just putting on a wig and sitting in a woman's changing room or a woman's locker room
What's
and just
stopping
sitting
them
in there?
now?
I mean, now they
There's
can
no
go to
federal
staff
law.
and
Yeah.
like they can go to the front and say there's a man in the woman's bathroom, and a cop will come and take the man out of the woman's bathroom.
But also, here's this, John. Let's think about it this way: by making them have to go back to their assigned sex bathroom, a man could say, "Oh, I'm a trans man," and not have to do anything, not have to change anything, and go into the women's restroom.
Yeah, they
It'd
don't
be a lot
have to put on
easier.
a wig anymore.
Also, really quick.
Yep, no
Both of you
wig,
to
no
assume
changing
that
of
like a
clothes, no
cis man
makeup.
is gonna sit and wait, right? Like if a cis man is sitting and waiting in a woman's restroom, you think that woman's gonna get a chance to run out and tell a staff member? No,
Yeah.
they're clearly in there for nefarious purposes, and they're gonna jump at the opportunity.
Right, and
They're not getting
perpetrators
out of
like
there.
this aren't going to listen to laws or rules. They're just going to do said crime. That's the thing about criminals; they don't follow laws.
That's why they're criminals.
Yeah. So I think I wasn't really talking to that extent. Well, I get what you're saying, absolutely. I was talking about just like the regular scum of the earth guy that wants to just sit in like a 24-hour
So, like,
fitness women's
30%.
changing room.
Yeah, listen,
and just
like,
sit there and just watch. Like,
I mean,
that's-
there's nothing you can do about that. Like, no matter what, if trans people did exist, didn't exist, didn't use the bathroom that you wanted them to, did use the bathroom that you wanted them
This
to,
would still
that
happen.
it would still happen, and nobody can do anything about that until, like, I mean, if he
You
does
just-
try to like do something like attack someone, then that becomes a crime. That's how you would stop it.
Hmm. Yeah, because the thing is, right, it's not trans women committing these crimes against cis women. It's fucking men, right?
Yeah.
And nothing is going to stop a man from targeting a woman. Wait. 98% of essays are committed by cis men. And then that 2%, I don't even think it's fully 2%, is women and then other people, right?
No, I
Men
absolutely,
are the
I
problem.
absolutely agree with you. I absolutely agree with you, Lloyd. I think my whole, like, my questioning was now that, well, with how the bathrooms are right now, I'm not talking about like restaurants. I'm more specifically so talking about like a gym where there's actual locker rooms and changing where people are changing out in public, right?
Yeah, men
Not
are
public,
already
but-
attacking women in these spaces, right?
Yeah,
They're
yeah.
already doing it.
And they don't need another excuse. John,
They don't need
John,
another excuse.
This is just, they're going to do it regardless. You don't grasp this.
There's a whole nother
No
level
amount of
to it.
rules or regulations
there's
is
not.
going to stop it.
There is, because
They're
now
going to attack regardless.
I wasn't really talking about like attacking when I brought up the question. I was just saying, like, say that a random man with a beard puts a wig on and walks into a woman's locker room and just sits there and just watches women get changed and undressed. Right now, a woman can see that, go to the front and say, hey, there's a man with a wig on just sitting there, just
Okay, then
not
that's up to the
attacking, just sitting
business.
there and watching.
Yeah, it's
up
up
to
to
the
Up to the business, right? if the business decides that that's fine, then that's fine. Then those women should find somewhere else to change. Me personally, I don't like getting undressed in front of other women. I think you should have single-use stalls in like locker rooms to change in. I don't want other women seeing my bits. Like what? It's so weird. Like, just because we have the same, and Carbon, but he's not a woman. So anyway, but like just because somebody else has the same parts as me, right? Doesn't mean like that I'm automatically comfortable with changing in front of them, right? Because we could just flip this about like, women do this to other women. Women sit and perv on other women.
I'm totally in agreement with you. But if we take the next step in this, which, like I said, I'm not really opposite. I just had the question for you. If we take the next step in this, and we say you can go into any bathroom now, there's really it's like a federal law where it can't be.
All that's going to do is harm trans people, the people that aren't committing these crimes.
Because again,
onto the trans people when it's not on trans people. That is a awful thing. That's only going to place harm, and it's going to increase the harm towards trans people.
Yeah, because once again, criminals don't give a fuck about the law. They don't. Yeah. That's why they're
making
criminals.
A federal law that people can't go in X, Y, or Z. They're still gonna do it. They're still gonna do these things.
Yeah, but right now, I mean, like I said, you can, girl can go to the front. Hey, there's a guy in there. The cops come, they take him out. If that law is passed, now there is absolutely nothing that they can do because it's legal for anyone to use any bathroom. So now that safe space for women is
sitting and watching somebody
gone
in a crime, right?
Well, John,
like, just because of the nature of locker rooms, anybody, like, even if we just talk about like women and women's locker rooms, right? Women can just sit there and perv, and there's nothing you can do about it until they actually attack you. So it wouldn't even be an issue of like allowing trans women or cisgender men in these spaces. It's just a structure issue.
Yeah, I totally agree with what you're saying.
KJ,
I'm just scared
thank you so much.
I'm not more just scared.
You're not the victim of men.
5 gifted, thank you so much.
The victim of majority of attacks.
Who says that my future daughter won't be? Like, that's something I could.
Again, that's not you
right?
experiencing it. It's so much different.
Yeah, you're trying to tokenize the future of your hypothetical daughter. It's weird, dude. Oh my gosh, your guys' white knight savior complex
also,
is so
you're more
wild.
likely to diddle your own daughter than a stranger is.
Yep, 1000%.
Statistically.
I mean, it's pretty wrong for you to say that. Like,
no, that's based on statistics. Dads are most likely the ones that's going to say their children.
I'm not saying that I'm not saying you're wrong. I'm saying that for you to say that I can't look out for if I have a future daughter or a family member that's a woman, that's not very fair of you. Like, yeah.
How do you feel about the statement? It's all men.
What I 100%. Well, I agree with you. 100%.
Okay, so you agree that it's all men?
This. Yes, 100%. Men are the problem.
Okay, so
100%.
And you understand that includes you as well, right?
Absolutely.
Okay, so John,
there's bad men that make a
John,
bad
really
rap for
quick,
men.
why are you focused on trans people who aren't doing these harms? Go worry about the cis men committing these crimes.
Yeah, go worry about your species.
Yeah, go hold your gender and your accountable. Like, what the fuck? Go actually deal with the issue. Not an issue that doesn't exist.
I'm not saying it does exist. It was just a hypothetical question.
Yes, but this hypothetical question harms a group of people because you are trying to put them in a box because of your weird MAGA fucking views of fear that has been manipulated and convinced into your brain that it's somehow
Honey,
harmful.
I didn't vote for Trump, honey.
I want to dig deeper.
Because these MAGA viewpoints, though, John.
I know, honey.
Really quick,
I did not.
I want to dig into this really quick. What are you doing to prevent harm to women within your male circle? What are you doing?
Well,
what do you do to prevent harm to women?
I mean, if I'm ever at a bar and I see it, I will say something and step in. I don't just watch it happen.
I'm not talking about at a bar to a stranger. I'm talking about your friend group. Because your friends do this as well. You understand that, right?
I'm not friends with anyone that would do that.
But you know
No. You don't get to say. You don't get to say that, right? Because you are not a woman, so you don't know their behaviors towards women. Men who are like that tend to keep it in close. Like
Why
they
is it
don't.
always? Why is it always? Oh, I don't know anyone who does that. And
Yeah, but every
woman
fucking woman has a story.
fucking story.
It-
Every woman.
I mean, so okay, hold on. Do you for Carbon? Do you have any male friends, Carbon?
No, I don't have friends.
You have not a single male friend.
No,
I have no
me
friends.
and Witchy
kidding.
are
Okay.
his
Of course
friends.
I do.
So yeah, so if you knew that, if you found out one of your friends, Carbon, that's a male, was doing that, you would absolutely cut them off and never talk to them again, right?
Beat the show.
Yeah, like that's I don't stop.
But Carbon, wait, Carbon. Can you acknowledge that you probably have friends who keep this hidden, therefore you don't know about it?
Or
Yeah,
have in the past.
probably. It could be the case. It's possible.
Yeah, I mean, what do you want me to do for not knowing something, Boyd? What do you want me to do about that?
No,
If
I
I
didn't
knew
say
it-
that. What I'm
Yeah.
saying is, no, I didn't have a problem with you saying you don't know about it, therefore you can't do anything about it. That would be absurd. My issue was you saying the statement, I don't have friends like that, when you don't fucking know.
Yeah.
Fair
Because you
enough.
don't
Okay,
know. At
I'm
the end of the
sorry.
day, you never
If
truly know someone.
I don't know if I have friends like that. I hope I don't. I don't know. But if I did and I knew about it,
You
it would
100%
not.
do.
All right,
Yeah,
we gotta get back to the debates, but
Okay, my
Okay,
bad.
all
sorry.
right, John.
Yep, thank you, Carbon.
Also shout out to Brilliant. Thank you for the $5 super chat over on YouTube. Sleeping in jeans is worse than not liking pineapple on pizza. Exactly. There you go.
Period.
New guys, can I get your age here?
Yep, 25.
All right, what's your argument?
Yeah, why can't you just do it in the bathroom?
Do you eat in the bathroom?
Hold on, that's not even an argument. It's a question. What's the argument?
Yeah, it's wrong because just do it in the bathroom.
That's not an inference. It's wrong, and then you issue a command. Why is it wrong?
Because you're showing your boobs.
Why is that wrong? Why are you
shouldn't
sexual?
show your boobs.
Why?
You shouldn't show your boobs.
Why should I not show the same tissue that you have that's just more developed?
You like those guys that like to march down the street naked.
So you don't want to answer the question? What is it about it?
Just do it in the bathroom, bro.
Yeah, that's a command. I want the argument for why it's wrong.
Because it's your boobs, bro.
Okay, what is it about that?
Circular bias.
All mammals have them.
Yeah, you have boobs too, sir.
No.
So you don't have an argument?
You do. You have mammary glands. That's why you're a mammal.
Nope.
So you don't have an argument?
So you just disagree with science, okay?
So that's just,
How about
so,
you just go to a
so you
breastfeeding
can
room
you
and then
concede that you do not have an argument for why?
That's a privileged statement too, there, bud.
Just go to a breastfeeding room and
Yeah, I could just say, hey, you,
Not
hey,
everywhere has
hey, if you want to go out running with your shirt off as a man, why don't you just go running on a treadmill inside your own house? Why do you need everybody to see that? It's your chest. Why should people see that?
Also, we're not exposing our boobs. We're feeding our children.
Yeah.
And 9 times out of 10, you're not going to see anything but a little bit of skin that you'd see if someone was wearing
low-cut top.
not even a low cut top, just like a slightly low top.
Are you
top.
just attracted to, or what's going on? Are you attracted to a child eating? What's going on here?
sounds like deflection because you're a liberal and we all know liberals.
So wait, so you,
It sounds like
so
you're
what?
fucking stupid
So
because
it's
you
not
can't-
sexual, right? So
you're
if
not
it's not sexual, what's the problem?
We all know the left likes kids.
Why are
so
you
don't
running
fuck
away from
kids.
the argument?
You
You voted.
did.
I'm sorry. You voted for Donald Trump, who raped a woman. So like, I don't want to hear from it. Okay. So what is the
Biden-
argument? I don't know why you're
Biden-
over talking me, El Mata. Okay. I want you to give the argument for why it's wrong.
Biden's the kid sniffer, but it is wrong because you can't show.
Oh shit! Sorry, that was I didn't see
Oh,
that.
good one. Thanks. Yeah, because
That's
you're
an
showing.
accident.
Said it was an accident, bro.
Yeah. You said why is showing it wrong? Saying it's showing it is wrong because showing it is wrong. That's not an argument, right?
Yeah,
Why is showing it wrong? Why is that wrong? Go ahead.
Because it's your boobs, bro.
Yeah. Why is showing that wrong?
You have
Answer the
titties
question.
too, bro.
So you'd be fine with a woman just walking out. down the
That's a
street
question. I
without-
need you to establish the argument. I don't want any questions until you give the argument. You've been up here for like 3 minutes, 5 minutes. You still have not
I
given
have a
an
question,
argument.
though.
No,
Can you answer
well,
my
ask your
question?
questions after you answer my question. Why is it wrong? Why is like showing your boobs or your chest wrong? Why is that wrong?
Because it's immoral.
Okay, that's just. This guy's a
No, you're not answering my
immoral?
question, bro.
No,
You didn't
you're
answer
just
my
re-
question.
You're just. Only thing you did was restate your previous statement. Why is it immoral? What is immoral about it?
Because you shouldn't show your
Oh
skin
my
like that.
fucking god.
Okay, that's restating what you said previously. Why?
Because it's sexual.
Ah, so it is sexual. So
Okay,
you're.
okay,
Why are you
okay.
sexually attracted to a child eating? Go ahead. Give that argument.
Bro, you're a leftist. You can't.
Why are
say
you
that.
sexually attracted to a child eating? Give the argument.
You're a leftist, bro.
Are you running?
Do you not have a fucking argument?
I'm being muted. I can't talk.
Okay, then
Well,
answer
because
the
you're
question.
not you're not addressing it. Why
No,
are you
it's
sexually
not.
attracted to a child eating?
No, it's the boobs itself. You weirdo. Weird.
What
little
I'm
leftist.
sorry. Wait. What are boobs for?
Bro, you guys are leftists. You like kids.
No.
So-
Answer the fucking question.
Why is he running?
What is the purpose of breast?
Huh?
What is the purpose of breast?
Milk.
Yep, there you go.
Right.
Also,
Yeah,
I'm
notice how
sorry.
you didn't say sex.
Also, I don't understand this, and this is creepy to me. You need to get like if you cannot
Check his hard
separate just a boob and like a baby on a boob. If your brain cannot separate the two and say who boob is, and then oh my gosh, the
Yeah.
baby's eating. If you can't make that like change in your brain, something is wrong with
Yeah.
your brain. And
Because,
Bro,
you should
again, you're on the
probably
left.
have your hard drive checked, because if you can't make that difference, it's like that. It's the same logic as those bros of like, I don't want my son feeding on my woman's titties. It's fucking
Very much that, yeah. Hey, real quick, L, whatever the fuck your name is, right?
El Matador.
How many Republicans have been arrested for child porn in the past 2 years?
A lot. Too many.
How many Democrats have been arrested for child porn?
Less.
Oh, yeah. So you just sitting here like constantly like reiterating, you're a part of the left. Does nothing for your fucking argument. You just
Do
look
I need to
stupid.
remind you of?
Oh, soup.
Of what? Of what?
Yo,
Biting,
thanks for the
smelling
mute
a
again.
child?
Really good
Like
at
what?
this.
As opposed to what? The Donald Trump walking into teenage dressing rooms, seeing
Are you
naked
aware
children.
of like what group the MAPs are part of?
Yeah, they're not a part of anything we're associated with. No,
Yeah, they are
No,
actually.
they're not. Also,
they're not an accepted community. What are you talking about?
Also, just because they may align and say that they are like quote unquote Democrat or liberal does not mean that all liberals are also P3DOs. You understand that, right?
That's like your whole party, bro.
No, it's not. You literally just admitted that more
Yeah.
Republicans are arrested for child porn. And
Yeah,
these kinds
politicians.
of things.
But Democrat
Wait,
supporters
no.
are.
Even civilian Republicans, right? It's typically fucking church leaders.
No, that's cap. That's
No,
cap.
it's not. The church is like one of the number one places where kids get diddled. What are you talking about?
Statistically speaking, churches are the highest, most likely place you will be harmed.
What
as a
did
child.
Donald Trump say about that 10-year-old girl? What did he say?
He'll be dating her in 10 years.
Oof.
He also
While speaking
bragged.
to her.
Yeah, he also bragged about walking to the changing rooms of Miss Teen USA, where the contestants were anywhere from 14 to 17. They were fucking children, and he walked in on them changing. Even boasted about them looking around and being confused that he was in there. That's your party,
What did
right?
Biden do with kids? He sniffed them and everything.
Oh my gosh, he smelled his
smelling it.
grandchild.
Is that a
Hold on,
fucking
He didn't smell anybody. The fuck are you
Also,
talking about?
I'm sorry. My grandmother sniffs my hair all the time. I don't think. Okay, I think that this
Hey.
is an issue of like you're not a parent versus being a parent.
Right.
Because parents and
never should be.
grandparents, we
Hey.
understand that there
Yeah.
is an aroma to our children and grandchildren that is
Oh
like a
my God, you guys
familiar
hear this?
bond. All animals have this. We are
Yeah.
connected through pheromones, and there is a familiar
Oh
pheromone
my God,
that
you
we
guys
can smell. It's the same reason why moms love to sniff their babies' heads. Is that sexual?
Also, why did
that
Donald
sexual?
Trump's Justice Department Why are they trying to sue the state of Washington? Because the state of Washington is trying to make priests report
Mandated
CSA.
reporters.
Why are they?
Hey, I have a question.
Why is he trying to report? Wait, tell me
I
why.
keep getting muted though.
Yeah, just answer that
Yeah,
question.
how did you feel about
Answer the
Didn't
question.
fucking answer the fucking question, bitch.
I didn't vote for
Biden
Biden. I voted for Kamala Harris. But
Biden
nonetheless,
put a
like you
baby's foot
answer
in
my
his mouth.
question.
Didn't vote for Biden.
Biden put a baby's foot in his mouth at the Easter parade at the White
That's
House.
a weirdo.
Everyone does that. I'm sorry. Have
Oh
you
my
ever
God!
seen a
Look at
baby's
this. The
foot
party.
and wanted to munch on it? I'm so sorry. What the fuck? Baby toes are delicious. What?
Oh my God! You told me to check.
Literally every day, I sit here and
Wait, I just want to preface this, right? Interacting with a child in any capacity isn't always inherently sexual, right? There has to be specific intent and specific actions done for it to be considered CSA. You understand that, right?
Who's shocked at the party of Bill Clinton, Miss
I
Mo?
was fucking like 4. Why the fuck would I care?
I just don't know why this matters. Like, leftist men touch children.
No, it's interesting that this mother
Men touch children, period.
Yeah, like I don't really care in this narrative. Like, obviously, this is a fucking troll.
Yeah, very clear.
Bro, this puts baby feet in her mouth, bro. That's weird.
I do. They're delicious.
Yes, I put my child's feet in my mouth because they like to play and I think it's funny.
They love it. Oh my gosh. And like just sitting there and sniffing it and telling them that they've got stinky feet, the laugh that comes out of them is hilarious. They think it's hilarious when you tell them they have stinky toes.
All right, we'll get some debates in here. Only if you are opposition, join. If you're not opposition, please do not join. Thank you so much. Appreciate you. Get on in here. Thank you again for the 100,000 likes. Appreciate y'all. Lorna, you are live. Can I get your age, please? Lorna. All right, Lorna is not with us anymore. Okay, guys?
Rest in peace.
Lorna. Well, I think, okay, so the way that guy was speaking, he probably was a troll, but this is a legitimate issue that we have in our society because there is a rampant society and like culture around CSA. And I think because of that, the trauma that we experience and the trauma that our society has experienced has been projected onto a healthy dynamic between a child and a parent and child and a grandparent, child and a family member. But like, just for the
Let's do
record,
the lesbian one.
that stuff is not wrong. Interacting with your children the way I have spoken about is not wrong. That is a healthy dynamic. There is, like Void said, specific things that turn it into CSA.
I don't have a lesbian one that doesn't say Happy Pride Month anymore. And all
It's
they're
Happy
gonna
Pride
do,
Month still.
they're just gonna be like, it's not Pride Month, lib.
Says who?
All right, we'll just have it. Just get mad at them. They'll just get mad.
Yes, Goldfish Nature. Touch is important. This is how we teach children how to have safe and healthy touch. It helps their development, helps them have proper attachment things. I'm sorry, I could go on about this forever.
No, it's fine. I don't think cream pie for Christ is an opposition.
Oh.
Damn, speaking of cream pie, it's carbon.
That's crazy. Bro. Sydney, I see you in the guest. Are you opposition or no? I don't know if you are. People with those profile pictures, and we tend to have opposition.
Cream pie for Christ.
I'll try this one. Ultra Maga, can I get your age, please? You're off the app right now. There, now you're back. Can I get your age?
You guys need to get.
Can I get your age?
30. You
All right,
guys
what's
need
your
to get a
argument?
job, bro.
What's your argument?
You guys need to get a
Are
job.
you running?
That's
You're
my
running.
argument.
You are
You
running.
guys need
Why
to
do
Just to
I
be clear, you
need-
are running.
Wait. Why do I need a job? I'm independently wealthy.
I am a
These
stay-at-home wife.
freeloaders need to get a job, bro.
Yes, I am a freeloader. I love taking all of my husband's money out of his bank account so I can go spend it at Target and on Dutch Bros and silly things I don't need. Ugh, I love it. I love mooching off my husband.
You are not married.
I am married, my friend.
So
I'm
he doesn't
sorry
have an
that you don't
argument, just to be
understand
clear?
the concept of that.
No, he doesn't. Okay.
You guys are jobless, and you need to get a job immediately.
And you're wifeless, and your mother doesn't love you. What's your point?
You need to get a job desperately, man.
You need
Nah,
to get a
I'm
coffin.
good. I enjoy.
You need to be a funny. Like, if you're gonna troll, be funny, bro. You're not funny.
That's not how you leave the app, goober.
All right, guy. You're obviously not trying to debate. All right, let's get this guy in
Anyway.
here. Can I
Yes.
get your age, please? Wait, still loading in.
Yeah. There he is.
There you go. Can I get your age, please?
Hi, Airy Breeze.
Hi there again. Yeah, I'm 28.
All right. What's your argument for why being a lesbian is wrong?
Because it creates confusion in the modeling of optimal society.
What do you mean
Heteronormative.
confusion? Who's confused about
Yes, when we have what an ideal human is, what an ideal man is, what an ideal marriage is.
what? Yeah. Why? Okay. When we're looking at a woman and she's attracted and in a relationship with another woman, why is that not ideal?
Yes, you can have different types of attraction to different things, whatever that is in this world. My point is, it's not optimal.
Yeah. Get the argument for that.
Yes, because it disrupts the continuity of the species.
Oh, you're gonna have to
Basically,
give
to
an argument for
celebrate this
that.
type of. Because a man and a woman is required to produce continuous stabilized society. So if we start celebrating these types of fringe attractions, we start to destabilize the center. And I don't want to destabilize the center. I want to celebrate the center.
Okay. So
What's
do you
wrong with
think?
that?
Okay. So you think if a lesbian is in a relationship with another woman, she should leave that woman
No.
and go for a man that she's not attracted to?
No. Her relationship should be in the closet, is my point.
Yeah.
It should
What's
not
the?
be public. It should not be celebrated.
Oh, yeah. Okay. So the argument is that if we celebrate people being lesbian, more people will be lesbian. Is that the argument?
No. We confuse people in the modeling meaning imitating the ideal, which is family, man and woman.
Wait, how you
I
can?
don't want to
Okay,
create
I'm sorry. Like, I'm a straight man. When I see
Yeah.
lesbians, that doesn't make me not want. That doesn't make me want to date a man, and that doesn't make me not want to date a woman. I don't understand what I'm confused about.
What do you put at the highest? Lesbian relationships or male-female
They're
relationships?
both the same.
Are
They're
they
both
similar?
amoral in my view, but we're talking about your view, right?
Yes,
We're talking about why
that's
you think that they're
exactly
wrong.
my point.
Yeah, so what's the argument? Like,
Because
what's the confusion if a straight person if a straight person wants to have
yeah,
kids with somebody of the opposite sex, how would them seeing two women kissing and being in a relationship out in public disrupt that?
because you said you put them in the same place.
No,
I don't
we're
want to
talking
put
about
them in
under
the same
your
place.
view.
Yeah, I prioritize. That's the difference. You don't.
Okay, you're not giving an argument. I don't know if you understand what an argument is, right? So, okay, so let's
The
say we
argument
have a
is,
typical straight
yeah, let
person.
me simplify
The
it.
typical straight person in the
Yeah.
United States, at least, does not think that being gay is wrong. Nonetheless, they still will have kids with somebody of the opposite sex, right? So my question to you is, what about them seeing lesbians being in media or walking on the street or being like in public and stuff like that? What about that would make them less likely to have kids? Those straight couples.
Thank you.
It decentralizes the value of heteronormativity.
What is
It doesn't put it in the
You're
highest
being
place.
I don't know what you mean. It decentralizes.
It decentralizes means it devalues it. It makes its importance less. I want
How?
its importance to be at
How
the
is
highest.
the straight couple, if the straight couple is they're having their child, how is that child and how is that family less important because gay people exist and they're out in public?
Because they're just like what you said, you put them in the same place. So you preach in a society to put them in the same place. I don't believe in equality of relationships. I believe in
I don't
prioritization
think he
and
understands what the
centralization.
argument is.
But
I don't think he
He
understands how to make
doesn't.
an
I give
argument.
you,
that's absolutely
I
incorrect.
put heteronormativity at the top. You put it equal as to lesbians. I don't
Wait,
agree with
what
that.
does that mean? What does that mean? You put it at the top.
I put it at the top, meaning I put it as an ideal for society.
Okay, so what does that have to do with anything?
What does that have to do? The culture, the media, the stories, the education, the society, everything celebrates it at the
What
highest.
about the
And
culture? Like, what are you trying to get
The,
at here?
the culture means the movies are made
oh
to
my God.
celebrate the
Okay.
husband and the wife.
What will
Media is
change?
preaching
Okay.
about children and
No
family
more
and harmony.
media. No
What's the
more.
art
Oh wait,
form?
hold on, Urbish.
Yeah.
No more media. No more gay people in public. Now, what will change
Yeah.
with straight people?
Nothing. Just the
This
prioritization and the
fucking
celebration.
guy's an idiot, bro. Like, give an argument for why it's wrong. Okay, I don't care. Like,
Riley?
What? Thank you, B. Thank you for the drop. I appreciate you.
Wild work.
Bro literally said nothing would change. If nothing would change, then there's no reason to oppose it. Because nothing has changed. There's no symmetry breaker.
No, he doesn't know what an argument is.
No, Eero, whatever now, it used to be Eerie Love. He's never been able to have like an actual conversation. Ever.
Also, hi Kenzie, how are you?
I'm good. How is everyone?
Doing fantabulous. Been live for 4 hours
pretty
now. Well, let's see if this guy has an argument. Hello, can I get a name? I mean, sorry, not name. Your age.
Oh, I didn't mean to request.
No, you're good. You have a good
You're
one.
fine.
Damn it! How'd you? Oh, they dropped before I can drop.
Why the fuck is Jake from State Jail still allowed to type in
I
chat?
think that's
I'm so
I
tired
think
of
that's a
it.
friendly who just trolls. I'm
Is
like
it?
90%
There's
sure.
no way.
I'm like 90%
Well,
sure.
we'll see. Come back after the minute and let us know if you're friendly or not, or you're getting permanently muted out of the chat.
Christian, can I get your age, please?
I'm 25.
All right. You have an argument for why being lesbian is wrong?
No, I just if one argument for people who think it's wrong.
Oh, okay.
That
Oh, yeah, we're looking for opposition right now.
Wrong because we can't repopulate. Sorry?
Is that your argument, or you're just saying that's what people use?
No, I'm saying that if we can't repopulate, if everyone is gay, then being infertile is also wrong.
Okay, so you think,
W.
yeah. Like, and I always
We
ask
agree.
them this because, like, okay, so being gay would only be wrong if everyone were gay, but it's not wrong given that everyone's not gay, and they'll always like stumble over that one.
They just like their brain malfunctions.
Huh?
I like to say, if the world were all men, there would be no children.
Yeah, so therefore it's wrong to be a
that
man.
That means, yeah.
And then more on the
Men are
like the philosophical thing. Like they get this argument, so I don't know why they do this. They get this argument from Kantian like a maxim, Kant's maxims of like his theory of ethics. And it's basically how it goes is you take an action and you take a reason for that action, and then you maximize that to everybody. If everybody did the same action for the same reason, could you imagine that being possible? Right now, if like you ask why lesbians get in a relationship with each other, well, it's just because they want to be they want to be in love, they want to share life experiences, all that stuff. So if everybody got in a relationship for that reason, they would still be able to do that. There's no contradiction there, right? But these people want to say, well, if everybody got in a relationship, and then they want to add like some other condition that is not the reason why lesbians get in a relationship. They don't get in a relationship to reproduce with each other, right? So they're just misunderstanding like basic ethics. They're just coming up with shit.
Did you watch the Candace Owens versus 20 Feminists?
Yes.
Yeah, I only saw one clip out of that.
WAG.
Holy shit, thank you
WAG.
so much, AG. Thank you for the backing up, monkey. Appreciate you.
There was a lot of statements that she was making that I think like had undertones of certain ideas that she would actually be against.
Mm-hmm.
Like she kept talking about how the sexual liberation has harmed women, and then I felt like her argument was surrounded that women use access to their bodies to obtain a husband so that they can have access to resources.
Mm-hmm.
And I feel like her saying that's how it ought to be is like promoting sex work, because she is acknowledging our body as currency.
What was that one girl? Was it Zima? Is that her name?
She cleared her. She was like, wait, so
Yeah.
you think women's value
She's like-
come from men? I was like, holy shit.
Yeah.
She was like,
Men determine women value.
Yeah.
She couldn't
There was one
stay on
girl-
script.
There was one girl who kept saying like, you need to show the cause, you need to show the cause, and then she like got fucking voted out, and I'm like, Fucking hate that shit. Like, she had her.
Mm-hmm.
Like, she's just doing correlation equals causation, and that
Very
girl
much that.
and they fucking voted her out. I'm like, you assholes.
Yeah. Would you ever go on Jubilee, Kenzie?
I don't like the format, but to debate feminism, sure. Like, everyone did so well. Like, all the arguments are actually really good.
Mm-hmm. I really liked Adam too. I think he did very well. Carbon on
Hello.
Jubilee, the way I would instantly be the first viewer.
Hello, new guest. Can I get your age, please?
Hi.
How old are you?
How old are you? Damn, that was late. How old are you?
28. I've said it like
Oh,
10
sorry.
times
It's hard to
in
hear
my
you
life,
because
right?
the thing.
The thing went off. And
All right.
and
Why do you think being lesbian is wrong?
No, I absolutely don't think it's wrong. I just wanted to say something. People always talk about all the time. There wouldn't be reproduction or repopulation if everyone was gay, and I'm like, yes, there can, and yes, there will. I mean,
Right.
why are people so
Humans are
clueless?
smart.
What do they mean by because everyone is gay, then there won't be reproduction? That's absolutely nonsensical.
They're like,
That's all I want to say.
what did they say?
But
There's
the
two
only way to get
islands.
pregnant is to fucking yeah.
Like, if there was a male island and a female island, would there be any reproduction? I'm like, bitch, have you heard of boats? Like,
I mean, have you?
oh, shh.
Okay.
Listen, I'm sorry. I'm looking for opposition right now. Perrier, are you opposition? Let me know.
AG, why do you think being a lesbian is wrong?
Yeah, tell us.
Yeah.
Lesbianism is a sin. Y'all going to hell.
Y'all going straight to hell.
I mean,
And
if the
Lord said
lesbians
so.
are there, I want to be there.
Absolutely.
Yeah, actually, I prefer the island.
Yeah.
Opposition. Okay, this guy says he's opposition, so I guess we'll.
Oh, this dude's horrible. Have fun, Carbon.
The same fucking
He
bro,
was-
dude.
Yeah, that's
Dude, he was up here 2 seconds ago.
No, like he
outta here.
joined right when I clicked the join guy for the other guy. Like he immediately
Oh,
requested. Yeah, Perrier, what's your argument?
That's my chance. The last topic.
Yeah, the
What,
breastfeeding one.
breastfeeding?
Yeah, I missed. Did I miss that one?
Oh, I mean,
Yes,
we
you
can
did.
still
You
talk.
did.
Are you opposition?
Slightly, a little bit.
All right, what's your take?
Why?
I think that babies should be okay to eat wherever they want to eat, but I do think that there is a place for them. Like I like if you just pop your titty out in like a bus, like I think it, like like it's kind of.
Why is that wrong though? What's the like? Why is that wrong?
Are you gonna get mad?
You said
for people
wait. I'm
looking
just
at you?
like you said they should be able to eat anywhere, but then you're saying
No.
they shouldn't be able
no,
to
no.
eat anywhere. Okay.
No. I said that, and I said that I think the baby should be able to eat, but I think that.
I would get annoyed for like men staring at my chest. Yes.
Which is what I think is
Do
going
you
to happen.
think-
And I think
I'm
that men are
sorry.
going to be
Did you
weirdos.
come up here to tell me that men are pigs?
Yeah,
I mean,
we
yeah,
been knew this.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah, like
Well,
dudes are
wait,
gonna-
wait. So instead of like, putting this responsibility on women to cover up, an organ that is quite literally made to feed children, maybe men just shouldn't sexualize
To be
the
fair,
breasts.
boobs and ass are also sexual organs.
No, they're not. Boobs are not sexual organs. Boobs are secondary.
Yes, they are.
No, they're not. Per NIH,
Can I
no,
ask you
they're
a
not.
question? Can I
No,
ask you a
no,
question?
let me.
Boy?
Wait.
Help make babies.
There we go.
Wait, yeah. I want to preface, they are not sex organs. They are secondary sex characteristics, right? Sexual organs are used in the act of reproduction, right? And to harbor reproduction. Breasts do not do that. You can have a double mastectomy and still get pregnant. They're secondary sex characteristics, not sex organs, per the NIH.
Just because they're sexualized does not make them sexual organs. There's a difference between sexualization
and sexual organs.
Okay, so it's like how what's the word I'm looking for? Like they are they're an attractor to the other
Yes,
sex. So
yes, men
Yeah,
sexualize.
wait. Oh, wait. This doesn't really follow, right? Because lesbians are also attracted to women, right? They're
Right,
also attracted to
but
breasts.
lesbians.
Please stop cutting me off when I
I
speak. Thank
apologize.
you.
I apologize.
Lesbians are also attracted to breasts on women, right? But however, they can differentiate when a woman is feeding her baby versus whenever an intimate act is occurring, right? They don't always sexualize breasts like men do.
Right. I just had this
So,
conversation with another woman the other day because my daughter, who is nursing, will twiddle my other nipple while she's on one nipple. And it's a biological process that babies do to prepare the next boob so they can switch right over and not have to work hard to have another letdown happen, because that's a lot of work. And she was trying to say that she can't handle when her child would do that because she enjoys when her husband did that. And I was, whoa, why are you not able to differentiate the two? Because your husband touching you in the bedroom should be incredibly different than you or your child doing a biological action of encouraging a letdown to happen. You know,
that's
it's that concept
insane.
of being able to separate the two. Boobs alone, oh my gosh, oh yeah, give me some yitties. A baby's on one, look, they're bonding. That baby's getting good food. That poor mother is getting punched in the face and her hair pulled. Like that poor woman. Like we should be able to, like with healthy brains at least, see the difference.
So I hear you though, right? And like I'm not saying that you're wrong at all. Like I do agree that men should be able to separate a baby feeding versus me seeing these titties just out just randomly, right? Like
We're not talking about just titties out. We're talking about a woman feeding her child in public.
so once again, that's literally what I just said. I think that a man should be able to differentiate between those two.
Okay, sorry, I misunderstood.
Yeah, so I'm saying that I agree with you, right? The problem is that some men, so not even some men, just some people can't, because some women also can't as
Wait,
well.
so does that mean that the responsibility is on the woman because somebody
No, it's
sexualizes
not.
her?
No, it's not. No, it's
Okay, then, so why
it's
should
not the
she?
woman feeding her.
Why do you
It's
keep I'm trying to ask you a question, right? Okay, so why should a woman either cover up or not breastfeed in public because someone else is sexualizing her if the responsibility is not on her? Really, Carmen? That's crazy.
I sent that to AG because AG always comes in here and like
the
blows up
reason
my
why I
gifts.
think.
Okay, yeah.
So like, I don't think that
My
it's
gifts
on
don't
the
do
woman to
anything.
do that, right? But I do think that we just have to understand the environments that we're in.
No, we don't. I understand one thing and one thing only when I am nursing is that my child has a need to feed. I have tatas on my chest made to feed child at the perfect temperature to meet every single need that child needs in that moment. Because I don't know if you know this about breast milk, but breast milk and baby saliva talk to each other and tell the saliva in the baby's mouth tells the breast milk exactly what they need in that moment every single time.
I agree
Like
with
that
you.
is the only scenario, that is the only thing that matters when a woman is feeding.
I disagree with you that men don't have the ability to control themselves.
Me too.
I never
Thank you,
also
Carmen.
said that. I also never said that.
You did. You said there are going to be some men who can't control themselves. Or
No, there are going to be some men because some men are weirdos, but also some women are weirdos.
But that's because of the fact that they've been conditioned to believe that this is okay. We start young telling boys that they can do this, that it's okay to behave like this.
Did you not also hear me say also some women are weirdos too?
Yeah, that's
sure. Again, this
I
is
think
societal conditions.
I think you're just like speculating. I don't think you actually know.
Yeah.
No, some people are
The
just
thing about
weirdos.
that
That's
though
not
is
just men.
we can fix this really easy by teaching young children that the
somebody
human
call me a
body.
weirdo? Wait, wait,
you're a
somebody-
fucking weirdo.
Excuse
I called
you.
you a fucking weirdo.
We can fix this really fucking easy by teaching children that the human body is not sexual until it is being sexual. It is the quickest, fastest way. So you start teaching children that we view a human body as just that. It is just a flesh bag, and that's it. And it has a purpose. And then when it's being sexual, that's when it's sexual. As long as it's a consensual situation. Stop looking at the human body as sexual just because it can be sexual.
So number one, I just want to ask, who muted me 3 times?
I did because you
keep interrupting, Perry. Or hold on, let me see. Yeah, Pierre, whatever.
Get muted, or can I just speak to people, or no?
If you don't interrupt, yes.
I didn't interrupt nobody. I just got muted because I asked you.
Oh, bro, just stop whining. It's so annoying. What else?
Stop whining. You keep on muting me, bro.
I'm not doing shit. Just
muting
fucking
you.
admit it. Quit whining.
Don't interrupt me while I was speaking. You did 3
Yeah.
times. That's why I muted you.
The thing is, right, like you said that like some men are weirdos, right? Yeah, that's because they view the feminine body as a commodity and as an object, right? This is socialized because we can see in other cultures, there are some cultures where their women walk around shirtless and they don't view breasts as like anything intimate. This is very much a cultural issue, not a biological issue.
Yeah. It's just been ingrained in our society that this is okay. And that's it needs to stop, because me feeding my child is not a sexual act. And I should be able to do it with my shirt completely off and it not be a thing. My tit can be completely out or partially covered or however I want to. And guess what? I'm going to do it however I please, wherever I please.
That is so fucking pretty. Oh my god.
Thank
WAG.
That was so pretty. I
Do you
appreciate
think that it makes the most sense to like normalize the practice in order to destigmatize it?
Yeah. This means sitting with people.
Thank you, AG. I appreciate
This is why I don't leave the room when I'm
Here, are you there?
Let me know when I can speak. I don't want to
Asking
get
you a
muted.
question. Do you,
Was that directed to me? Because I don't want to get muted again.
yes,
So.
that was directed to you. Do you think that
Yes,
that's
no.
correct? Go ahead.
Go ahead. I'm sorry. Go ahead. I'm
Do
sorry.
you know the question?
Do you think that we should like desensitize or something? Yes, I think that that's the best way to go. I think that
That wasn't the
fact
question.
that okay, I apologize. Can you repeat the question then? I apologize.
Do you think that we should just maintain the practice to normalize it and destigmatize it?
Which is what I just said. But yes, I do agree. Yes.
Then what are you up here arguing?
Bye-bye, Pierre.
New guest, what's your age?
I'm 30, man.
What's your take?
Take on your picture right there.
Either the breastfeeding one or the lesbian one. I guess I don't know which one you're
So the
going for.
breastfeeding one, I mean, so in a sense, yes. Does the mother need to nurture her child and everything? Yes. I think the only reason that when boobs become public, we are under the understanding that when you have a consensual situation at home, in your bed, in the bedroom, it's hard for a man not to want to stare at something that's so beautiful. So when someone
You're
gets very
fucking disgusting, bro.
You're a creep,
There's a
especially with
fucking
what you said
baby
to me in
attached
chat.
to it.
Yeah,
What the
especially with
so
your
you-
comment.
Okay, so can I speak, please, or no?
No, because what you said was fucking disgusting. You see a child
Okay,
latched onto
you've
a
had the
breast.
floor
Shut the
for a
fuck
long
up. Yeah,
time.
because I'm a co-host. Get over it. Anyway.
Wow, I knew women.
You see a baby attached to a breast, and you're like, "Oh my god, that's a beautiful sexual situation." Are you dead ass
Also,
right
your
now?
comment to me was really weird too in chat, where you were
Not
saying
the-
you're
not
gonna
the-
look if I'm breastfeeding. Guess what you're gonna be seeing? My husband's fist coming to your face.
Your husband's short, but that's fine.
Actually, how do you know?
I've seen pictures of him on your Facebook, but no,
My
and-
Facebook.
Oh,
the
wait,
lesbian thing,
wait. I don't
That's
know
a
what this
stalker.
has to do with. I just
the
don't know.
lesbian thing, I think it's bad
Wait,
because they're
No,
taking
you're
the
not
sexy
gonna run
ladies
away
for
from
me.
that, there, bud.
I wanna like. I don't even know your position. Do you think that breastfeeding should not be done in public?
You just made a really gross
Wait,
sexual
I
comment about
want to
lesbians.
know.
So.
I want to know, stalker. What's my name?
Oh,
What's my name, stalker?
where
If
can
you
they
see my
go?
Facebook.
Kenzie likes to do Irish goodbye. She just leaves.
Oh, bye, Kenzie.
She was in the middle of speaking though. That seemed intentional.
Yeah.
Gatsina, how old are you?
Whoa. Are we in a grill?
Okay.
Whoa.
We're in the bathtub apparently.
I felt like it's kind of sounded like a grill.
Mm.
You know, like that sound like when you're like scraping the grill.
You guys ever get people that are in the bathtub?
Yes.
Just me.
Oh, we've got them all.
I often guess from the bathtub.
I can't say I remember the bathtub like anytime that I've been up here, but one that I do remember was around Easter. Somebody joined the guest request and got in the box, and they came up and immediately put a pew pew in their mouth.
Oh God!
And
I remember
I'm
that
still
one.
traumatized from that.
That's
I
horrific.
remember it vividly. Like like when I tell you it actually traumatized me, it did, because like my gut sank. I was like, oh, please don't. I don't want to see this.
That's horrific.
I'm so
That's
glad I was
bad.
not here that night.
Yeah, it was on Easter. It was fucking horrible.
Yeah,
I
that's horrible.
screamed. I was like, Marvin, get him the fuck off the panel.
Yeah, I was not. I was looking like at the chat, and then I didn't notice that his camera was on. I was like, oh shit.
And Carbon looked at me like I was crazy. I was like, bro, look at the fucking screen.
Yeah. All right, if you do want to debate, go ahead and hop on the guest request. Give me your best shitty argument for why being lesbian is wrong. I would like to hear it in the pejorative sense. Thank you so much. Everybody else, keep tapping that screen. Thank you so much for hitting 100K. Give the panel. The panel's awesome. Yeah, let's keep it going for tonight. I got a couple more debates in me.
Grandmaster, are you still here? You haven't typed in the chat that I've noticed.
Where's my Star Wars lo-fi? Why does it keep turning off?
So how have you been, AG?
I've been good. I just finished Love Island.
Ooh. I don't watch TV at this point.
You said Love Island. My brain heard the first time the violence.
I
don't
yeah.
watch it. I never watch it, but I just woke up and it was on, so I just kept watching it, and then I finished it.
Like everybody's
There,
watching
you're
it.
a
It was
fucking
originally
weirdo.
a UK store or a UK show, right?
Thing.
Yeah, and it was good in the UK. The USA one's weird.
Talk about weird fucking UK shows. I think it was in the UK. It's called Playing It Straight. They haven't done any new seasons, I don't think, in a bit. But basically, the premise is it's like a dating show. However, some of the contestants are gay and some of them are straight, and they have to convince this woman that they're straight. And if the gay man goes to the end, she doesn't win any money. But if she picks the straight guy, she wins money.
Bro,
That's diabolical.
I was about to grab my piece on. I gotta clean my fucking glasses. I was about to grab my piece on stream because, like, when I turned my head, it looked, because I'm home alone right now, it looked like somebody was walking across because my this like smudge on my glasses. I was like, holy fuck.
Bro,
I was about to grab.
grabbed his piece. That's insane. Can you imagine?
Oh my
Hey, Carbon.
god, I was like, holy, I gotta clean my glasses.
Hey, Carbon, can I grab your
Oh
piece?
my god.
So I was thinking about this earlier while there was an op-up. My brain was kind of
You
dripping
were
out. I've
thinking
never
about
seen
Carbon's
Carbon's
piece
hair.
earlier?
That too, but no, I was thinking about the fact that I've never seen Carbon's hair. I've never seen this man without a hat. And
I
was like, is
posted
he
on,
bald?
you gotta go to Instagram for that.
Why would I follow you on Instagram?
Oh, that's
so
crazy.
weird.
Yeah, I don't go on Instagram. Show us your piece. No, you're trying to get me banned.
What is it anyway? I'm curious. Can you talk about
I
it?
mean,
I'm not
there's
saying.
other
I'm
places you
not
can
saying it.
send that
I'm
to
not
me,
gonna
you
say
know?
it on here.
Damn.
Look down. Oh, yeah, you crazy, Marcus. All right. If you
I
want to
don't think
debate,
they
go ahead and
mean
hop
your-
on the guest
I think your
request.
piece in your pants.
Oh, that's crazy. If you want to debate, go and hop on the guest request. We'd love to talk to you. Thank you so much. Appreciate you. Keep tapping that screen. I don't know what should be the next goal. 125? Yeah, let's do 125. Right now we're at 108. Keep tapping. Don't tap the lesbians, otherwise you're homophobic. Yeah, let's keep going. Share.
Wait, what?
Yeah, you're homophobic.
I
You
feel
try
like-
to tap them lesbians. Stop interrupting their.
I feel
Thank you.
like tapping lesbians is like the opposite of homophobic. That's like
Yeah, you're
hell
trying to
yeah.
interrupt their wedding.
Depending
Their
on
wedding.
which
It's just
tribe.
like stop.
Nah. I'm a tap a lesbian. You know?
Is Chuck on your long? I don't think he is. I invited Chuck. Come on, Chuck.
What? Don't invite this fucking egghead up here again, dude.
I'm down to talk to the egghead.
Come on, Chuck.
Bro, you're bald and a bigot. Pick a struggle.
Chuck, hit that accept button.
You know who's now bald? Hector.
Marvin?
No, Hector.
Oh, I know. He made me get in. I sent him 10 cents just to send a petty message. It said for bald-headed Hector Misandry. And he made me get in the box and read out my note. He was so mad.
Hey, Chuck.
What, Baldy?
What's up, Baldy?
How you doing, Chuck? How old are you?
I'm fine. Old enough to know better and do it again.
Okay, cool. Can you give me your best argument for why you think being lesbian is wrong?
I don't think it's wrong.
Okay.
Okay, Humpty Dumpty, why did you accept the request?
Also, why did you fall off the wall?
And then you all started being insulting.
Yes, because you're a bigot.
Typical
You're a
Democrat.
bigot. Wait, what's
worse
happy?
than any
What
MAGA.
is happy cisgender month? What is that? Is that's what you
Happy
said in the
cis
comments?
month.
Yeah, you said that in the
That's
comments. What does
right.
that mean?
That's just all year.
What do you mean?
What does
Don't
that
you
mean?
notice?
No, I don't know. Can you explain it, Baldy?
Okay, funny looking.
Yeah, you're right.
Yeah, I know.
Okay.
So what does it mean?
You're a Democrat. You're worse than any MAGA, that's for sure.
Oh wait, you support
MAGA?
Trump? Oh, that's crazy.
Yeah.
You do? You support Trump?
You don't even go here.
You're in fucking Canada. You support Trump?
You're fucking Canadian. Be so serious.
I'm not for Trump either. I'm just saying, my opinion, Democrats are worse than any MAGA.
Give the argument for that. What's the argument?
Can you get some
Well,
eggs
you
in the
guys
chat?
believe in unalive children that aren't even born.
Oh, you want to
No,
talk
we
about
don't.
abortion? Let's talk about abortion.
Wait. So which one of us out of AG, out of Void, Nanners, and me, which one of us believe that after a child is born, after 9 months, we can unalive them? Which one of us? Point us out. Let's go.
No, I said unborn children, if you heard me.
Okay.
Oh,
yeah, you wanna
wait.
talk
So
about
like a
abortion?
blastocyst at like 1 week?
No,
That's what
but
you're.
you believe.
So
in
is it? Wait, just to be
protecting
clear, Chuck,
the
is it
lives of
wrong?
other children,
Is
but
it
you don't
wrong?
believe
Is
in
it wrong?
protecting
Is it wrong? Is it wrong to unalive a 1 week blastocyst 1 week after conception? That's the question on the table, Chuck. Okay, if you can go ahead and give a response to that. You're muted right now, by the way.
Come on, Eggy, you can figure it out.
Charles.
Send him an unmute request. Why does he take so long?
Because he's Peapod, okay?
Oh
He's
yeah,
eating
yes.
his Jello.
Think about it for a minute.
He's got to
He's
ask.
He's rubbing his bald head
and
like
I
a
wasn't
crystal
doing it.
ball, looking for
Yeah.
the
So,
answer.
what's the argument? Like, why is it wrong to unalive a 1 week blastocyst 1 week after conception? Go ahead.
It's a child.
It's not a child by definition.
It's the start of a process of a child.
No.
So is coming inside of someone, is that also the start of a process of creating a child?
Yeah.
Is
Obviously.
it wrong to wear a condom?
No, it's not wrong.
We got a
You're
contradiction, don't we?
interfering. You're interfering with the process of a person
Yeah, you
becoming
could
a
create a
person. So
person.
why is it not wrong?
Yeah, you could create a person and you're failing to do so. You're intentionally blocking the process that creates
You
a
don't
child.
want to have it. Kid, don't have sex.
Okay, so do you make the grape exception?
Oh, grape, or if two people are gonna unalive, then yeah, sure.
Okay, cool.
Question, Chuck. For my specific situation, I'm a mother. I almost unalived with both of my children, and I was told after my last child, because I did have a crash C-section, if I were to get pregnant again, it would unalive me if I continued the pregnancy full term. For my situation, do I just stop having sex with my husband?
No, get fixed. Either one of you.
I can't afford that.
Either one of you.
I can't afford that, Chuck. I'm so sorry. I live in America and Trump's economy. I can't afford to go have that done because we're barely making it as is.
Well, then you can't afford to have sex.
Do you think sex is free? First of all,
yeah.
No, it's not, because it comes with children.
No, it doesn't. Not every time. No. Do you know the percentage chance of like each time you have sex, like what the percentage of getting pregnant, the chance of getting pregnant? Sorry.
100% for me.
No, it's fucking 20% because women are only fertile about like 1 to 2 days out of
I've had a
it.
kid.
Shut the fuck up. Anyway,
No, you shut the fuck up.
no, listen here, Baldi's Basics. Shut the fuck up while I'm speaking. Anyway, yeah. So women are only fertile 1 to 2 days out of the entire month, right? Now you, Chuck, with your poor unfortunate soul of a wife, when you impregnated her, right? You were probably consistently trying to have a baby, right?
Nope,
So-
not at all. First time,
Okay, so how many-
bam.
I doubt that.
Once
He was
got
probably
that.
cheating on you on the side.
Get a paternity test. Anyway,
Yeah.
yeah. So
I
why
would.
does a fetus prior to 20 weeks deserve moral consideration? Also, thank you, Olivia.
What color is the baby? Is wild work, Jamal.
Somebody said, do your kids have hair that ain't yours?
Chuck, does he not know how to unmute?
He
Hey,
did a
hey,
second
Pappy.
ago.
Pappy, it's down there by the comment
Come on,
box.
Papa.
It's a little microphone.
You got this, Papa. I believe
It kind
in
of looks like Carbon's microphone if you need a visual of what a microphone looks like, because I know you're not from this decade. It's right there. Yeah, just like that. It looks just like that almost. Right there down by the comment section. You know how to comment. So just click that and you can unmute yourself, Peepaw. Bitch, why are you in the comments?
commenting.
It's
I'm
right
so
there.
damn frustrated.
It's right next to the fucking comment box. It says MIC, just in case you can't spell, because you're probably illiterate as well. It's right there.
There's a little slash through it, so you gotta undo the slash.
Yeah, when you're muted, it has that slash.
Damn,
Brilliant. Thank you for the $5 super chat. Appreciate you 100%, Chuck. So you have only done it once then? Oh. This guy.
I think it's wild that I should just know.
Wait, are you admitting that you've only had sex like 1 to 4 times in your entire life? I mean, it would be believable, but that's kind of sad.
Yeah, but Chuck, as a woman, isn't it my job to like please my husband? Shouldn't I be having sex with him still, even though I can't have babies?
He wants everybody to wear a chastity belt.
Okay, finally, people, finally.
6 years later, I grew a damn beard.
Why does
Even
it,
if
why,
you can't have
wait,
babies,
shut the fuck
yeah,
up,
why
shut the
not?
fuck up. No, I asked you a question and you never answered it. Why does a fetus prior to 20 weeks deserve moral consideration?
Sorry?
Why? Okay, I'll speak slower for you, people. Turn your hearing up for this one, okay? Okay, so why does a fetus prior to 20 weeks gestation worthy of moral consideration?
100%. One day, they're going to be a child.
You
Oh,
stupid
they're going to
fuck.
be. So they're not a child.
Okay,
You're the stupid
why
fuck.
are... No, you didn't even answer my question. I said
Ignorant.
why. Prior to 20 weeks, why does a fetus... Why are they worthy of moral consideration?
Because they're a child.
They're... Okay, define child.
Fine child.
Yes.
If you don't know that, then there's a problem.
My child is sleeping next to me. That's a child. I'm talking about a fetus.
So if
You
I were to
claim
say,
a fetus
Chuck,
is a
that I
child.
so if I
It's still
so
a
if I say Chuck,
from you.
if I say Chuck that I have roughly 10 million children right now in my house, right? Would that be true or false, generally speaking, given that I'm male and I have male reproductive system?
No, false, because you couldn't do that.
It'd be false.
Yeah.
But like if
Well,
I
he's carrying sperm,
yeah, like it seems to
which
be
is potential human life.
yeah, like they have the potential for production, right? Do they not? Reproduction.
Of course.
Hey, Carbon.
And that was the motivating factor for you telling somebody that something is a child is that it's it's in the developmental process. And I mean, I only see one use for sperm. Well,
So
in
so
your
Carbon has
worldview.
10 million kids.
I didn't understand because you both were talking.
Okay, well, we're gonna get on to the next one, okay, buddy? New guest, can I get your age,
Bye,
please?
Baldy.
Enjoy your Jello, King.
All right, what's your argument today?
It's just not the right thing to do. Like, it's not normal.
Yeah, so okay, so being lesbian is wrong because it's not right. How's that gonna be convincing to anyone?
Because it's a man and woman to produce. We need to keep the world going.
So you think a lesbian woman, what do you think a lesbian woman is?
Two people looking at each other, two women, and then
They're
they get
attracted to each
married.
other, they get married. Okay, all right, just making sure you understand. Okay, so do you think,
I wouldn't call that marriage.
what is a marriage? But that's just semantics. So like, if you say that, would you say that a lesbian is obligated to be with a man, even if she's not attracted to him?
In my opinion, yes.
Okay, so your
Because then she can
reproduce.
have kids. Then yeah.
Okay, so your position commits you to saying that a lesbian is morally obligated to be raped and impregnated by men.
Yo, now you put that in my mouth.
Well, no.
She doesn't
Because
consent to being with the
logically,
man,
yeah,
correct?
it logically follows that she's not attracted to men. Therefore, to reproduce with a man, she would have to engage in intercourse, and obviously, it wouldn't be consensual because she's not attracted to him.
What the host just said rape. I didn't say that.
Yeah,
What?
Yeah.
yeah.
What do you
If
think?
you're not
Okay,
attracted
let's just
to
go through the
somebody
premises,
and you
right?
don't want to have sex with them.
Yeah, like, does a lesbian consent to doing this with a man? Well, let me ask you. Okay, so you and a lesbian have the same attraction generally to women, right?
Yes.
Okay, so would you, if in order for you to reproduce as a man, would you allow another man to blow your back out, Mario?
Oh, come on, man. Two men.
Answer
can't do
no.
that.
Answer the question. If that was the only way that you can reproduce, Mario, and another man has to bend your back over while it's arched, and that's the only way that you can have a kid, would you do it?
Based on answer.
Would I do it?
Yeah, would
Yeah,
you do it?
it's the only way you can reproduce.
Is that gonna keep society going?
Yeah.
It's gonna keep society going. Yeah.
That's a crazy hypothetical, but yes. in that
You
case,
would. Would you
I-
like
Oh
it?
my
Wait,
God.
hold on. Next question. Would you like it?
I wouldn't like it. No.
Okay. Would that be
like it.
so?
Just-
You don't like having sex with somebody? That's great, correct?
That one, no, I can't. It's if you force.
Yeah.
It's not if
Okay.
you don't like it, 'cause
So
sometimes you might-
how is what
No,
how is the hypothetical that I gave you any different than what you're prescribing for lesbians?
Because they don't have to. You said if
Wait.
they don't like it, they don't have to like it.
No, so
Okay.
no, hold on.
Go ahead,
So
Ed.
you're missing the huge point, right? So you're again what Carbon said is that you're essentially saying to keep human society going, we must commit rape. Is a lesbian attracted to a man?
Then no. They like women. They like women.
Right. Is she gonna consent to having sex with a man?
But the host, I told the host, I didn't say consent. I said we should.
And you
do
don't
it.
care about consent.
I said we should do it.
What do you?
but
Wait,
then I-
Sorry,
what do you
the
think?
moral
Okay, when you say
obligation
do it, do it.
to have
What?
kids, does that require consent?
Does it require consent?
Yes.
Yeah. So if
Yes.
two people need to reproduce, both people need to have consent to each other, correct?
For it to that one is a tricky one.
Hold on. How
Okay,
is that
do
a
you
tricky
wait?
question?
Do you need consent to engage in sex?
Do I need consent?
Yes, both parties. Do they need to consent to engage in sexual intercourse?
Yes.
Okay.
Okay, so
do you
if
think
a-
a lesbian would consent to a man?
That's no. She wouldn't consent, but that's my point. I said it's wrong for her to not, for her to be with a woman. I said
Okay, that's not what we're talking about. We're talking about like reproduction, right?
Yeah.
So you think that women should be like lesbian women should be forced to be with men that they don't consent to, correct?
Yes.
Okay,
Because
so
what's
you
the
just
point?
justified rape, you stupid fuck.
No, I didn't. I said what's the point?
Yes, you did.
If they're
Okay,
not-
wait.
Listen, all right. So if you're
wait.
saying that what's making the wrong maker here, right, for two women to be with each other is that she's
Yeah.
choosing to be with somebody that she knowingly cannot reproduce with, right? And you're saying that she can only do that with a man. So okay, so she goes to a man, right? And she doesn't consent to doing that with the man, right? Just like you wouldn't consent to doing that with the man, right? So the only way that she would be able to reproduce with this person that she's now married to is for him to rape her. Do we agree?
You guys are putting it in a severe way, though. You guys
I
are
just
putting
need a
it-
yes. Hold on, wait. I need a yes or no out of that.
Yes.
Okay, so do you think that she is relieved of this moral obligation to reproduce with the man if in order to meet it, she has to be raped?
She would no. I think she would have to do it because we have different parts. That's the only way we
Wait,
can
wait,
do
wait,
it.
okay, wait.
You can't do it
Okay.
with 2 people, man. It's
Wait,
not as
wait,
much.
wait. Say we have your way, right? Okay. So in your worldview, do you think lesbians should be forced to marry men and sleep with men they do not consent to having sex with?
They don't see the way you guys are doing. You guys are twisting hypotheticals. You guys are
No.
not.
Answer my question, please. Do you think lesbians should be forced to have sex with men that they do not consent to?
They shouldn't be forced, but they should be told to do it. Because
Okay, hold on. You're okay. Rock Clacker, I'm gonna make this super simple for you. You think that lesbians, for reproductive purposes, should be with a man and have sexual relationships with a man to keep society going? Yes or no?
It's the best
keep it flourishing, thank you, yes.
anti-homophobic argument, by the
Okay,
way.
cool. So that, and can a lesbian consent in a relationship with a man?
Usually they don't, but there are some that might just do it.
She wouldn't be a lesbian by definition. So would can a lesbian consent with a man? She's not attracted to him, it wouldn't be enthusiastic, it wouldn't be freely, it wouldn't freely given, give you the fries model.
But then
You
she
probably know what
wouldn't-
that is though,
but-
considering your consent's out the window.
You said she wouldn't be lesbian if I said yes, though.
Correct. A lesbian wouldn't have sex with a man.
But there are trans women.
That's she's a woman.
That's so fucking off, bro.
She's a
Answer
woman.
what AG is saying.
Yeah,
Engage
no,
with what
no.
AG is saying.
No.
So bro, it's super simple. So she wouldn't consent to having sex with a man, right?
No.
Okay. So if she wouldn't consent, then what would it be called?
If she didn't consent, it would be SA.
Having
Right, it
sex
would
and
be
not
SA,
consenting would be
right?
what?
Mm-hmm.
He said
Okay,
it-
so now you understand, right? So
but that isn't
so for your worldview to continue, it would just be lesbians getting raped all throughout society. And then what is the moral difference between a lesbian and just straight up woman at that point? Why do you
Right,
draw
that's what I
the line? Why do you draw the line at like you don't draw the line, or you draw the line at, like straight women, but for lesbians, fuck them, like they can get raped.
No, because you guys are not getting my actual point, though. You guys are not letting me talk. Let me explain.
Please.
My point was that if they do not do this, like you have to look at the background right now. That's 2 women. That doesn't look real. There's
Okay.
2 women
So
kissing.
Mario.
So
Okay. This is the argument, okay? If you think the wrong maker of 2 women being together, right, is because she's choosing to be with somebody that she does not procreate with, right? If that's the wrong maker, right, because she's obligated to be with a man, right? Then I asked you a very simple question. Does that obligation require consent? Your answer is not clear there, but let's say your answer is yes, that it does require consent.
Yeah.
Right? So if it's yes, that it does require consent, and if it's not true that the lesbian consents, that means she does not have the obligation to reproduce with men. Therefore, it follows from that, just logically, that she's not doing anything wrong with the woman because she's not foregoing anything wrong. And she's not foregoing anything that she's obligated to.
But okay, how did she come then? How did she come into the world?
How did she?
What does that have to do with fucking anything? Parents.
Listen,
Anyway.
like if she came in through the world, let's say she came in through the world via grape. Therefore, grape is morally permissible.
No, I'm saying how did she come? Like it was between a man and a woman. That's my
And
point.
how would that follow?
Thank you, Kaiser.
Because
We're
that's
not
how
we're not
everybody-
infertile. This is like the dumbest point you make.
Like-
We're not infertile.
You
In
are.
fact, me and my girlfriend can get pregnant the exact
Did
same
you
time.
just say that
That's-
AG was infertile?
I said they cannot. She cannot have with a girl. I didn't say infertile.
Yeah, we're well aware of that. Same with infertile
Obviously.
couples. They need
Exactly.
assisted means, right? So, like, I would just need an assisted means. Me and my girlfriend get pregnant the exact same time. You and your girlfriend, you can't. You can only have one child.
Ours
if you
is
want
the real
what's best
one.
for society,
Inferior,
best for
Mario.
society
The
would be
real
2
one?
lesbians with uterus.
Ours is the real one, AG.
It's
But you,
It's not a
AG
robot.
Fake babies?
fake?
No,
It's
but
not
you
a
didn't
robot
have it.
child. I give birth to it. Are you fucking stupid?
It's still a child, regardless.
We
of
lay
how it was
down, but
created.
we lay
Hold
down.
on. So if I use artificial insemination, which is just a seed, right? I could take a seed, and then just use fingers or a fucking turkey baster. It doesn't matter. All I need is a seed, my uterus, and I'm gonna have a child. It's not a robot child.
It's scientific though. I'm talking about an actual child.
When you say
An
actual
actual
child, define an actual child.
Wait, what? Okay.
Wait, hold on.
okay,
Wait. Let me just. Okay, let's say 2 lesbians via IVF. They are pregnant. Is it? Are you pro-life?
Well, 100%, no matter what.
Okay. Would it be wrong for a
So can they
lesbian
kill
couple? Would it be wrong for a lesbian couple to get an abortion?
That's not a
Yes, they should give it up.
Okay, so it is a real child.
Actual child.
So it's a real child, correct? Is it a real child? Yes or
No,
no?
that one's
It's a fake child?
that one isn't
So it's a fake child. So you can abort it?
scientific. It's a scientific one. I'm
Okay,
talking about
and is a scientific child have value?
to me, no, I don't.
Okay, so I have a
Then
child.
you can abort it. You can,
I wouldn't
you
call
can
it
abort
that.
IVF babies, y'all.
Hey, so Mari, really quick. Me and my husband, our last child was made through science. We used a sperm donor because we were having issues. Is my child not real?
You didn't. So you guys didn't do it, right?
Right.
Oh no, we do it often.
That wasn't the question, numbnuts.
But you didn't lay down.
Right. The
We
baby
did.
was not made through sex, correct?
Yeah, lots of
Okay,
people
my
don't
case.
have to have sex to have a child. I know
That's
that
my
you.
case.
I know that you're. I know that you
We're-
stopped learning in the 3rd grade. But there's something called IVF, surrogacy, artificial insemination. You do not personally have to get pregnant. You can use assisted means in order to get pregnant.
Yeah.
So, like, let's say the man is infertile in a relationship. He then can like ask his wife to go get like artificial insemination, and then she can get pregnant. And it doesn't have to be by him. She doesn't have to have intercourse with anybody to get pregnant. That's not how that shit works.
That's sad.
Nope.
That's sad. I can't believe
No,
you
it's
guys.
sad
Why?
that they're
Why
infertile.
is that
It's not
sad?
Science is
Actually-
great. The fact that they have science to be able to like actually have a child is amazing.
No, ask the host. Even he knows that too. Like you can't.
Bro, no, he doesn't.
We can't
The
wait.
host
Ask
will
me
never
what?
fucking
Wait, hold on.
agree.
Wait, ask me what?
You host, you agree with me, right? Like if
On
you
what?
couldn't do it, if you couldn't like just say for example, you can't have one, right? Like just an example.
Uh-huh.
And then you go to the hospital or wherever, and then you grab someone's thing, the seed or whatever, and you put it in your. That's not a real
Yeah,
one.
that's
You agree?
yeah. Wait, hold on. Let me take this. Okay, when you say it's not a real one, what do you mean?
Like it wasn't like you know how me right now. If I go to call my wife right now, we go to the bed and we do it, and then
You
the
ain't got
next
a
day.
Okay, so
Actually-
I see what you're doing. You're just saying that it wasn't created naturally. The child was not
Yeah.
created Okay, now this is just going to be an appeal to nature fallacy. So what I'm going to need from you, Mario, I'm going to need an argument that if something is natural, it's good. Go ahead, and give that argument. Or if something's unnatural, then it's bad.
Unnatural, for example, would be.
Yeah. So like, let's say, what's the natural
is it
use of
bad?
your legs?
It isn't. Oh, natural use. That's a good one.
Of your
It
legs.
helps us walk.
Okay. Is it wrong? Is it wrong to drive?
Nope. That's
Unnatural though, right?
No, it's not unnatural.
Cars
It-
are
We used to
natural?
No, I said we used to ride.
No, I'm
horses
sorry.
too.
Are
Wait, can you
cars
define natural?
are cars natural or unnatural, Mario?
Cars are not. They're
Right.
made.
They're unnatural. Is it wrong to drive a car knowing that it's unnatural?
Car. It's an object though, so I wouldn't.
I didn't ask that. I asked if they're unnatural.
No, they're unnatural. Yes.
Okay. Is it wrong to drive a car given that they are unnatural?
No.
Okay. So
Wait,
it
really-
doesn't seem to follow, just real quick, it doesn't seem to follow that if something's unnatural, then it's wrong to do. I can just keep listing things off over and over and over again. You using your GPS, that's unnatural. That's like some sort of artificial intelligence telling you where to go. That's unnatural. You should be using your brain for that. So, okay, so we're going to dump the argument that if something's unnatural, then it's wrong. So, why is IVF wrong?
IVF is wrong because you didn't actually go in there, go in your room.
That's
You
still
guys
the
didn't-
naturalistic argument. And
So
we've
you're-
already
why
established that you don't care.
Yeah, so why does having the physical act of sex, why is that relevant to whether IVF is wrong?
Because it's literally like your society to flourish and everything we need.
Okay,
people
wait,
to-
yeah.
No, like,
I wanna
do
go
you
back to that
agree?
last
Hold on.
question.
It's just like, let me do the line of questioning, please. So, like, you agree that, Mario, if you have IVF, somebody who cannot have kids, they're more likely to have kids if they get IVF, right?
If they get IVF, yes.
Okay. So, when you talk about flourishing, you're talking about, like, increasing birth rates, things like that, right?
Yeah, regular humans though. I'm not talking about the
Yeah.
ones that are made.
Regular.
Okay, so I don't know what a regular human is, right? Like, do you think that somebody who is like, I don't know, like a 5-year-old toddler who was born via IVF, do you think that they just have no value?
It's not that they don't have value, but I wouldn't put their value the same as mine or yours. Or someone
Okay,
else.
so they have
Oh.
less, so they're less of a person. Would you say they're like 3/5 of a person?
you're taking it too extreme. I didn't say they're less of a person, but they're not on the same
You said
level.
they're not valuable.
So so how would this less value of a 5-year-old toddler who's born via IVF, how would that be instituted? How would you treat a 5-year-old toddler who is born naturally versus a 5-year-old toddler that's born via IVF? What's the difference in how you would treat them?
Well, are you asking if I had both of them, which one would I treat better?
Yeah,
Sure.
how would you treat them differently?
Oh, that's a good question. For the natural one, I would come home from work. Jimmy, come here. Take him outside, play with him, take him to the dentist appointment, everything. Like, pay a lot of attention to them.
Mm-hmm.
And with the other one, the IVF one, I wouldn't say I would abandon it because that's not good. You can't be like a deadbeat. But I would take care of it, but I wouldn't like pay attention that much. I would be, hey,
fucking Christ.
You're fucking clipped, bitch. I'm posting that. You're clipped. You're cooked.
What do you mean?
Wild work. You
Yeah,
said
bro.
earlier. He said earlier that if it was done in a room, it's natural. What about my oldest child? He was conceived in a field, in a baseball field.
Which
Does
he
not count either?
I like how
I
just
don't know.
admitted to neglecting a child.
Yeah.
Even though
It's
they're
getting
full-grown
fucking
child.
Shit, bro.
Anyway, I wanted to ask him, right, if I wanted to go back to the thing about lesbian being a lesbian is wrong because it isn't reproductive, right? So I was gonna ask him if reproduction is like a necessity or if it's you're morally obligated to do it, right? I was gonna take lesbians out of the entire situation and just say every single woman is now abstinent and refuses to engage with men. Do you think that women should be forcibly raped?
Yeah, that's the one.
Because if not, then society would cease to exist.
Right.
Yeah, you don't even have to throw lesbians, right? So it's like if you put the one I run is you put a man and a woman on an island, and she refuses to or she refuses to have sex with that man. Should that man rape her?
Right.
To control the population. It's an obvious intuitive no. So then you don't care. Intuitively,
About
you don't
the
care. Yeah. So what's the distinction between lesbians and a straight couple? You're just a bigot. That's the difference.
Jesus, how old are you?
Jesus, hello.
I've been 47 for a couple of months now.
Okay. All right. What's your argument for why being lesbian is wrong?
Well, let's get back to the IVF.
Well, just get your argument and it'll naturally flow into that. I promise you. What's the argument for why being lesbian is wrong?
Well, what's problematic about any type of lesbianism or homosexuality is that it's ultimately a genetic dead end, right?
Would you say the same for infertile people?
You're convoluting the difference between a heterosexual relationship.
No, what's the difference between
if somebody was genetically born not being able to reproduce?
Right.
Yeah, so I'm gonna explain it to you, right? The principle is the same, right? Neither of us have a choice, and they say that we can't reproduce. We have to use assisted means to reproduce. Right. So what's the distinction between me and an infertile couple that can't reproduce, but we have to use the exact same assisted means to reproduce?
What? Right. Allow us to use the data from IVF data, right? The highest for a woman under 35 and progressively lower is each subsequent age group is that under 35 success rate are generally over 40%. That is less than 100% of a heterosexual relationship.
What? Wait, I'm sorry.
works
Do you
with
think
people.
What the fuck?
Does he? I'm sorry.
I
Are
don't
you
know how
saying
to
that
answer that question.
heterosexual couples? What?
No,
Did you say it's
the data
100%?
is very clear on this. Let's say your hypothetical is that people who are genetically not predisposed to not have kids, right, that utilize IVF. Am I correct? That's your
No.
argument, right? For
No, there's
lesbian
not just that.
couples.
Yeah,
Am I
there's
right?
adverse insemination. Hold on, we can take this super simple, right? I go to my neighbor's house.
It's not super simple because this is a very complicated issue, so you can't simplify it down. My
Then
point
maybe-
is
then I
that,
think you don't have the tact for the conversation. I think it's super simple.
of course,
So
I do
think-
have a tact for that. You're just hyper
No,
speaking right
you
now
don't
because
have
you're
the tact
in
for
a
the
manic
conversation. If you
episode.
think
So
this isn't simple,
yes,
I think it's very simple. Anyway, so I'm gonna ask my question again. What is the relevant distinction between a lesbian couple using assisted means? We can talk about artificial insemination, right? So that's just like turkey baster. It's what's been around the longest, right? So you use like artificial insemination, okay? A lesbian couple uses artificial insemination, and then a straight couple uses artificial insemination. What is the relevant
Your
distinction
hyperspeech
between the
doesn't
two?
mean anything right now.
You're not answering my question.
The
or because you think
mechanism
I'm
is
talking fast.
IVF. You can hush me all you want. That's fine. The mechanism is IVF. Am I correct or not? IVF is
No,
utilized by
not always. There's like IU,
not only by people who are genetically
IUF, there's all
predisposed.
types of different ways.
Yeah, my
Do not
daughter,
be-
my daughter was
Jesus,
created
stop
through
crashing
IVF.
out.
To not
IVF is not the only option. My daughter was created through IUI, which is intrauterine insemination.
And then
Yeah, so I
IVG
just
is
want
coming.
Yeah, that's fine. You're splitting hairs here. But the
No,
mechanism
Jesus,
for
hold on a second.
fertilization is IVF or IUI or
You're
whatever
not
the
answering my
case may
question,
be.
brother.
You can hush me all you want. That's fine. But what's problematic is that whether you're a hetero or a homosexual relationship, you're utilizing IVF or whatever other mechanism to get a baby. Am I correct or not?
Wait,
Yeah,
re-
what's
really,
wrong with
wait,
that?
wait, wait, wait. Really quick. Did you say IUD was a type of like
He said
Not
artificial
IUD. It's whatever
Okay.
the other, whatever,
Okay.
whatever,
Because IUD is
whatever
IUD is
fantasy you come up with. It's ultimately
They're not fantasies. They're the real
the
things.
real
This is a
fantasy
like
implies
real
it's not
life
like
thing.
Ultimately, it's always IVF, whether you're hetero or homosexual,
That's not
as far as
true.
getting
Artificial
fertilized and
insemination is
having a baby. Am I correct?
No, you're not correct.
You're
IVF
not
is
correct
what's
either.
commonly
It's
talked
always
about right
IVF.
now.
Whether
IVF
it is a whether
Bro, my daughter was
you can
created
hush
with
me on.
IUI. I had a like
I've been blocked by
10-inch
carb.
syringe placed
Your
into my
argu-
uterus and had
your
sperm
arguments,
inserted to create a child on my fertile diet.
your arguments are moron.
Has nothing to do with IVF because my egg was not removed. IVF is a much more intense process where it has an egg removed,
Anecdotal evidence is
inseminated,
garbage.
and
It's
then
all.
placed back inside. Okay, big difference.
It's always IVF, whether
Jesus,
it's
can you control
with a
yourself?
surrogate.
You should take the Jesus name out of your name. You
Do
have no
you think
composure.
surrogacy
always-
is IVF?
It's always IVF. It's
You're
always
a
IVF.
dumbass.
Again,
Yeah, he doesn't know. But okay, so I'm trying to figure out like if you have I don't know why this guy's crashing out. So like let's say we have two lesbians.
I'm not crashing
I don't know why you're
out.
over
Y'all are
talking
just
me. You're
fucking
gonna
trying
pipe
to
down. You're gonna
filibuster
keep your
me right
mouth
now.
shut. Be quiet. Pipe down. So when it comes to two lesbians, let's say they get
Why the
pregnant
fuck
via
would I
I
shut
don't know
up
why
when
you're over
you
talking me.
stupid fucking
Pipe down.
people?
Shut
You're
up. Be quiet. Be
moron.
quiet. Shut up. Shut up. So I don't know why you're over talking me, Jesus. Just be quiet and listen to the question, or you can run away. That's cool too. Thank you so much.
Wild words. Somebody get that man a diaper.
Literally.
He's gonna drop a slur.
Well, yeah, he has a video on his page calling trans people PDFs. So.
Oh,
Wait, really
Oh, he's
quick.
one of
Richie,
them.
can you invite Senzu Bean?
That's exactly what I was gonna say.
Lesbians. Yeah, lesbians have the highest DV rates of any relationship. False. They have the highest rates of being abused, right? But that doesn't directly mean that the relationship that they were abused in was a lesbian or sapphic one, right? Typically, lesbians have previous relationships with men because heteronormativity is pushed, right? Like you're acting as if all lesbians are gold star lesbians, and they're not. Majority of them have previous relationships with men, and those men are abusing the lesbians.
Yeah. And also, something that's super important is that the CDC and NIH both agree on this. So if you want to go read the studies, CDC and NIH, just look up. They have a whole section for you to read.
Yeah, and even if like that was like the argument's so stupid. Like you just go up to like two lesbians who've been married for like 20 years. There's never been any DV, and then, like just tell them, hey, other lesbians are DVing each other, therefore you guys should divorce. Like how would
Right,
that
like,
motivate?
if we
Like what that got to do
apply-
with me?
If we apply like that type of mindset to any other scenario, right? Like I'm pretty sure straight couples have the highest rate of divorce. Does that mean being straight is wrong because they have the highest rate of divorce?
No.
No,
Jesus,
right.
why did he run? Why is he running? Why did he run? And then he like crashes out in the comments. Get your ass back up
He
here.
didn't like
Now I'm gonna
talking
ask
to
you the
me.
question again,
Yeah.
Jesus.
Here we go.
I don't know why you're
You
over
can
talking me,
mute
Jesus.
me.
Shut
You're
the fuck
still
up.
Jesus, I'm
moron.
trying to ask you a question. Okay, so let's say we have two
What
women.
the fuck?
So we have two women who
You're a
are
moron.
okay. So we have two women who are married to each other,
Are they really
and
women?
then what they
What
do
the
is they
fuck is a
go through
woman?
IVF, and they both have a
What the fuck
child,
is a woman?
and so now we have two
What
5-year-old
the fuck?
toddlers, right? So in that case, what did they do that was wrong?
What
Go ahead
is
and
a
give me the argument.
Let's
A woman
start
is somebody who covers their drink
from
around you. That's
So
what.
don't. So I don't
Go
want to hear. I don't
ahead.
want to hear anything other than you answering the
What the
question.
fuck is
I
a
don't know
woman
why you're over talking me.
to
Answer the
you?
question.
Fucking
Hurry up.
go
Come
ahead.
on.
Ichi.
Come on, little boy.
What is a woman?
You can do it.
I'm not
Yeah.
crashing
Anybody.
out.
Listen. It's anybody who covers their drink
Y'all are
around you. That's what a
stupid.
woman is. So we have two
Y'all
women,
are
right?
stupid.
These are people who
What
cover their
is a
drink around you.
woman?
A woman is somebody who covers their drink
Explain
around.
that shit.
I'm trying to tell you.
I'm
Pivot.
A
not
woman.
crashing
A
out.
woman
You're
is. Let me
morons.
define a woman for you. Okay.
I'm not crashing
I'm gonna
out.
tell you what a woman is.
Y'all
I'm
are
gonna tell you what
fucking
a woman is. Do you
morons.
want me to tell you what a woman is?
Here we go. A man.
You want me to
A
tell you what a
man
woman
is what
is?
a woman
You want me to
is.
tell
Go
you what
ahead.
a woman is? You want me to tell you what a
You're a
woman is?
man. Tell
You
me.
want me to tell you what a woman? Why'd you ask me if you don't want me to tell you what a woman is?
You're a man. Tell me what a woman.
Okay. Oh, okay. So you don't want me to tell you.
Go
Okay.
ahead.
So now we're gonna ask you
You're a
the
man.
question. So we have
Tell
two
me what a
lesbians. So we
woman
have two
is.
lesbians. Okay, Jesus.
Go
And the
ahead.
two
Keep muting
lesbians.
me.
He's so funny. I love
You
it. It's like
stupid
playing.
fuck.
It's like a cat playing with the little
Oh.
grasshopper. I
You
love it.
stupid fuck.
Anyway, so
Stupid
yeah.
fuck.
So
Man
are they
is gonna
doing
tell
anything wrong?
what
Let
a
me know.
woman is.
Let me tell them if they're wrong. Come on. Waiting
Go
on you,
ahead.
buddy. Oh, you want me to, you actually want
I'm
me to tell
still
you.
here.
Okay. So
You're
what a woman
stupid.
is, so what a woman is,
I'm still
yeah, so what a woman is,
Yeah, go
is
ahead.
somebody who covers
I'm
their
not-
drink around you.
Tell
That is
me
what a woman is.
what a woman
Also,
I just told you.
Also,
is.
I just told you.
You
also,
fucking
I just told you.
stupid.
a woman is also what I made your mother last night.
Ooh.
Bro, this isn't a therapy session. I don't know why you're using every like cuss word.
Oh
in the
my
book.
God,
This is not a venting or like a rage
Try-
room. Okay, calm down
now.
for a second. Take Jesus
Oh,
out
he's
of your
running
mind, because
again. I
Jesus
love
would be super upset
Try-
that you just.
Two.
Les try to.
I couldn't imagine being this angry this early in the morning about lesbians.
Couldn't imagine it.
Love that shit.
I
Jesus would,
genuinely
be,
couldn't.
Jesus would be so ashamed of you. Just so you know, you're not going to heaven there, bub.
Oh yeah.
Jesus would have said, never knew you.
Jesus hates your bitch ass. Anyway.
He's a therapist looking. All right, new guest, can I get your age, please? Okay, I don't think this person's here. All right.
Gonna be
Holy shit,
slow.
650 people. Thank you so much. Welcome everybody.
Wild work.
Really quick, since there's like almost 700 people in here. This is my backup. If you want to follow me, follow my main as well. Thank you.
Also, drop a follow on my Twitch. I'm trying to get to 75 average viewers over there. We're live over there and YouTube right now. We triple stream. Also, do me a favor, click on my name, click follow if you're not already following, and click that notification bell. That gets a lot more people in here, and it gets a lot more debates, especially when we like start the lives and stuff. So appreciate that. And yeah, also gift the panel. The panel's fucking awesome. Not as awesome as me, but you know they are somewhat awesome. Thank you so much. But yeah,
Somewhat is
appreciate
crazy.
Wild work. I do half the work keeping your guests in line. Thank you. I deserve a tip.
That
Y'all,
fucking
just for the
mute.
record, the muting is all me.
Mhm.
Okay? So tip your mod. I take care of these bitch ass little crybabies. So thank you. Tip me.
Let's go.
Love ya.
Mixed Berry
Also,
Man, thank you for
tip
the
me
follow
just
on Twitch.
'cause-
Appreciate you.
Thank
Tip
you.
me because it pisses off Carbon when I have more coins than him.
Chris, thank you for the $5 on Cash App. I appreciate you. All right, if you think
Carbon,
being
did-
lesbian is
oh!
wrong, go ahead and hop on the guest request.
Marcus says, Carbon, she deserves a tip. Please give me the
Yeah.
tip.
Calvin, I just wake up in the middle of the night. Recently, like if you ever see me coming here,
Yeah.
it's just because I've woken up and I get on TikTok, I see you're live, and I gotta pay my reparations. So I empty out my
There you go.
pockets.
Reparations is crazy, AG.
I'm serious. Pay your
Valid,
fucking
but,
reparations,
like-
motherfuckers.
Listen, last night I met 4 out of like the 5 gift goals. I paid my reparations for the week.
There you go. SJ, I was going to let you in, but now you're spamming, so now I'm not going to let you in. All right, if you do want to debate whether being lesbian is wrong, go ahead and hop on the guest request. We'd love to have you. Thank you so much.
Carbon, I'm taking donations.
What? Wait, what's the word?
Bonations, like bone. Get it.
W Marcus, thank you. I'm loving this.
Holy
Thank you.
shit.
Nobody's scared of you,
Don't do it anymore.
W by you.
Holy shit. Love that shit.
Appreciate you.
I absolutely
you.
love. My favorite one, genuinely, is like the jellyfish ones, like the
Blub,
really pretty, or like the
blub,
wings, like
blub,
just yeah.
blub. I love jellyfish.
Or that really big whale gift.
Yeah, the whale.
Grandmaster
That
gave me the other
lion.
day.
That fucking lion, that shit, like, it's always like 200 coins or something like that.
Quit crying, SJ. Okay. You're already crashing out in chat.
Yeah, I'll bring you up. I'm just waiting for you to stop spamming. I have a rule against
Yeah.
spamming. If you spam to ask to come up, you gotta wait like a minute or two. Jessica, thank you so much for the heart me. I appreciate you. 630
is-
motherfuckers in here. What's up, y'all? Keep tapping that screen. Appreciate that.
I fell asleep in Hector's live this afternoon. It was great.
So in utero doesn't mean in glass. What? Is that what it means? Like,
Oh, thank you,
No.
Bayou. That
No.
didn't mean you had
No.
to do it. Thank you.
yeah, it did. It did mean that you had to do it. Yeah.
No, it didn't. Don't ever feel pressure to give me gifts. The only person I pressure is
No,
Grandmaster.
you are
He
pressured.
gets payment.
Yes. I'm kidding. Perp, can I get
Speaking
your
of
age,
pressure,
please?
can you apply some pressure to me? Anyway. Thank you,
Hello,
Amy.
Perp. You are live. Can I get your age, please?
I'm sorry, bro. I love the LGBT community. I just want to throw that out there. Good night.
Good night.
Right,
Bye-bye.
well,
love you.
Bye bye.
all right.
Thank
Take
you.
it easy,
Sorry,
Perp.
I didn't mean to scam your life. I'm sorry.
No doubt.
Love
You have
you.
a good one.
No sorries. You're good, dude.
All right. All right. If you think being lesbian is wrong, go and hop on the guest request. We'd love to talk to you. Thank you so much. Everybody else keep tapping away at that motherfucking screen. Let's go.
Bye. You are never ever expected to give us gifts. Your presence alone is enough. Bye.
Got somebody.
Change.
Chantel. Nope. They were retracted. Never mind.
There's 621 people in here. Did you have any
Love it,
guest
love it.
requests?
Not yet.
621 people, not a single homophobe. We've cured the internet.
So it is. Oh, we got
Carbon,
one.
I have a
This
question.
is somebody. All right. I'm that pal. How old are you?
21.
All right. Can I get an argument from you?
21?
I think being a lesbian is wrong because it's just not what mankind is made for, bro.
When you say made for, is that like a normative statement?
Yeah.
Okay. Who made us?
He doesn't know what that means.
God.
Carbon.
Okay. What's the argument that God made us?
I'm sorry?
What's the argument that God? Are you Christian?
No, I'm Muslim.
All right. What's the argument that your God made us?
Well, he made us to not sin and obey him.
Can he make us to
Therefore,
not sin and obey him if he doesn't exist?
He does exist.
Okay, so what's the
He
argument?
exists because
What's,
he is
so first you got to
God.
give an argument that your God exists. Then you have to give the argument that he made us. Then you got to give the argument that he made us for a purpose. And then you have to give an argument that violating that purpose is wrong. So you got 4 arguments that you got to produce for us. Okay, buddy?
Oh, damn. I ain't did this before, bro. Hold up. Nah. My fault, OG. I ain't built for this, bro. I'm not even gonna hold you, bro. I'm gonna be humble about it.
All right, man.
My bad. My bad.
Wait,
dog.
wait, Leland? Wait, are you actually Muslim?
Yes, yeah.
Damn.
All right, anybody else? I'm
At
like,
least he was
bro.
on.
Yeah, he was. Like,
Are you ever gonna post that clip of that one Muslim guy crashing out?
oh yeah. I have it. I just haven't posted it. That shit was funny. Stop fucking muting me. Love that shit.
You,
All right,
you
we got a
gotta
new
post
request.
where I asked the question calmly too.
Oh, Adrian, I love
God,
that.
no.
All right, can I get your
Apparently
age?
got let up. Oh my god, I'm so excited. Possibly 22.
All right, what's your argument?
Oh no, I have a quick question. What was your definition for woman earlier?
There's multiple different definitions. In what sense?
My bad. I just got a phone call. You want
In
to
what
repeat
sense?
what you said?
In what sense?
Did you just say in what sense?
Yeah, there's different
Okay, what
definitions of
sense?
woman.
Okay, give me the senses of what a woman could be defined as?
Yeah, so there's woman, there's adult human female, there's woman, there's a persistent net preference for being
What
female.
sense would that be?
So that
What
would be.
sense would that
I don't
be?
know why
Hold
you're
on,
over
hold on. Like,
talking.
I don't. Is there a reason why you just started
Nobody's
over
over
talking me?
talking.
Yeah, so just stay muted, okay? Pipe down.
Damn, we already
So let
started
me.
saying
I don't know why you're over
we-
talking me. Did you ask for the definitions or not?
We already started. with-
Okay, so I'm gonna give
No,
you.
no,
I'm gonna
no,
start
I-
over. I'm gonna start over
I
since you
asked-
couldn't control yourself.
I
So
didn't ask-
so there's a couple
I
different
didn't
definitions. I don't know why you're crashing
I
out
didn't
already.
ask for a definition.
This is yeah. So anyway,
for
so
sense.
anyway, I don't know why you're still over talking me.
Funny how you're not answering my question.
I'm trying to, but you keep
Funny how
talking.
you're not letting
Pipe down,
him.
okay?
So wait, repeat
Okay, so stop talking.
Fuck
Stop
up.
talking. Stop talking.
my question.
Stop talking. Stop talking.
Repeat my-
Stop talking.
Repeat-
Stop talking.
repeat
Stop
my
talking.
question.
All right, I'm just gonna talk over
Repeat
you.
my
I'm loud. I'm
question.
sorry. I'm louder than you.
Repeat my question.
So there's a couple of senses
Yeah.
of what it means to be a woman, right? So there's
You're
like
not
adult
louder.
human female. Yeah, I'm way louder than
I
you.
have
Nobody
a-
can hear you. I'm sorry.
It's okay.
But
Cut it
anyway,
out.
so when it comes to
It's
like
okay.
that, it's adult human female. It's persistent
I-
net preference for being female.
I have
That's a
a-
gender identity that's
okay, it's
opposite
okay.
of male.
I
So
have a
that
mic.
the first one is going to
I have a
be
mic.
with respect to your anatomy. But given that we are not our bodies, we are our minds, people tend to go towards the second one. Or there's also the third one in the gender social construct. So which one? Which sense were you asking?
Yeah, again, you still didn't answer my questions. In what sense would there be? a
I did,
definition?
but you were talking. You didn't hear what I said.
You did.
Repeat what I just said. Because I told you the definitions,
Again,
and then I told you the senses in which all different definitions. But you didn't hear me because you were over talking, weren't you? Yeah, I love it. Now I'm not going to repeat myself because you were talking. So now I'm going to ask you a question. What is the argument that being lesbian is wrong? Go ahead.
Again, what are the?
Are you running from my question? What is the argument that being lesbian is wrong?
I told you in the first place that I don't really.
I don't know. Okay, then get out of here. I don't know why you're up here if you don't want to debate the
being
topic.
gay or not. That's what. Well, I told you I.
Yeah, I answered your question. So you don't want to debate the
I
topic.
told you I came up here.
Okay, and I answered your question. So thank you so much. And you have a great rest of your day. Okay, buddy? What is that?
From Matilda.
It's a scene from Matilda. That's when
That's-
Mrs.
that's
Trunchbull
wrong.
grabs the girl by the pigtails and starts swinging around and yeets her across the fucking.
That's you sloshing around in the debate.
All right, let's see somebody who's
Yeah.
not scared to debate. Sleepy Joe, how you doing? Can I get your age, please?
What's up? Yeah, 35. Yeah, a woman's an adult human female, just to answer
Roger
the
that.
question.
All right,
No,
and
it's
then
fine.
why is it being a lesbian wrong?
No, it's fine.
It's fine. Okay. Cool.
Yeah,
All right. Well, it looks
yeah,
like
I just wanted to answer your
Bye-bye.
question.
okay. Cool.
No, friend, a woman is what I made your mother last night. Also,
Like these
W.
low tier
A
debaters
woman-
coming up here.
A woman is somebody who you can't make finish.
Oh,
Somebody who covers their drink.
Wait. AG.
Carbon. Hey, that's how I'm trying to be with you.
All right. Anybody else? Who else wants it? Guest requests
Go
are
on it.
open.
Anyway.
Somebody actually wants to debate, please. Don't run. Is it that much lag? I think YouTube has like a 20-second lag. Yeah. And then I think Twitch is only like 5 seconds. Maybe. What the fuck?
Word
I don't
on
even know.
this
Is that
is true.
TikTok friendly?
I got a worse one.
Wait, so do I. Wait.
I have a really bad
Yeah,
one.
like why is he arching up here?
Put this one up.
Oh,
Oh,
why is he arching? He's
the,
doing.
AI, the AI
He's
does
doing the
not know.
Noah arch.
The AI probably thinks that's his thumb.
All right, if you think being lesbian is wrong, go and hop on the guest request. Stop being scared. Come on in. Let's go. Everybody else, keep tapping that screen. I think we can hit 150. So we're at 137.8. Let's get that bitch on up to 150. Appreciate you. Keep tapping that screen. Keep sharing and keep gifting. Why is there such a large difference between Void and Mother and AG's points here? What's going on there?
AG is awesome, and I have amazing mod power skills. I deserve to be tipped. Oh, damn.
I have a
Hold on, I have another. I forgot I have this one. 1 second, I gotta find it.
I have like over 300
Just
spin
hanging. I
buttons.
appreciate you. Thank you for the hammer.
Typical Gen Z. Them and their
Thank you, just
SpongeBob.
hanging. I'm so close to 5K. That's amazing. Anyway.
Yeah, let's get all the panelists to 5K tonight, folks.
Yeah.
Let's do it. I'm at 14K, so please don't get me to 5K. All right, we got a new
Imagine if I could,
guest.
like snatch their coins back.
Yeah, that's
Awesome.
like negative 5,000 coins.
B.
Can I get your age, please?
I'm 27.
All right, what's your argument for why being lesbian is wrong?
So I feel bad, but I just want to say this live is hilarious. This is great. There's nothing wrong with being lesbian. And all your people that are joining are absolutely insane.
Yeah. Your cat is beautiful.
Appreciate you. You have a good one.
Yeah, you can just kick me now.
You have a
I just
pretty
want to let you know.
Have a great night. Thank you, just hanging. I appreciate you. I love the tiny dinies.
SpongeBob doing Noah's Arch. PG.
That was really
All right,
awesome.
anybody else?
You know, you like download photos and it goes like 3 years up in your camera roll.
Yeah, and it takes forever to load back in. It's very annoying. This one isn't a SpongeBob one, but like, that's not the one I wanted. That one's worse. It's this one.
Anybody else? Let's see this person. Jazzy, can I get your age, please?
I'm 30.
All right. What's your argument for being lesbian being wrong?
Oh, I didn't know I had to argue that point.
What are your opposition?
I was scrolling and I came across your live and I was like, that's interesting. So I wanted to ask, why are you asking that? Is that
Because there are degenerates who think that being lesbian is wrong. So I want to debate them.
Oh, okay. Well, go ahead and drop me down because I eat box every day. All right.
Roger that. I appreciate you for coming up.
Oh, I love
W lesbians, yeah.
it.
All right, if you want to debate, go and hop on the guest request. I want your best shitty argument for why being lesbian is wrong. Go ahead. Let's go. Twitch, where y'all at? I had a comment over there in like
Hey, Carbon.
20 minutes.
Carbon, that's also how I'm trying to be roping up on that thing.
Oh my god. Oh god. Alright, the Sleepy Joe guy. Sleepy Joe, were you trying to debate yet? Or no? Only if you think being lesbian is wrong. Hit me up. Carbon ignores Twitch. How am I ignoring you if I'm reading your comment from Twitch?
I also have this one of Plankton reaching in his hypothetical pants.
Oh my, how many fucking pictures y'all got in your background?
What? Pictures are of my kids and trees.
Bro, I have over like 14,000 in my phone.
It's not wrong, but stop throwing it in our faces. Well, stop going to lesbian strip clubs then. Like, well, I don't understand. Why are you
That's
like...
also how I'm trying to be with you, Carbon. Remember the school bus?
Jesus Christ.
Oh my god.
This is how I'm trying to be, Carbon.
Oh.
Kissing that pickle.
Deadbeat
Give me a
father.
go.
Thank
Tickle
you for
my
the
pickle.
follow over on Twitch. Appreciate you. All right, we got new requests. Roland, can I get your age, please?
Yes, sir. I'm 18.
I heard you the first
Okay.
time. Okay. All right. Well,
I got a question. Wait, are you guys against it, like, or you're with it? Like,
I don't think there's anything wrong with being a lesbian. Do you?
well, I mean, I like. Okay, you can do whatever you want, but I personally think that in the Bible it says there's only two.
It doesn't. It doesn't.
And I stand by that.
Yeah. So.
And yes, it does say that God created Adam and Eve.
Okay. Let's just say, first of all, it
Mic
doesn't.
drop. Oh, all right,
I got you, Roland. So first of all, it doesn't say that, but let's say it did, right? Why would anybody care?
Oh my.
Why would anybody care what like your
Bro,
book
this
says?
is a troll.
I promise you, I'm not trolling. In the Bible, it says that I read the Bible. I'm a
Like,
Christian.
let's just say it's in the Bible. Why would anybody care what your book says? Why would that motivate these two women to not get married?
I mean, I guess you do have a point. I'm not gonna lie. You do have a point.
Okay.
I don't know what to say.
Okay, listen, Roland, can I get you to do something for me? Take a deep
what's up?
breath, just
Open a book.
Decompress.
yeah, just do 3 deep breaths.
I'm gonna go take your ADHD medicine.
Right? Because you're going way too fast. So regular
I'm sorry,
conversation.
my fault.
So you're a Christian,
But
right?
okay. Yes, sir.
Okay. So, first of all, nowhere in the New Testament does Jesus say anything about homosexuality. Do we agree?
Yes.
Okay, so you're going based off of like Old Testament stuff.
Yes.
But you don't want to do that, right? Because Old Testament supports like slavery and genocide and rape and stuff, right?
Well, no, it doesn't.
Yes, it
Yeah,
does.
Deuteronomy 21.
Learn
10.
today, boy.
Samuel 15:3. Did you
I thought it was
decide?
21.
Oh my god, bro.
Actually, wait, really quick. What are the 4 Gospels, Roland?
4 Gospels.
Yep.
You got me. I ain't gonna lie.
Okay,
Boy,
then
you
you
wanna
don't
know
read your
something?
fucking Bible.
Yo, why
Boy,
you
you
cussing
wanna
at
know
me, bro? I'm not
something?
being rude to you.
Hold on. Rolling.
Shut the fuck up.
We're being nice. We're being nice.
Nah, she's being rude as fuck.
No, I am now.
Wah, wah.
Void, you want to know something funny? I started that line of questioning
Yo.
4 years ago, and Logic stole it from me.
Word
Well,
question.
I think so. Hold on. I want to.
I don't even want to argue right now, bro. But like,
Anyways,
Hold
Why
on,
the
bro.
fuck are you here?
If you don't argue, yeah, why are you here? That's what a debate is. It's an argument. But I want to ask you, like, if you think that like your religion is true, why would you not read the very book that like depicts what your God is and who He is as a moral person? I think it's really important, especially if you're going to turn around and say somebody is like morally wrong, but you don't even know like your God's character because you haven't read the book. So why would I then like take anything you have to say about moral seriously?
oh, now you can't.
I was on mute, bro. I didn't even. Well, can you repeat what you said?
You can hear whenever you're on mute.
Well, I couldn't. I was distracted. I'm talking to somebody on the phone right now.
Goodbye.
Then go fucking deal with that
Bruh,
conversation.
just
weirdo.
hang out in the comments, man. You're not. I don't think you're.
Anyway, why is SpongeBob so thick? Let's talk about that. Let's debate that.
Hello, new guest. Can I get your age,
Show you my
please?
muscles.
Oh, you're off the app. I won't be able to hear you.
Yo.
There you go. How old are you?
Yeah, I'm 25. Yeah. What's up?
Why is being lesbian wrong?
Nah, they hot, bruh.
All right. Well, thank you for coming up. I appreciate
No
you.
thoughts. Anyway.
Wait, I like to have fun with those motherfuckers.
Yeah. I didn't know it was like 50% slur, 50% not slur. I don't know. So.
Yeah. You guys have a better judgment on that. I don't.
Yeah, I've seen. Yeah.
Why is Gary so cheeked up?
Damn. Gary's more cheeked up than SpongeBob.
Jesus Christ.
Yeah.
Hey,
I also
Kevin.
really like this one. Oh, I'm white and I can't shut up.
Damn whites.
All right, I got like one or two more debates left in me, so get your ass on up here if you think being lesbian is wrong. Or do y'all want to change the topic back around? Here. Let's see. There you go. Slavery.
W.
Have you talked to Dr. Bowen?
Yeah, he was up on my stream last night.
Sure, yeah.
We had a talk with him.
He follows us.
Yeah.
And I bought his
follows
book
me
too. I got his book right here.
I have
TikTok
all of his
biblical
books that I have to
scholar
list
who
later.
follows
Oh
me.
shit.
Yeah, I bought his books before he was on TikTok, and then he came on TikTok, he joined my stream, and I was like, no fucking way.
I
And then
don't
he
know
came
this man from Adam, so
He's like he like gentle parents the debates. It's funny. I love it.
He's very sweet.
Yeah.
I love his bow ties. They make me
Yeah.
happy.
I think does he do that just because his last name is Bowman?
Bowman. That's so funny.
No, he's an educator. Most educators wear tweed vests, bow ties. It's just a thing, man. And they're corduroy pants. Just professorly, like.
Dr. Johnson may have been friends for 6 years. Yeah, but listen, I met him. I met him a few days ago, and we have a stronger relationship than you had me. Okay, all right. I'm kidding.
Carbon crashing the fuck out.
No, I literally was like, Carbon, you're like fangirling, and I didn't even know
He was in
Dr.
here for the
Joshua
first
was
time.
in
I
the
love
So
it.
now he's getting possessive. This is Carbon possessive, folks.
Insanity for real.
Scar, Dr. Bowen is he studied, he's a scholar. He's a scholar and he's a biblical scholar, specifically in the Old Testament. He's written books about this slavery.
Mm-hmm.
It's in the Old Testament.
Yep.
Quest, can I get your age, please?
25.
All right, what's your argument?
No, so it just says, why does your God support slavery? And then I asked in the comments, which religion? And they said Abraham.
Usually Christianity. Yeah, that's
I agree.
the sources I know. Yeah, W.
I agree.
You know Muslims support slavery too. Did you know that?
Sorry?
Or I was asking Carbon.
Oh, do they?
Yeah,
Who,
you
sorry?
look into it.
Are you Muslim?
I am Muslim.
Okay, what's the verses
Can I
here?
ask my question, Carbon?
Oh yeah, go ahead. Okay.
I'll look him up real quick.
Wait.
'Cause I don't have my computer with me. I'm laying in bed.
Wait,
Yeah, I'm not as well versed when it comes to the Islamic or
okay.
Judaism.
Yeah, Questmaster, you said you're Muslim, correct?
Correct.
Yeah, how old was Aisha?
Is that what we're here to talk about?
That's my question.
It doesn't matter how old she is.
Oh, it doesn't matter?
Well, let's call it 9. Sure.
Okay, so you think 9-year-olds can consent to marriage and sex?
Did she have her period? Did you go through puberty?
Yeah, sure. Well, I'll grant you that. Why does that matter?
No, if she went through puberty, then by any age, and she's considered a woman 1,500 years ago,
So
especially.
wait. So you think a 9-year-old is a woman?
No,
They've
not
had their
today.
period?
No, not today. Not today.
Wait. Does God change?
No,
Okay, did God find this marriage morally permissible?
of course.
Okay, yeah. So by that logic, the morals are never changing because God
That's
is
not
the
how it
arbiter
works.
of more. Yes, it is. That's why I asked
Yeah,
you some very specific
what
questions.
facts
God
change?
is the arbiter.
What facts
Sorry, so let's
change
put it this
about
way. Before-
a girl getting a period?
we could talk about that in a second. So first, I wanted to prove to her that the God's laws can change, right?
Quest,
Well,
you understand that you were speaking
God
of
is the
love.
arbiter. Yeah, God
Okay,
is
sorry,
the
sorry,
arbiter
sorry.
of morals.
Am I getting
correct?
attacked here, or
Is God the arbiter of morals?
Please stop. Please stop.
am I going to talk or no?
After you answer my question, is God the arbiter of morals?
Can I answer the first one or no?
Is God the arbiter of morals?
Can I answer the first question or no?
What was the first question?
Does God change?
You already answered that. You said no. I
Perfect.
asked that and you said no.
Perfect.
Okay,
So-
is God the arbiter of
Sorry,
morals?
can I speak or am I just here to answer whatever you
No,
say?
because you already answered that
I
question.
didn't finish.
so-
You just said, "Oh, his laws don't change." That's it.
I didn't say his laws didn't change. I said he and his purposes do not change.
So you said, "Oh, because he allowed Aisha, that means it's still acceptable today," which is false.
Well, that's why I specifically asked you if God is changing. And you
And
said no.
so
And then I
God
asked-
doesn't change; His laws do.
So does God's morals change? Is the
Not His
question.
morals;
It's not
His
about
laws
laws.
do.
No. Because I specifically asked you if God found this marriage morally permissible. I was very specific with my words for a
Of
reason.
course, He did.
And you said yes. Okay. So then his morals do not change,
Who,
correct?
who told you that?
I'm asking you, do
No,
God's
that's-
morals
His laws
change?
are based on
Not
his.
his
The
morals,
law is
but
based
his
on
laws
his.
do. They
His
change.
laws are based on his morals, right?
So His laws do change; they evolve for
His laws based on
time
his
to time,
morals, right?
No, it's not that. So in
No,
the
his
beginning,
laws
we
are
were
not
allowed
based
to
on
drink
his
alcohol.
morals.
No, listen. So in the beginning, we were allowed to drink alcohol, and then towards the end, it was banned for us, right?
Okay, so are laws based off of morals? God's laws?
Are laws based off morals?
God's laws.
No, they're based on His decree and His will.
Okay, are those based on his morals?
No, they're based on His will.
Okay, so if God could issue a command that has nothing to do with his morals, correct? Whether it's right
If
or
God
wrong.
issues a command. So let's put it this way: in the Quran, it says that you can't marry a girl if it will cause harm to her. Right? Does that make sense? So now, if you look at Western history, 200 years ago, what was the age of consent?
Depends
you
on
think
where
I
it
give a
is, but
fuck what the
that
law
doesn't
was?
It was
that doesn't
7.
I'm sorry, but that doesn't answer the question. So the question is when God
So that
issues a
it was
command,
7.
when God issues a law, right? Are you morally obligated to follow such a law?
If God issues a law, 100%.
And you're morally obligated to follow the law because the law is predicated on whether God believes that law is to be moral, correct?
So God didn't say you have to marry younger girls.
I didn't say that.
He said you can though.
No,
It's
you
more
can't
like
either.
we're talking if the United States has a law, right?
Mhm.
And the law allows for, I don't know, lying to your friend, right? That just
The law
means that the
says
law
to lie to your friends?
no, it just does not include a law that permits or prohibits lying to your
Mhm.
friend. Well, then you would just
Okay.
say that the law allows, and the law it's legally permissible to lie to your friend. Now, if God finds it to be in His law permissible for somebody to consummate a marriage with a pubescent child, right?
So
Then
she
that's
was
just
not. Defend child.
Okay,
Sorry,
a
defend
9-year-old.
child.
Just say a 9-year-old.
it's a
No, no,
child.
sorry. Defend it. What's a child to you?
Yeah, a child. They're still going through puberty. They're still going through young adult.
Still going through or went through?
Oh, even if they
You
went
think a
through, yeah, they're
9-year-old
still
is
puberty.
finished with puberty?
She, Aisha, 1,500 years ago, did go through puberty.
Okay, so if a
She
9-year-old goes
finished
through
puberty at
puberty,
9.
so just to be clear,
1,500 years ago.
what if okay, so 1500 years ago, Aisha was
Mhm.
9 years old, and it's the
Mhm.
case that she finished puberty at 9. Do you
Mhm.
believe, does God believe at that time that she could consent?
Sure.
Okay. On what basis?
On the basis that she went through puberty, she's able to bear children, and back 1,500 years ago, they weren't as comfortable as we are today. So
Okay.
they had to grow up a lot faster, right?
Okay, so now we have three different things that you just cited. The fact that she could bear children,
Mhm.
the fact that she went through puberty, and the fact that society did not view it as wrong.
No, and like I said, back then they didn't have the luxuries that we have today. So even at younger ages, they
What
had to go to war,
luxuries?
they had to help out. And
The little
sorry?
9-year-old girls had to go to wars?
So like I said, 9-year-olds back then are not the same as 9-year-olds today.
Yeah, what changed that's morally relevant that would make them consensual?
Life got easier for us.
Wait, okay,
Right?
what?
And like I
Why?
said, when you
Okay,
say moral,
if a life is hard for a 9-year-old, does that mean that they're consenting to sex? If they've
so
gone through
like I said,
puberty?
9-year-old back then and 9-year-old today is
Okay.
not the same.
You're that's the claim that you're trying to defend. You're
It's not a
saying
claim,
it.
it's a fact.
I'm sorry. Okay, so if the morally relevant distinctions, right, are let's take a 9-year-old now and a 9-year-old then, right? And we're gonna compare them, right? So both of them have gone through puberty. Both of them can bear children, right?
Sorry,
Hold
do
on,
girls
just real
go through
quick, just real
puberty
quick,
at
just
9?
real quick.
No?
Yeah, some do.
Yes,
No,
they
it's
do. I
it's
started
not.
my period at 9.
Yeah, so some do, some don't. Doesn't matter. There are at least some 9-year-olds here in the United States or in the world that go through puberty. They're able to bear children. Okay, so what facts about the 9-year-old 1,500 years ago, Aisha, are true for her such that it's not immoral to do that with her, but it would be today?
That back then, like I said, they had to grow up a lot faster to take care of the house and to help out and to produce children and so on and so forth.
Understood.
They
So,
used to go through a lot of wars, so they had to reproduce, for example.
okay, so let's say I go
now
to,
9-year-old
wait, hold on.
sorry, if you don't mind
Let's
me
say
just
I,
finishing.
just real quick, like you gave me the facts. Okay, so let's
Well,
say I go,
it
Well,
if
the
I,
but I
life
did hear you to the end.
expectancy of that time was about 35.
it doesn't matter. So, okay, so I go to, I don't know, Iran or Gaza, and I find a child that's 9 years old, and she can get pregnant, and, you know, everybody that she knows goes to war. She's going through a hard time, very hard time, right? Does that mean I can all of a sudden, like, consummate her into marriage and have sex?
No, there's a lot of rules that go into it.
Like what? You gave me the rules. I just
Like-
satisfied all the conditions.
No, it's not. Like I said, one, would you having sex with her?
Do
In
you
today's
think
age, it would.
do you think biology
Jesus
has
Christ,
changed
bro.
that much of the female body
It did.
in
Search it up.
1,500 years?
No,
In
it
one month?
No.
hasn't.
Wait. I'm so fucking sorry to break it to you, but Aisha being 9 years old, right, would have the same anatomy roughly as a 9-year-old today.
Let me
Her
ask you this
fucking
then.
anatomy
Let
hasn't
me ask you this.
changed.
What religion do you
Shut
follow?
the fuck up.
What
I'm
the hell?
speaking. Okay, I'm
I
speaking.
don't
Don't
care.
interrupt me. I don't care either. I
Care
really don't
too.
give a fuck about somebody who justifies child marriage
You're
anyway.
a weirdo.
Having sex with a 9-year-old would
I don't care what
hurt
you say.
her. Yeah, you justify child
You don't let me
rapes.
talk. I don't care.
Obviously, you don't.
I don't care what you say. I don't.
You justify
a
child
lot
rape.
of
I
it.
don't care.
If you guys
Yeah, like no, she's weird, brother. Can I talk to you?
Says the one who justifies not marrying a 9-year-old.
And I don't care about what you.
Sucks to
y'all
suck
just
your
want to
handle,
argue.
and
You let
you're
me.
gonna deal with it.
She doesn't let me talk.
Nope. Bye.
Then kick me.
Nah, I'll keep muting you because it's gonna piss you off until you
You're
crash
rude.
the fuck out.
And I'll keep doing it.
You're rude, says the child grape offender
There's the
defender.
dumbass.
Child work. But yeah, the biology of a little girl then versus now is the same. We have not evolved that much in 1500 years.
That's not true.
You know how we
That
know
is
this?
true.
You know how we know this? Because men are creeps and they took fucking record of this shit and they violated young girls for ages. Okay?
Incest.
Do you think
Evidence.
that
The
like?
USA.
Oh, so go ahead, AG.
200 years ago.
Hold on, I want the evidence that our biology has changed so that you can have sex with a 9-year-old 1,500 years
And
ago.
not hurt her, and it not hurt her. By the way, right?
Yeah.
Her books.
What?
Look at what she said.
What?
Well, I'll talk if she lets me talk.
No, I asked you for the evidence. What's the
She
evidence?
doesn't let
of
me
the
talk. She
biology?
keeps muting me.
Answer the question. Wait, just quit for a second.
Go fuck.
Answer the question. What's the evidence? Okay, so
Yeah, I'm not
nobody
talking to
must
you.
speak
You
now.
want me-
Yeah. Womp womp. What are you gonna do?
I'm actually having fun.
I am
You're
actually.
having fun, not speaking.
I have nothing
You
better
like
to do.
having a woman's boot on your neck? You like that?
But like historically, we
have a
understand
fact-
that the evolution of our bodies have not changed that much because we took record of this and there were things
So-
like chastity checks done, and so they documented
Hymen
it.
checks.
Hymen checks. Yeah, we
Nobody.
those of us that
Nobody.
are actually educated in these things
Just dialogue.
know these things. So
Might as well open a podcast.
Not the crush out.
Anyway, your religion justifies child grape. Bye.
Bro said he's spreading
Carp-
positivity in his bio.
I'll send you.
Get clipped.
I'll send you more surahs. But the majority of those surahs have to do with female, like turning females into sex slaves. So it's in their book too.
Not too different from Christianity. Cecil, can I get your age,
Yeah.
please?
No, not at all.
Cecil, you're alive. Can I get your age, please?
What?
Bro,
That's a fucking fetus. Go back to the bio waste
it's
bin.
-5. That's how it is. -5. Bro just got conceived yesterday. Damn, they don't even wait till you come out the womb before they give you a phone these
Bro, they
days.
just be
You know, I had to
shoving it
wait
up
until I was
in
like
there.
16 or 17 before I had a phone. Bro, you didn't even cut the umbilical cord. You got a motherfucking phone. That's crazy.
No, the umbilical cord obviously helps the Wi-Fi. Like an antenna.
Here you go. Yeah, put the.
no, nowadays they just Bluetooth to them.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Can you
Like
imagine
now the
if like
placenta.
what if you had like the technology to like make your child very intelligent while they're like in the womb and you could just like
Wait,
message your
actually-
child like while
Like,
like,
what do you want for dinner? Wait, no, actually, it's actually something kind of So, do you know about CRISPR technology? I'm assuming
Yes.
you do. Okay, they have now, with recent development in CRISPR technology, they have taken out the chromosomal mutation that causes Down syndrome
Mhm.
in an embryo.
That feels oddly like
Eugenics.
yeah.
It is. They're
That's
trying to do it with autistic
Wait,
people
wait.
too.
that's
Yeah,
yucky.
wait, I have a question. Is preventing a disability eugenics?
Yes, because you're altering the DNA to do so when this is a naturally occurring thing. It's not like you did something wrong. This just naturally occurs. People with Down syndrome just naturally occur. We see this in other species.
Right. I've had this conversation with like a couple people, like some of my close friends. Some say it's eugenics, some say it's not. I am on the iffy side of it.
I want to,
Just
yeah,
'cause
there's like a
obviously-
line because, like, what if, okay, so, like, let's say, because, you know, like, if you have children past the age of 45, you're just more likely to have children with, like, a certain disability. I forget the disability. So if somebody says,
Down syndrome.
so if somebody says, like, let's say a woman says, I don't want to have kids, I want to have kids before I'm 45, and so they're intentionally trying to have kids before 45, is that eugenics?
Mm-hmm.
No, because you're not altering with the DNA of another human. You're not
Intentionally.
Wait,
Yeah,
okay.
yeah.
But
you're
they
not
are
really
intentionally
deciding
trying to
that
make
you're
sure,
using
like, less.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Then
But it's just like
But
they're
they're
not
intentional.
altering it, but they're kind of doing the same thing, right?
I mean,
Right.
not
Like the
really,
nature, I
like,
think, is the same thing.
regardless. Well, so
Yeah,
like
it's
you
same
guys,
nature.
like you would have to say the same for people that are taking like that don't take thyroid medications, because we see this in women that have like excess, like, or not excess, but women that have thyroid problems are like 2/3 more likely to have autistic children.
Wait, are you serious? That
Yeah,
explains so much.
Wait, say that again, AG. I didn't hear you.
you're 2/3 more likely to have an autistic child if you have thyroid problems.
That explains my children actually.
What's the
Right,
definition?
which is fine, right? So you just have to make the claim that like there's somebody who is taking, you know, medications to make their thyroid normal, that they would be also altering the outcome of their child, which I would just say that intuitively sounds like wrong. Like I just think that you're dealing with your thyroid, and then for your
Wait,
claim,
okay.
Carbon, I would say that if you I don't know. I personally don't have a problem with like having a Down syndrome child or an autistic child. I don't understand why other people do. So I think if you're purposely trying to have, purposely going out of your way to like, I mean, I think if it's none other than like financial things, but if you're purposely only having children before 45, so you don't have a child that has some sort of disability, I find that kind of weird.
Yeah, like it's because
Wait,
when I'm
wait,
looking
wait.
at with eugenics, it doesn't say anything about like purposely like going in and altering the genes. It's like how to
Right.
arrange reproduction within a human population
Right.
to increase or decrease the occurrence of heritable characteristics that may or not be regarded as desirable. So you can
Right.
like,
Yeah,
so for
right,
example,
with
like
Down syndrome.
banning like banning black people
People
from
with
dating white people,
disabilities.
or ban like a state that says no interracial marriage. That's a form of eugenics, even though you're not doing
Yeah.
anything with the genes or something like that.
But on
Yeah,
the flip
Right.
side, the
Wait, I have a question.
scientists were like actively like doing science, trying to figure out genomes and stuff to try and like
Wait,
so there
okay.
was the altering of genomes and DNA. So like I would say playing
So
with that would absolutely be like fall under eugenics.
okay, so I'm just asking this just because I feel like it would logically follow, right? That being able like if a disease or a disability is preventable and you do prevent it, that it would be eugenics, because now we do have the technology to prevent certain disabilities or diseases.
Yeah, like let's
Wouldn't
say
that
So
like
diseases would be different than
cancer.
disability because
Yeah.
it's not a trait. It's not a trait, right? So if we go back to like Yahtzee, Germany, under Action T4, one of the first things that they did was they went to unalive the autistic people. That's why people like Asperger's is outdated, right? So like it's again back to Carbon's definition of desirable traits. When people come up here and say like, you know, they go down the like route of, well, don't you want to go like finish your bloodline? Like you're tainting your bloodline,
Yeah,
stuff
yeah.
like that. That comes from a line of eugenics of
Yeah, I know
thinking, right?
that.
Yeah, so with like preventing a child that has Down syndrome, which is natural, there's also a spectrum of Down syndrome. So people think like when somebody has Down syndrome that they can't drink, they can't drive, they can't have a normal life. They can. And they have children.
I fully agree with that, by the way.
Yeah.
But like, so would it just be like preventing disabilities is inherently eugenics? Like,
Yeah, because you think it's a less desirable trait.
Yeah, and you're
So
trying to like
change
actively
it
avoid it and change it.
Okay.
Yeah.
Oh yeah,
when
okay.
there's
So
nothing
like
wrong with them.
okay, so
and
a
we can
child.
talk about
Okay.
therapies that help the child, which I think is important, right? So we have like occupational therapy and like homes for like level 3 autistic children, so that they, because you know some level 3 autistic children hit their parents and they can't help it, right? So we have like places for them. But could you imagine if someone was like going inside of their brain trying to change it?
Well, and also I would say that like ultimately that's just like pure ableism as well, because you're saying that there's something wrong and it needs to be fixed, and it goes down that line of it can be cured and it needs to be cured because it's wrong and not okay. When you know, being autistic or Down syndrome is not wrong, or you know it's
Okay.
perfectly normal and okay.
So okay, let's say like for me, for example, I have BPD, right? Or what's something that's like a mental illness that you're like inherently born with that isn't like
So say
autism or like
schizophrenia.
ADHD.
yeah, sure,
ADHD
or
is another type
ADHD,
too.
yeah. Like me
Oh shit,
personally,
not talking about me.
me too. But like, would you say it would be eugenics to like take out that trait that causes like ADHD?
Yes.
Yeah, same. So again,
ADHD
just be if it's in so the line of eugenics thinking is we want a superior race. Whatever is not causing this race to be superior needs to go. So it would just be whether they think this category of humans is subhuman because of this trait. We want them unalived. So we used to do this with Jewish people, Black people, autistic people, disabled people. So it just followed that same line.
It's that thought process that it has to be fixed, and it doesn't need to be fixed. It needs to be supported.
Yeah, like creating a world in which is easier. Like, okay, I think a great example that people don't talk about enough is like deaf and blind people. How they have to navigate the world in a world that's like absolutely not meant for them. Same with like autistic people, and I would say ADHD people as well. This world is not meant for them, right? So, in the way that our brains work.
I wouldn't say it's not meant for them. I would say it isn't created around them.
Yeah, yes.
Because like I think they're meant to be here. Yeah.
I agree with that. Yeah. I would just say the way we created things is not friendly.
Are there clear cases when it would be acceptable?
Wait,
like genetic cancers or bone cancers and stuff like that. We would like have like screenings for those.
I mean,
yeah. So those aren't like neurotypes or like things in the brain that like. So when we talk about like preventing diseases and stuff, that's different because it's not a trait. Like cancer isn't a trait, and like we talk about like things that people are born with. It's those are typically the ones that are eugenics. We don't see like any other disorder that's like developed from like childhood trauma being tried to erase. I know with enough therapy with BPD, you can kind of somewhat get it under.
Because I'm trying to figure out like how like a conservative or like like what kind of I can't imagine like the kind of questions they would ask. Like what I'm thinking they might ask is like, okay, well, what a trait is based off of. Okay, you have genetic mutations or something like that. You have a genetic mutation that produces a mutation where you don't have arms and legs. And then, or you have a genetic mutation that gives you like bone cancer. Why is one a trait and the other's not? They might ask a question like that.
Also, what about maybe genetically altering disabilities that like may have like a lower lifespan? Like I don't know if any of you are familiar with Sanfilippo syndrome. But it's a condition in which kids usually get diagnosed around like 2 to 3, right? It's a genetic condition. But they usually get diagnosed and then they don't make it past 15 years old. They kind of get to a point of development and then they slowly start deteriorating. Would it be eugenics to edit that out of the genes, even though that's technically a disability?
I would say any type of editing of genes like that would.
Even if it like improves their not necessarily even improves their
like
quality.
wait, you're talking about somebody who's already alive and they're an adult trying to change their genes?
No, I'm talking about like if we could identify the gene that causes Sanfilippo syndrome, right, and take that out, that way that they could have like a longer lifespan rather than just 15 years.
Yeah.
Like, is that eugenics?
Yeah.
To lengthen their lifespan?
Yeah, I think that goes to the difference between eugenics and then support, being able to support them while they're here, finding ways to help expand their life, because again,
that's what we're talking about, Grandmaster, is CRISPR gene editing. That's what I brought up.
But you're playing with, I feel like that's an area that we should not be playing with.
We do play with it, unfortunately, but I would say
I know.
The difference. I would say the difference. That for if you like Carbon, your question would be like enforcing ideals versus reducing suffering. And some people would say, well, disabled people suffer, You'd be reducing the suffering, but that's not eugenics line of thinking, is reducing suffering. It's thinking that we are superior, these people are superior, these people are less superior, therefore they shouldn't be on the planet. Like how the millennial said that they should chuck autistic people off a cliff.
Trigger warning.
Oh, sorry. Yeah, trigger warning.
No, not for that throwing off cliff for older millennial. But so like, what if somebody is in support of CRISPR technology, like editing genes because they want like improvement or like quality of life improvement, like prevention?
I think once we open that door, it becomes an issue of, if one way is okay, then all ways should be okay. And I personally, and I understand that it's already happening, but that's a door that should never be open.
You might make an argument that consent needs to be involved. So if that person is born with whatever perhaps disability that they have, that become an adult, and if they want to do that within themselves, to reduce
Would
the
that even
Oh, I
be
actually have
possible?
a
would
great
that
example for this. I have a
yeah
great example. So OCD, I'm diagnosed with OCD.
Ben.
They have a actual, same with like Tourette's, but they have a brain surgery in which with OCD that they like will cut out this like portion, or they'll deal with a portion of your brain in which I think overreacts to think like, or is in a constant state of fight or flight, essentially.
Yeah.
And they'll deal with that. So what I agree with you is if you want to deal with it rather than somebody going inside of your brain and thinking, as we did this with like, if you think of like conversion therapy, right? Like trying to use hormones and torture methods in order to change somebody. It's not consensual. I think you make a good point with the consent, but I think it's more of the pushing the ideals that somebody is less than because of this sort of trait.
See, like with the CRISPR technology, right? The specific thing that I read occurred in like an embryo, like you know how they do IVF, and they
too late.
they
Yeah.
went into the embryo and like kind of cut out or edited these genes, right? And so like I understand the point of like after they're born, right, waiting to get their consent, but I don't know how that would work. I'm talking about really before a person is even conceived. Is it? I don't know. I can see the benefit in a sense of like improving life, and some people have given me the argument that like prevention isn't eugenics.
There's like an abortion argument that people try to use. Like, they'll be like, well, let's say you have a white woman and she sleeps with like a black person. Like, she's racist, but she just happened to sleep with a black person one time. She gets pregnant. Now she's gonna have a half black baby. And so she gets an abortion 5 weeks because of that reason, because she does not want a mixed child.
Right.
And then they'll try to use that against me. I'm like, well, yeah, she can get the abortion, but she's getting it for
But
the
she's
wrong reason.
practicing you.
Yeah, it's eugenics.
Yeah.
So the wrong maker is the fact
abortion
that
is okay.
she's
The reason
yeah.
is not.
It's like
Yeah.
asking me, it's like somebody going up to a homeless person and then like giving him $5. But the reason why you gave him $5 is because you want him to unalive due to like drinking or something like that. I'm like, well, the reason why you gave him is the wrong maker here.
And I think it's a good like thing to talk about, right? Because this is happening now. Like embryos are their genes are being edited, and like what is okay and what isn't.
Yeah, even like I think one thing too is like people that have some certain disorders, like people that have seizures, right? Ages like to survive going into their like giving them brain surgery. Like I mentioned Tourette's earlier too. Some people there's a surgery for Tourette's. And I think these are more preventing harm, right? Like if a child is having seizures overnight continuously, risking their life, that's preventing harm rather than pushing an ideal.
So would you say that it would be permissible to like say if they could find the gene or whatever that causes seizures, right? And edit that out, would that be eugenics?
So we do this for like Huntington's disease, I think that's what it's called.
Yeah.
Yeah, so I was looking into this when I like went off screen to see what would be classified as eugenics because
Jordan Farderson,
and
yeah,
the main
so.
thing that I got was just one is preventing harm, and I guess you could, and one is pushing ideals. So I think maybe you could say that like this could be, I don't know though, because the ideal of eugenics is trying to make somebody superior, and so it would depend on the reason that they're doing it.
Would quality of life be like a justifiable reason? Like in
No,
the
that's not
case-
the line of. That's typically not the line of eugenics. It's just so it's like it's under like white supremacy. So it has nothing to do with like people's quality of life as much as they just dehumanize these people. And they don't care, that they lack empathy. Because if you actually cared about these people, then you'd understand that there's other ways than, like, let's say if we talk about like autistic people or how we've historically treated certain groups. Eugenics is not the way to obviously go.
Sorry, I
Right,
know
because
the
they
topic.
typically are
I'm
11.
36, by the way. Just wanted to clear that out.
Oh, Mountain Man's amazing. I don't know if you've met Mountain Man before.
I'm a mental health professional.
Oh, okay. So you're
So
butting in on the CRISPR and gene editing
yeah, I
conversation.
am.
Okay.
So one thing this gets really gray area-ish is we're talking quality of life, but whose quality of life are we talking about? Because a lot of times when we're talking quality of life, we're really talking about the parents' quality of life.
Mm-hmm.
Yes. Yeah.
Because a lot of times these children are perfectly happy.
Mhm.
And while they'll never have a what we would consider fulfilled life,
Mm-hmm.
they don't have any issues. Like now some do. I'm not saying that that's in all cases. Like there was the one, I can't remember what it's called. They said they only lived to 15 years old, and those, from my
San
understanding,
Filippo's.
yeah, from my understanding, those children are like in pain most of their lives. Am I mistaken about that?
I'm not sure of the pain aspect, but I know that like a lot of the times they have difficulty sleeping. They'll stay up for like days on end. They have frequent like quote unquote
Which a lot of this stuff
meltdowns,
is
right? I
simple.
follow
I'm just
a
being more
mother on
particular.
here who quite frequently talks about her son with San Filippo's
If
and
it's
things of that nature.
if it's the one I'm thinking of, there's quite a bit of suffering involved. Like whether it's like physical pain or mental suffering, but there's
Mhm.
quite a bit of like suffering involved, and it's pretty short suffering life.
Mm-hmm.
And so, and that's kind of the gray area of like, is it
Mhm.
the child that is it the person themselves that is suffering? Are you trying to improve their quality of life, or are you trying to improve their caregiver's quality of life?
Mm-hmm. I get that. And then
And
that kind of
that's where the gray gets really gray.
yeah. But see, then that makes me think of like quality of life is subjective, right, to each individual. If we're talking about the individual that like this would be happening to, right? Like not even about their caregivers.
Because like I can take you even down a further road of gray area. What happens when we can check in the genes and see that like, so this person's going to have Down syndrome, and they're going to have Down syndrome to the point that they can't function at all. Like they can't eat by themselves.
Mhm.
They will not be able to function whatsoever. Can we take their gene, but then this person who has Down syndrome is just going to be differently abled, and they're going to be able to do everything everybody else can. They'll just need support, and their quality of life won't really be affected as long as we give them the support they need.
I think
Do we
it's
then
very much a
do-
case by case basis as
and that-
well.
And that's what I'm saying. Do we then do case by case CRISPR, or do we negate CRISPR altogether?
This is
Or
why
do we-
moral
so it's like-
particularism is true.
it's so gray area, and rabbit holes like crazy.
Yeah. I feel like the intuitive thing is like I think most people would like want to reduce suffering, but at the same time, I think from like my own experience, you, as much as like I struggle like having autism, I don't know anything else, and I wouldn't want it taken from me either. So
Yes, but I think that's because you've lived this experience, right?
Right,
Like,
right.
and then you can have somebody on the flip side who who also has autism, and they're like, I wish that like I could just be quote unquote normal. Like I
Right,
wish I
exactly.
didn't have this disability. And like if the only way to do this like to people at this current time is through like editing like the embryo, like it's a really weird conversation. It's a difficult conversation. It's an uncomfortable one, but because this is happening, I feel like it needs to be talked about.
And I agree, and it's one that isn't talked. I'm 100% in agreement that it doesn't talked about enough. But like, and it's one that like when people start talking about it, they're almost like shunned for the conversation itself. So I love that you guys are talking about it in general.
Okay, so
and
is-
Void, even
Oh, go ahead.
even on that though, like even for that person who says like, I wish I was quote unquote like typical, do they really wish they were typical, or do they
Wish
or is it
society was
because
better
they
fitted
didn't
to
have-
them.
Is it society sucks the way we have it right now?
Right, like
Because-
I would say the only times I've ever thought that were when jobs, like I'd get fired for like I'm a barber, but I would get fired for things that would be like considered or not considered things that are my autistic traits, like not wanting to be inside, going outside, like social cues, shit like that. Like people, and this is before I got my autism diagnosis. I got diagnosed later in life, but I think like that it really just comes down to like you wishing you fit in, wishing that, especially if you get diagnosed later. A lot of people right now are getting diagnosed later, but let's say if you get diagnosed at a younger age, you've kind of been raised in a sense in which you already know kind of how the world works. Though I think struggling in general, sometimes I think you just wish you didn't have it, right? Like anybody that struggles or suffers from something wishes they weren't suffering or struggling with it. Like, I would say, like for the ADHD side, nobody talks. I think ADHD is one of the one things that it makes me sad because it's so commonly used that the weight of the word is just lost.
Right.
Even though it's like debilitating, and it's used in like it's used synonymously with like autism. They're both neurotypes.
Yeah.
And
I've heard
they
people
cause immense
say,
suffering.
I've heard people say or hold the opinion that I think everybody has a little bit of autism, or I think everybody has a little
I
bit
hate
of
that.
ADHD. I'm like, that's not how it fucking works. Like, it actually enrages me. Like,
Yeah.
I live in like a crimson state, right? My family is very uneducated. I'm not even going to. I'm probably the most educated person in my family, and they say this. They say this. My brothers are also diagnosed with ADHD, and they still fucking say this. I'm like, no, just no.
Yeah. Dr. Russell
That's not how it
Barkley.
fucking works.
I watched like almost all of his lectures. He's like the leading neuroscientist and researcher on like ADHD and stuff. Like he wants to call it, he wants to change the name to EFD, like executive function disorder. That's actually where
That's a
actually what it
trait
is.
of ADHD, yeah.
And
I
that's
wonder why
like,
he wants to name it that.
well, because he wants to name it that because the attention part comes from the executive part. So like
Yeah.
it's an executive functioning disorder, and because
Mhm.
of that, that's why there's attention problems. So he actually calls it erectile dysfunction for the mind, uh, or something
get
like
it.
that. Yeah,
I
Yeah.
struggle
I just
in
know
mental
autistic people.
executive dysfunction.
I would say that I would just say my only pushback would be like autistic people have executive dysfunction as well, and so. But I guess if you want to make it the main, this is the like because I don't think it like I think if
he
this one
says
comes purely from executive
yeah, it's just
dysfunction,
like
right?
the
Which I think
from the thinking to the doing part of your brain. He's like there's a sever there, so it's in all aspects of your life except for parts that like produce a lot of dopamine playing video games. He might say that the distinction might be for like executive functioning with respect to autism might be for social situations, maybe more specific situations than like more broadly. I don't know if that's what he would say, but he might say something like that. I'm not sure.
Yeah, I would say like we're similar in the aspect of like I think where you said that there's a split in the brain. Like for autistic people, my right hemisphere doesn't talk to my left hemisphere, so that's why like most autistic people can't multitask. Or like if I'm committed to one thing, that's why I had a really hard time debating it first because there's so much going on and my attention. Like if I'm not focused, it's really hard for me to like split my attention without it
like
feeling like nails on like a
a
chalkboard.
giant overlap between people with ADHD and people with
Yes,
autism?
there's actually a term. It's like
high comorbidity.
it's like AU ADHD.
It's ADHD, yeah.
Yeah, I can't pronounce it. So
No, you're good.
But like
It's super comorbid, and typically a lot of autistic people have other comorbidities with like diseases. So like you'll see like people with like autism have higher rates of like other like nervous system disabilities or disorders like POTS, stuff like that.
Yeah.
Stomach issues, huge stomach issues. The link to the gut, I think the vagus nerve doesn't. I wish they would do more studies on the vagus nerve. I know they've done a little bit, but with
I know
autistic
that,
people, the vagus nerve doesn't work that well. Mine doesn't.
I know that like ADHD and autism both have like high rates of misdiagnoses from one or the other as well, because there are so many similar like traits and things of that nature. But I wanted to ask Hart, like, are there anything like you feel comfortable sharing, like if you have like executive dysfunction towards anything?
I try to tell people who don't have like wait, did you ask me? Sorry, I don't.
Yeah, I did ask you.
Oh, okay. The way I try to tell people who don't have ADHD, they're like, it's like, I like, okay, so pretend you're like, a husband or wife, and you're like, your significant other's in the other room, whatever. And then you guys are like on good terms, you're happy and all that. and then
Mhm.
somebody just told you, like, just go in there and then start cussing them out and yelling at them. Like, what's stopping you from doing that? Right? Well, there's like a lot of reasons, but generally speaking, like intuitively, there's just a big red alarm. Don't do that. Like going off in your
Mhm.
brain, stopping you from doing that. Right? Even if you don't have a reason for why you shouldn't do it, like just there is something telling you not to do it. It's like
Mhm.
that, but for taking out the trash. It's like that, but for like doing basic things, like just
Mhm.
getting out of bed. Right? You have
Mhm.
that red alarm all the time. And I actually made a video
Like,
on this. It's like
See, mine's very different.
yeah, it's like it's
Mhm.
the stress of doing something is greater than the stress of
Good.
not doing something. So you just do
Mhm.
nothing until the
Mhm.
stress of
There's
doing
no reward
something.
either.
Yeah,
Mhm.
there's
The
no
brain
Right.
doesn't
reward. So
reward
like
you.
that's why
Right.
like
Right. Right.
I can
Right.
do these for a
Mhm.
long time streams because constant
Mhm.
dopamine stream. I can play
Dopamine.
video
Yeah.
games for a lot. Like I can run sometimes
Mhm.
for
Yeah.
long periods of time. But the only time that'll swap is when the stress of doing nothing is greater than the stress of not doing
Mhm.
anything, which is
Yeah.
why
Like.
you're in a constant state of crisis if you have ADHD.
Mhm. Right.
See,
Like for me,
mine's
for
almost
example, I struggle with like keeping the sink empty and doing dishes, right? Just because like it's almost like I don't notice it until it gets to that point where I'm like, I can't take this anymore. Like I have to do something, you know what I mean? And like I try to explain that and people are like, oh, you're just lazy. I'm like, no, I fucking physically can. They're just like, well, just think about it and just do it. I'm like, that's not how it works.
It's like demand avoidance a little bit too.
Mine is
Mhm.
like there's a wall there. It's like it's not like there's an alarm going off that like freaks me out. It's like there's a wall there, and until there's so much stress pushing against me that I can
Mhm.
push through
Mhm.
it, I can't
Until I
push.
feel like I'm being buried in something really, and it
Yeah.
really fucking sucks.
Like if for me, it's not like there's an alarm or anything that's like stopping me mentally when it comes to like, oh, you can't do that. It's just like it's almost like a motivation wall. Like I
Yeah.
can't push past it until there's something
That's
Mhm.
another good way of
beyond
describing
me
it.
motivating me.
I'm
Like
really
I
Oh,
could
thinking
do
about
things
going
for
back
other
on
people all day,
medication.
every day, but not for myself.
Same. Like I'm really thinking about going back on medication because I've been unmedicated for like a decade or so, and maybe it'll help with my executive dysfunction because it's just it gets to a point where I'm just like I can't breathe almost because of
Yeah.
certain things, and I probably should get tested for BPD too because ugh,
So
nobody talks about BPD either.
no, nobody actually really, and they actually like stigmatize it rather
Well,
than like understand that it comes from like severe trauma.
yep.
But another thing too is a lot of women get misdiagnosed with BPD even though they just have autism. It's one of the major women. The way that autistic women are versus autistic men are like totally different in the way
Yeah,
that they
yeah, they present differently.
yeah, completely. Which again is just shows how why
Really?
women specifically are way underdiagnosed, and then people are
Mhm.
like that's why the whole like everyone's autistic now has come
No.
about is because the rates are only increasing because we know more.
Wait, that I actually have. It's kind of off, but also not. I don't know if there's any like studies on this, but I wonder if like for example, trans women who have like autism or something display the same traits that like cis women do.
When you say display the same traits, what do you mean?
Like how you said that like men and women present autism differently, just like in that sense.
Oh, I
Like,
get what
do
you're
trans
saying.
women display it the same way as cis women?
That would be
So,
interesting.
so from my experience and understanding of the research is trans individuals do tend to display mental health as the gender they
Right. Because
sorry,
like you're saying, like yeah,
yeah.
but like if that's true, that would be even more like of an affirmative that like trans people are who they say they are. You know what I mean?
Yeah, no, I mean, and that's the thing is we have so much evidence on so many, like we have like someone said in the comments, but like we have MRI scans, we have evidence on every level of scientific rigor that you could imagine that trans people are who they say they are, and
Yeah,
it's
I agree. I just think it's I've never really thought about that question before until this conversation.
yeah.
I just find it interesting. You know what I mean?
But yeah, no, trans women tend to experience mental health symptoms similar to cis women.
Mm-hmm. Where the fuck did Carbon go?
I don't know, but y'all, we're almost at 200K. You guys should tap away before Carbon gets back. And
Yeah,
get
guys, let's get to
500 people in
200K.
there.
Come on. I'll start tapping.
Is an interesting question, though, about preventing diseases and if that line of logic goes down eugenics or not. I think it just really depends on the intent.
Mm-hmm.
All right. Do we got any debates? If you support slavery, go ahead and hop on the guest request. We'd love to talk to you in the pejorative sense. Thank you. Drumbella, maybe you want to talk? Hey, Dr. Josh, how you doing? What's up, everybody? Keep tapping that screen. Keep tapping. I got like 1 or 2 more debates left in my soul right now. So go ahead and hop on in there. Hit that up. I'm also on Twitch and YouTube. If you got one of those, go ahead and hop on over there. Watch over there. We got Star Wars Lo-Fi playing off in the background.
Guys, let's hit 200K before Carbon ends the stream. What is the most likes you've ever gotten, Carbon?
Like 300, I think. 3 something.
Oh,
Is
I've
Carbon
got it.
being paid by NASA to keep the flat Earth?
I'm gonna be right back. If I could stay up on the panel, I would love to help.
Yeah, you.
I would love to stay up here, but if I can't, I understand. But I've got a trick for likes also. I'll be right back. I'm gonna
Hey,
hop
roger
on
that.
Star
Roger
Wars.
that.
Okay.
Yeah, they you know what? If they don't give me my W-2s, if I don't get my W-2s, right? In my next paycheck, listen, I'll blow the lid on the whole thing. Okay, Dr. Josh?
Speaking of blowing, Carbon.
Crazy work.
I'm sorry you had to see that, Dr. Josh.
Did you go and check if you have BPD, Carbon? Big fat. Oh my God.
Okay.
Bet. Oh yeah. All right. If you are a Christian, go ahead and hop on the guest request. We would love to talk to you. Nanners, are you with us? Hello. Is Nanners here?
She was talking like 20 minutes ago, so.
She fell asleep. Give it like 10 seconds. She might be like being quiet because the
Taking
kids.
care of the babe. Yeah.
Okay, I think Nanners went to sleep. Okay, so.
I don't know how my kid stays asleep. Like literally, she's right next to me, and I've been yelling at these
Probably
people.
get
She
used to
just she's used to it. Yeah, that's what I did. Like when they were kids, I just made the house like loud, so they just sleep through shit.
Iwalija, thank you so much for the follow over on Twitch. Appreciate you. 525. Yeah, so listen, I think it just like accumulated people who are sleeping in here. I don't think we actually have 500 people in here. I think we probably have like 100. Like, because I go late, and so like a lot of people, I go late, and like, so I think a lot of people are like it forces them to scroll when their lives that they're watching are ending, and it forces them in here, and it just accumulates, like just collects sleeping people. Because it'll be like 500 people, and then it'll be like 20 people commenting, and then it'll be like no guest requests. So that's why I do the restarts, to cycle out the sleeping people and get people back in here who are actually here.
Does like sleeping viewers like affect the like I guess how
I mean, it
it's
helps
pushed
with
out?
algorithm, yeah.
So even if
prefer
they're
it.
not interacting with the stream, it helps.
Yeah, but it also it will hurt engagement though. If you have like 500 people, but only a very small amount of people are like engaging,
Interacting.
TikTok's like, oh, this person's not engaging. It must not be that interesting or something like that. Yeah. So sometimes I might. There's a lot of tricks I've learned over the years streaming on TikTok. But
Carbon
yeah,
is my ASMR to sleep to.
restarting the live has always been the best thing. Like if you're just not, if it doesn't send out, when I start a live, if it doesn't get to like 100 people, usually within, at least for me, this is gonna be different for everybody. For me, my number is 100. If it doesn't get to 100 people in like 2 or 3 minutes, I usually just restart, and after like 1 or 2 restarts, it just all of a sudden it just works, and then boom, here comes the debates. Maybe Carbon should
basically,
stop whispering. Huh?
Based off of the commenting, your comment section, there's definitely only like 100 people maybe watching. Some people aren't commenting. You could do a poll to see. You could run
Yeah,
a
I did
poll
one
and-
yesterday. It was 70 people, and it said how many we have? We had like 380 people, 400,
Yeah,
and it
it
was
was
only 70
fucking
people.
crazy.
Crazy work.
Mm.
And then
I
I
do
get
wonder how
people,
many of them are just bots.
yeah, because we had, I mean, I haven't
Nah,
actually
because
restarted today. This has been one
nope.
straight live. So we
hmm
had a Parker raid. Parker was debating, and then he got banned.
Unofficial.
So yeah, it was
No,
an
he was
unofficial
ended.
raid. But he got banned, and yeah, or just ended or whatever. And then some of those people came in. I think we got another raid, but I don't remember.
You could do a poll of believers and not believers. That would tell you if they're actually in the audience or if they're just not coming up.
I couldn't tell you how many times I've like fallen asleep on Carbon's live and then woke up and then I had to like move my bed to find my fucking AirPod because I sleep with my AirPods in.
Yeah, whenever I sleep with my AirPod, it's just it'll be on the floor, like when I wake
Mhm.
up every time.
And then my ear is sore as hell.
You know, like when you drop an AirPod case, it's like they go on a whole journey. Like, what? How did you
It's
get over
like
there?
it's like a fucking it's like plastic explosive, bro.
It's like, dang, you going on a vacation without me? Like,
hmm
be outside.
No, the worst thing is losing your AirPods after a night of sipping,
Yeah.
and then you're just like, where the fuck? And then fucking Find My doesn't ever want to work half the time.
There you go. Well, I'll give it about 4 or 5 minutes, and I'll probably call it a night because I've been streaming 6.5 hours now. Yesterday was an
Yeah,
8.5 hour stream.
Does your hand hurt, Carbon, from holding that
No,
microphone?
it can rest on my chest just like this.
Oh, okay.
Yeah,
I
I
mean,
just do it
next
just to like,
anyway.
you know, for comedic effect and dramatic effect. Yeah. Like when they try to overtalk me, I just, what the fuck did you just say?
Do you use that microphone when you like guest in people's box
Yeah,
as
because
well?
it allows me to overtalk them when they like overtalk me. It's actually an interesting point, and a lot of people don't know this. If you host with your phone microphone, your guests, when they talk, it
Will be
drowns
louder.
yeah, when they talk specifically, their voice will overdrown yours, right? But if you have a external microphone, your voice will I don't know why TikTok does that, but
Is it any microphone? Like even if I get one of those
yeah,
like
I
small
think
ones
it.
from the TikTok shop?
Yeah, as long as it's just like an external mic. I don't know what it is specifically.
Interesting.
And maybe it's, I don't know if it's different for Android, but for
Using
iPhone,
headphones.
yeah.
I'm gonna have to get some of the microphones. But you can't use them while you're if you need to charge your phone, can you?
Wait, what?
The little microphones you get from like the TikTok shop, the little like 2-inch ones.
Oh, I don't
They
know.
like
I haven't
it's like a
used those.
device that you plug in to
Why
the.
don't you use the stand thing? Well, I don't have I use my microphone stand for my Twitch and YouTube audio. So I have a more professional looking mic here for Twitch and YouTube, and they hear me over there.
Didn't
And this
show us
is,
shit, but okay.
oh, you can't see it?
No,
Okay, well, it's hard to see. But
black.
anyway, it's but yeah. I tried using a splitter. Listen, I used to be an audio technician. I used to run my own I used to run my own like recording studio back when I lived in Texas. That was fun. Can it be the
Joshua,
panel?
I
Yeah,
love you.
listen, can you ground your instantiation of moral necessity preconditions of all being?
I don't know what the fuck that means.
Yeah,
I'm not
listen,
one of these
when
smart people.
listen, Void.
I'm listening. Yes, yes,
How
sir.
can you have knowledge and intelligibility without the ultimate nature of the triune God?
I don't.
Without stealing from my worldview.
Yeah, you're stealing from if you're using logic, right? You're stealing from
Mm-hmm.
my worldview. How do you justify your,
Stealing from your worldview.
huh?
How am I stealing from your worldview?
Yeah, to ask me that question is to assume logic exists. So what's the argument
Is
that
this
logic exists?
Is this a
Using
preset
knowledge. You're
thing?
presupposing knowledge right now, using my
Oh,
worldview.
okay. See, I don't debate this because I'm not that smart.
You haven't got the
So,
feel, bro.
no,
You're
I'm sorry.
No,
Like,
no,
the worldview.
I
What's up?
actually,
Gaslighting you, telling you you don't have the knowledge.
I refuse to engage with
I
Phil
promise
Rose.
you,
I refuse
precept
it
is
because I
like
know I'm not on their
it
level.
is. It is like once you get it down to like what they're actually saying, It is like one of the dumbest arguments I think I've ever heard.
No,
Presuppositionalist
it's so
arguments.
dumb. It's why I refuse to engage with it, because I'm like, one, it's just, we all know it's well, every fucking argument for God is presuppositionalism, but once they do the whole you're borrowing from my worldview, it's essentially a brain about bullshit too. How do you know that you're a human being? All that fucking stupid shit. And it's like, at that point, I don't even want to talk to you anymore.
Yeah. So they have a script well, there's a script, but so the whole point of presuppositionalists, so here's the argument that they'll push forth, right? If knowledge and intelligibility exist, then God exists. Knowledge and intelligibility exist, therefore God exists, right? Now, obviously you're going to accept premise 2, but what's the argument for premise 1? So they actually do not have an argument that justifies premise 1. They know this. So what they'll do is they'll just kind of like beg the question. They'll be like, oh, well, because the impossibility of the contrary. But that's just to restate the claim, because when you say it's necessary, God is necessary precondition for knowledge and intelligibility. You're just saying that the opposite is contrary. So it's just begging the question on premise 1, right? Nonetheless, you just ask them, well, what's the argument for that? Just keep asking them that, and they'll fold. And so what they do, they notice that people do this. So they'll say something. Like, well, the whole point is, how would I say it? The whole point of the presuppositionalist argument is paradigm versus paradigm.
Oh my god.
Premise.
No, that isn't even what fucking is. Philosophy, yeah. Sophie.
So the whole point of they'll make up this rule, where the point of the argument is not to defend premise 1, but to do a worldview comparison. So when you try to ask them what's premise 1, they'll just say something like, like Matt Adams, because he just joined. He might run that argument.
I just love it because it's basically, I know you are, but what am I? Is literally the entire argument.
So, but yeah, they burden shift, basically saying something like, well, in order for you to ask for an argument, you're going to have to present a worldview. Well, no, that's not true. It's an internal critique. My worldview doesn't matter, and they won't accept that, so they won't debate you. What y'all debating? Logical problem of evil.
These nuts. Oh.
Let's get the logical problem of evil. There you go.
Carbon, I have such a serious question.
Wait, hold on. Yeah, he was Matt, do you remember when me and Ian were on your live?
Wait, did you ask me that?
Oh no, Matt. Aloha. Oh, there he is. Oh, aloha.
Yes, I do remember.
Okay. That's actually on my YouTube, by the way.
Yeah. Do y'all think most philosophers don't even think the logical problem of evil is a good argument. Are y'all on board with them or not?
I would need the reason.
Well, they say that the burden, according to the great William Lane Craig, the burden is just too high for the atheist to prove that there's a contradiction.
Oh, I can prove there's a contradiction in Christianity.
By doing an internal...
Yes.
Huh? By doing an internal critique?
Yeah, so if you hold the proposition that evil exists, which is Christianity's view, and you hold the proposition that God has the omni properties, also affirmed by Christianity, there's going to be a logical contradiction, yes.
Well, obviously, Alvin Plantinga's free will defense, you'd have to overcome that.
Well, so his free will defense
correct.
was specifically towards Mackey's argument. There's a lot of different formulations. So, for example, if I were to say, does Christianity affirm that it is a good thing to prevent, let's say the typical case of grape?
Say what?
Would Christianity...
You asked me a question?
Yeah. Would Christianity affirm that it's a good thing to prevent or intervene in typical cases of grape?
Yes.
Okay. And if good means...
If you can.
Yeah. So if you can, if you're a sufficiently capable agent, yeah. But it just follows from that God is a sufficiently capable agent. So, in the normative sense, it would be good for God to do it, right? Now,
Well, if you're asking in the normative sense as far as humans or as far as God.
well, that wouldn't matter, right? If it's a good thing, we don't want to equivocate on terms, right? A lot of
No, I think
people's
it's
way,
very,
just real quick, like a lot of
very
people's
important.
ways out of the logical problem of evil is just to equivocate on what the good is. So if you do not equivocate on what good means, the logical problem of evil is just like I think it knocks it out the park. If it's a good thing to intervene, God only does good things. Therefore, it would follow that God would do it, given that He only does good things in that situation.
Well, maybe one of the only good things he does is to allow humans to live a life on earth where they can act morally virtuous. And that would require him not to intervene sometimes.
Okay, so if it's not a good thing for God to intervene, and again, we're not equivocating on what it means to be good, then we are mistaken by saying that it's a good thing to intervene. We should
Yeah,
allow
you
it
would
to
have
happen.
to say, well, it's a good thing to intervene when you're talking about normative, or you're talking about normative as far as
Yeah, that's the only sense
human
of good that I mean.
behavior or as far as God's behavior.
Well, what would be the difference? Good
One
only
would be
means
God,
one.
one
Yeah,
wouldn't.
well,
One's a
good
creator,
means
one's
one
not.
thing, so it doesn't matter which is doesn't matter which agent. You're not a moral relativist, are you?
Good would mean that which corresponds with the teachings of Jesus Christ.
What? So, like, are you a moral relativist?
No,
Is good dependent on the
I'm
agent?
I'm a moral realist. What's that?
Yeah, is something good dependent on the agent?
Yes.
So you are a moral relativist.
Well, as far as the actions of humans, it's not relative to what humans think. It's relative to what God.
Right, but God does not think. God thinks it would be wrong to intervene in the typical case of grape. So why do we think it's
Well,
good?
not for humans.
Yeah, that's just special. Yeah, that's just special
God
pleading.
thinks that God would probably think it's always right if a human can to intervene in the case of grape, because He gave humans the ability to do so in a world where they have free will.
Yeah, but that would just be special pleading.
Special pleading.
Yeah, what property
Why would
set
it
of
be
God?
special?
What property set? Because so if we've defined it as a good thing to intervene in the typical case of grape, right? And then God is in that situation, right, and chooses not to do that thing, and you're saying something absolves him of this obligation to the good, and you're saying there's some property set of God. What's that property set?
Well,
Or
we
that
could say that in every situation God was in while He was in the flesh, He always acted in the best way.
Well, I'm just talking about right now. Okay, we just take the typical case of grape. That doesn't answer my question. Like the typical case of grape that's happening right as you and I are talking, and there is nobody there to
Yeah.
stop it except for God, right? If it's a good thing to
Well, there's
stop it,
actually is somebody there to stop it, the person doing it.
yeah, but he's obviously not
They
stopping it.
cannot.
So now there's a
And
third
that's where
person who's
the
watching,
problem is.
who's not just sufficiently capable, but maximally capable of stopping it, and protecting the victim. And if that's the case, and if it's a good thing to stop it, what and God is still perfectly good, then what properties of God or properties of God justifies him not intervening?
Well, in that case, it would be a world in which there's morally sufficient freedom.
Okay, can I?
That doesn't
can I
answer
do-
my question. What properties?
But see what you're saying is you're applying everything from humans. You're also applying to God. The question is, why
Yes.
would you do that?
Yeah, because there's no morally relevant
That's
distinction.
what
I would be
doesn't make
yeah. So okay. So let's say I have agent one and agent two, right? I walk into a room. Room one, room two. Okay. I walk into a room, and I see somebody graping. Agent one sees somebody graping a victim, right? Now they go in and they stop it. Okay. And we might
Mm-hmm.
say that that's a good thing. Okay. Now I go into room number two. Agent number two goes into room number two, sees another person graping another victim. And he's more than capable of stopping it, but chooses not to stop it. He just wants to sit there and watch, right? Now, you want to say that you as a Christian, you want to say, if agent one is a human, then he did the good thing. And then you want to say, if
Yes.
agent two is not human, he's God, then he did the good thing, right? So do, like, apparently it's a
Yes.
good thing to do, to intervene, and it's also a good thing to do the exact opposite of intervening. So my question is, what is the symmetry breaker that justifies the distinction between Agent 1 and Agent 2?
One's human and one's God.
That's just begging the question. Like, why would that matter?
No,
Like,
I'm just saying
if
that
I said one's human and one's an alien, would that justify?
the rule giver versus the rule obeyer.
Okay, so why?
I mean,
Okay, so what's the argument that the rule giver ought not do the good thing?
Well, the argument would be free will.
Well, does Agent 2 not have free will? He can use his free will to
Agent
stop
2.
it, right?
Yeah, I'm saying that God created people with free will who could act. Now, so even the one doing this could have freely chosen not to do it.
That's correct. But like what I'm saying is God
So
also
why-
has free will.
why
So why
can't-
doesn't God, like, he can create agents with free will, but he can, like, two parents can create an agent with free will. That doesn't mean that they shouldn't stop somebody harming their child, right? But
Well,
in the
I
same
think there's
sense,
reason.
like, if God has his own free will, presumably you think he has freedom to act, right? He could just use his free will to stop it. I mean, that doesn't give me a
Well,
symmetry breaker.
I think that God, I mean, that seems to be obvious symmetry breaker, but to me, I think God just created a world in which, obviously, he allowed people to act in certain ways. If he stops the one grape, then what is he not supposed to stop, and what is he supposed to stop?
Evil.
And it becomes arbitrary at that point. It seems
How?
like it's just like, okay, well, God's going to stop all the grapes from happening, but he's not going to stop somebody from clicking on a porn site,
Yeah, he
which
can.
obviously would be evil as well.
Why can't he do that?
So the question, well, he could, but then he just has to stop all evil.
Why would that be wrong?
Well,
Why
if
would
he
stopping
stops
all evil be wrong? Like, it's definitionally a good thing
Well, I
to
mean,
stop all evil.
also, if somebody cannot do evil, they also cannot do good.
Okay, can God do evil?
No.
Okay, then God can't do good, Matt.
Well, I mean, if you want morally sufficient freedom,
Okay.
some people, there is debates on what God's free will is like versus human
Okay.
free will. So I mean, that would be a different topic. But if you want somebody if you create a world in which you have image bearers of God who can obey God, but they don't have to, who God created to have a relationship with him, but he's not going to force them to, then obviously it seems to me to make sense that God shouldn't be intervening every time someone does an evil act. Because he's either now there's cases where God does eventually. I mean, in the Bible, God eventually, once people's evil gets to some sort of maximum point, he does intervene. And I think he probably does that today too. Certain things when you have wars and stuff like that, God may be intervening and stopping something and we don't know about it. But if he's going to just stop it every time, then what would be at that point?
So, I mean, that's
the good
kind of
of a
like
world
heaven.
like
That sounds like heaven. Like, imagine he just created us all in heaven. That's what that sounds like.
Well, I mean, it's still a world in which evil exists. You think that's okay?
Wait,
That
so
doesn't
heaven,
include God.
wait, in heaven, when we go to heaven, there's going to be evil?
Yeah, here's a little philosophical lesson because I know y'all guys like philosophy. When you talk about greatest possible worlds, a world in which heaven exists is still the world in which we exist today. It's just a continuation of that same world. So people who are in heaven in the future or whatever in this present still experienced and knew what it was like to pain and suffering and evil. So if it doesn't refute God in that world, it wouldn't refute God in this world.
Right, so just to be clear, is that a yes that there is, when we go to heaven, there will be sin in heaven?
No, there will not be sin in heaven.
Okay, and what
But
justifies
it's still
that?
this world. It's
Like, what,
it's
in
still the
virtue of
same
what would there
world in
not
which
be sin, though?
Well, in virtue of having had this experience of pain, suffering, and evil, and they saw how terrible that is, and in heaven, there's no desire to do that.
Okay, so God could just take away our desires to sin, and boom, we still have free will then,
Well,
right?
sure, God could just take away our desires, and we could have some sort of ability to make choices, but is that sufficiently morally free or not? That's
Well,
the
if
question.
if it is
And
not
that's
sufficiently morally free, then you're saying that in heaven we are not sufficiently morally free.
no, you have already experienced this world because it's still part of the same world. So you'd still have that sufficient moral freedom to have acted in a certain way, to have chose a certain path,
Is
things
that
like
better
that.
than
So
having never had experienced that?
yes, I think so. I
Okay, so
think a
we are
world in
better,
which
so
you
we're
can,
morally more valuable than God because God never experienced suffering before he created us, right?
well, since God is, are sustained by God, we can't be more valuable than God.
Well, like it just follows that
So
if it's
that just
better,
doesn't follow.
yeah, it would follow because if it's better for us to have
No, it wouldn't, because you
experience,
couldn't even have
if it's,
done
hold
good
on,
and
just real
evil
quick, like
without
if
God.
it's better to having experienced suffering, right? And then, going to live in this, paradise, right? And that's the better thing to do. Well, it's just the case, like before creation, God never experienced any suffering, did he?
No,
But yet he
God
has
would
morally
not
perfect
experience
character and
suffering.
he has free will.
Yes, because it just stems from its nature.
Yeah, so why can't he
It
just make
doesn't.
it
It
our
doesn't
nature
just.
to where we
It
only
doesn't just.
freely choose to
Well,
do
you're
the good?
essentially saying, why didn't God just create God?
No, he doesn't have to create a
But
maximally
no way. Even if you created, that's just logically incoherent. Because even if God created another God, that God would have still been dependent upon the existence
yeah,
of
he doesn't
God
have
in order
to
to be
like he doesn't
created.
have to create
Yeah.
another being that's all powerful, all knowing and things like that. Just a being that has a nature such that they will always freely choose to do the good. That doesn't require them to be all
Okay.
powerful, does it?
Now, what does he have to do to always freely choose to do the good, though?
Well,
What does that world look like?
yeah, so well, God presumably when he made, like, for example, Adam and Eve, right? He had knowledge that they were going to sin, correct?
Sure.
Okay. So could he have made a version of Adam and Eve or somebody else, Shmadam and Shmeev, right? That he knew that if he were to create them, they would freely choose to do the good and they would not eat the apple. Could he have done that?
Okay, so what would they have? I'm asking, what would they have had to do different? What would he have had to change in order to accomplish that?
Yeah, so maybe he could have changed the circumstances, maybe not putting the tree in there. Just like some world where it's logically possible where he would create an agent
Ken and
such that he
Barbie world?
knows. Yeah, it could be a Ken and
Like a
Barbie
Ken
world,
and
doesn't
Barbie
matter.
world?
But like all that matters is that God knows that when he creates an agent, he knows all the possible actions that that agent could take. Why wouldn't he just choose the world to create an agent? Only create agents in which those agents would freely choose the good, do the good once created.
Well, as far as what that world would be and why he would do, I don't know what that world would have looked like because
Heaven.
I'm not God. But from my perspective, this was the best possible world to have what is most important, like morally virtuous experiences,
Yeah.
a non-pseudo-intellectual world, things like this. Because if you start changing certain parameters about the world, you end up with some sort of pseudo-intellectual world where you got Ken and Barbies running around,
Yeah.
and there's no wisdom, there's no, and that they can be obtained, no experience of self-sacrificial love, things like that. And so you seem to have to give up something in these other worlds
Yes.
that would make them not the
If I
best
ask a
possible
couple
world.
questions?
Yeah, I'm just gonna ask
What's
him this
that?
final question. So, if you're saying that this is the best possible world, that means when I turn on my TV, I see like, a man had just got arrested for like raping someone, right? I have to look at that and
Yes.
say that's the best possible state of affairs.
Yes. Because
Okay,
you
that's
always
the
have to,
reduct.
you
Yeah.
turn on the TV
Go ahead,
and
now,
see
man.
someone who gives someone bread, who does all this other stuff. That world that you're wanting could not happen. The moral experiences that you have where we gain this wisdom, that would be the
No
world you're
degree.
asking is just a pseudo-intellectual world.
No degree. So how
Yeah.
can God guarantee that in heaven no one will commit sin if we have free will?
Well, I mean, that I don't really. There's actually some debate on if you go to heaven, whether we actually have free will or not.
Okay,
William
so
Lane
you don't
Craig.
care.
William
So then
Lane.
that's kind of my point. So you're saying that this is the best possible world God could create. Heaven proves you wrong because if there's
No,
heaven, that
heaven's
means there is a
still
better
part of this
possible
world.
world.
No, heaven is still part of this world. That's
So
what I'm trying to
could
say.
okay, question.
Yeah.
Could God have only created the people who would go to heaven and created them in heaven and not have made anybody else or this world?
Well, I suppose there's no logical contradiction in God having done that.
Cool. Then
But
he could have just done that and he decided to create suffering.
well, it depends on what he wants to accomplish.
Okay, but that's the point.
What's
It
it?
doesn't really
Okay.
matter. You said that there's no possible better world. I'm saying a possible
Well,
better
is
world
there?
would have just been heaven.
Did you know that the idea of and teaching more philosophy here, best possible world? Some people say there is no such thing as a best possible world. Do you agree with that or not? Some deep intellectual philosophers.
I would say that those philosophers also don't believe in God. So,
Okay, so that's my question. Is there actually a best possible world or not?
If
In a-
if
according
if
to
God
the
would
philosophers-
prefer, yeah, if God would prefer one world over another, then it follows from that there would be a best possible world.
Well, I'm asking you guys, is
Yeah.
there, because your guys are saying this is not the best possible world. I'm asking
No,
you,
no,
is
no,
there-
no,
can
no.
you-
I'm, this is an internal critique. I'm just
No,
going.
listen,
We're
no,
just going based
no.
off what you
So-
said.
Okay,
no
well, then
degree.
I think this
I
is
would
the best
agree.
possible
So
world.
no degree. I would agree there isn't a best possible world, but I also don't think there's a God.
Okay, well,
I
see,
think this is
I
the
think,
world, and there is no God. You think there is a God who's all loving, all good, all
Yeah.
powerful, all knowing, and he still created this really crappy world.
I don't think it's really crappy.
I mean, it is.
I mean, most atheists I've known seem to like living in it.
I mean, it kind of depends on where you live in.
Especially,
Wouldn't
well,
you
yeah,
agree?
if you live in the Christian West, you love it.
I mean, you say the Christian West, but most Christians don't live in the West.
Well, I mean,
You know
what
how
I'm
many
saying
people
is-
are on this planet, right? Do you know
Yeah,
people in the West only make you realize the West makes up like a tiny percentage of the Earth, and most people live in the bad parts.
Yeah, and most Christians still would rather live in the bad parts. In
No.
fact, I've seen Christians that would rather live in third world countries than in the West.
You're ridiculous.
How do you
And
explain
you've
that?
You've never been to where have you been in the world?
Well, I haven't been to the third
Okay,
world. I
then
just
don't
know.
speak about suffering in third world countries when you've never been.
Well, I have family members who have been.
Okay, have you been?
No.
Okay, then don't speak about third world countries
Okay,
you've
well-
never been in.
What I'm saying is, we've had missionaries come to our churches and speak who
favorite.
would rather live in these third world countries.
I'm sure
than
that they
to-
would
to
love
mix.
to
That's what-
preach their God to these heathens who have never heard.
They were
but-
born and raised there.
Cool story.
Yeah. Look, I'm just saying, how do you explain, I know you guys think that the logical problem of evil, even though most philosophers don't think it works, is a good argument. How do you explain someone like that? Someone who's lived in a world where there is far more pain and suffering than the joys we get to enjoy from the West, but still think that this is the greatest possible world and still would want to live in it because of who God is.
Yeah, that's hope.
Because it's
What's that?
I was gonna say it's also called brainwashing and hoping there's a better after. Because-
Brainwashing? Okay.
I mean, he said it's hope, but it's kind of that whole like, if I live a good enough life and I believe good enough, there's a better after.
I also
and that's
tend
kind
to
of proving
think
my point.
that the closer people, like the closer populations are, this is my theory hypothesis. I think the closest populations are to like death, and the more they see death, I think they tend to be more religious. And I think that's why as
Yeah.
the country starts getting developed,
Yeah.
and they are like, the friends are dying, they have 9 kids and a third of them are dying or stuff like that. They're not thinking of death as much, right? And I think death is like one of the biggest drivers for religion, because people just hope that they go
So
to heaven.
intuitively, the logical problem of evil really doesn't work because people
Logically, it
tend
does.
to gravitate towards God more intuitively.
Yeah, but people
in
also
immense
leave
pain and
religion
suffering.
because of the problem of evil.
So, no degree. The problem you're not understanding is fear is what drives people to God, not love.
Well, I would disagree with that.
Desperation and hope for better.
Okay.
Not
Sure.
love.
Desperation,
I'm
right?
so desperate. I want there to be something better. Here's this like thing that can prey on my desperation. Of course, I'm going to believe in it.
So if desperation, the world in pain and suffering, is more likely on average to lead more people to God, then this is a better possible world, right?
Well, then it wouldn't be.
Because
Then, if you want to say
have
that, then the
relationship.
logical problem of evil would commit you to saying that those things, that pain and suffering, are good things.
Yes.
Yeah,
And it would
that's
lead
just
to
going to be
believe
the
that God
reductio
is
on the
evil.
view. But clearly,
Well, it wouldn't
Christianity
be
doesn't
it
affirm that.
wouldn't be a
Well,
reductio
that would just
because
just to be clear, you can
it
you
still
can affirm
violates
that, but
God's
you can't
command.
affirm that as a Christian.
Sure, you can, because
No, because Christianity says it's not good.
you would still the Christian would still say, like when Joseph obviously got sold into slavery, that it was what was done in an evil act by evil intent God used for good. So obviously it was good in a sense that God brought about the salvation or saved Israel from the famine because of this, but also they still violated God's moral standards, so that was what made it evil.
Yeah, what like
So
I'm sorry,
here,
like if you're
here's the
saying the
problem.
word evil, you're just like normatively you're just saying it should not occur. You're saying
Well,
that
evil
person
would
should
be
not do
that
it, right?
which evil would be that which doesn't correspond with the teachings
Yeah,
of
you
Christ.
should
You
not
could
do
say.
that, right?
Yes.
Okay. So it doesn't make sense to say that God uses evil to bring about goods because evil definitionally should not occur. You should
Well,
not do
God uses good things to bring about greater goods too. So it's kind of
Well, but
irrelevant.
it definitionally, if he's
Yeah.
perfectly good, he can't bring like it doesn't even make sense. Like you can't bring about you can't use it's here's like the analogy would be like the vaccine example. You probably heard it a lot, right? Like stabbing someone is wrong, but if stabbing someone in a vaccine via a vaccine, it's going to bring about some greater good. Now the child doesn't know that, right? The child is like, why am I experiencing this suffering? Yada yada yada. But because the scientists, the doctors, the parents know what's best for the child, they're using that suffering to bring about a greater good. So we would not say that that suffering is wrong or evil. We'd say that's actually a good thing that they're experiencing the suffering, because it's needed in order to bring about a good thing, right? If you're going to say that it's evil, that's in the normative sense, which I think that's the only sense. And you're just saying it should not occur. So saying like you're using evil to give the child the vaccine is just, and you're doing that to bring about the greater good, therefore you ought do it. You're just committed to saying that you ought do what you ought not do, which is just a contradiction.
I'm not sure. That doesn't really make sense to me. Because what I'm saying
What did you
here
need to
is
clarify?
a person can still feeds a homeless person a piece of bread and God bring about a greater good, or do something terrible to the homeless person and God still bring about a greater good. The point is here, it's God that you're sinning against, and that's the evil part. That's why the Bible says when David did what he did to Bathsheba and Uriah, he said, it's against you alone that I've sinned, God. So he seemed to be thinking here, okay, well, even though Bathsheba and Uriah were obviously affected in a negative way, he didn't sin against them, he sinned against God. So what I'm saying here is, if that's the case, then God can bring about a greater good, either with good acts or evil acts. But that still doesn't change the fact that they still violated God's prescriptive will. And that was the evil part.
Wait, so okay. So when the school pew-pewer goes inside the school, right? And then he, aims and then fires, what's the greater good that's being brought about?
Well, who knows? I mean, God, sometimes we don't know until the other side of eternity. I mean, like with Job, Job experienced all this massive pain and suffering, but the interesting thing is God never explained it to him, but just simply being in the presence and understanding who God is, Job realized that he was not fully correct and he repented. So what I'm saying
Actually, hey, I'm going to correct you there. Job actually only repented when God threatened him after all of it was done.
That's not true.
Yeah, because after all of it was
in
done
Job
and he was
42.
cursing God like Satan said he would do, God came to Job and said, "How effing dare you? What little peasant
Well, he never
being
cursed
are you?"
God, but that's
Yes, he
incorrect.
did. "I am
No, he
the
didn't.
God Almighty. You are nothing. How dare you?" And he was like, "Oh crap, you're right. I'm sorry. You're right." Yeah, he basically
Well, what I'm
threatened
saying
him.
is he never cursed God.
Yes, he did.
No, he didn't. When
By
when
definitionally, he
and God
did.
never explained to him. It's just simply, where were you? Answer me like a man. Where were you when I did this, this, and
Yeah,
this?
he actually
So
never actually
apparently,
answered the question. Like he said,
exactly, yeah.
I
He
I
never
create
bothered. Yeah,
I
God never
created
bothered.
rocks, therefore you listen to me. Like what?
Well, I mean, Job, apparently this experience was so powerful that Job realized that God was right.
In
Yeah,
virtue
no,
of what?
Job realized there was this powerful being overtaking
With
him, and
God.
he better apologize before he gets smite.
Well, look, I mean, it is what it is. I mean, what I'm saying
Yes,
here is
you're,
God
the
does
God
not
you're describing is
explain.
evil, not
God
good.
does not explain why he does stuff off. But now, obviously, if you were to look at Job and ask Job today what he would think here, he wouldn't have he'd have been, I mean, in the context of what happened afterwards and all of eternity, Job would have been like, wow, this just pales in comparison to the greatness.
You don't know that.
Yeah,
Well,
listen,
yeah,
like
I think
like
I
the
For
do
all
whole
you
know
know,
that.
for all you know, God is your God is the deceiver, and Job got deceived and is now suffering for all eternity.
Well, if you're going to go down that route, then, I mean, I don't even know if we could even have a conversation.
What you mean?
Because if you think God can do that kind of stuff, there's certain things you're going to have to say that God doesn't do in order to have a conversation, or say
Well,
contradict
can he
God. But
orchestrate? Can
if
he
you think
orchestrate
that God, if
deception?
you think that God can do that, then
Do you
there's
think
no
that
sense
God?
in even bring up the logical problem of evil.
Well, do you think that God can orchestrate deception? Because I think,
Orchestrate deception.
yeah, I think it's either First or
I think
Second
that God,
Kings
yeah, I think
22.
that God can. Yes.
So he can orchestrate to deceive you.
Yeah.
So I thought you said that he couldn't do it.
What I'm saying is, when he's orchestrating deception, he's not doing it to people who want a relationship with him. It's those
How
who have
can you
already
prove that?
rejected him.
If
By
if
what the
God in
Bible
the Bible
says.
can show that he can deceive, how can you then say who he can deceive and who he can't deceive?
Well, look again.
Yeah,
I'm
King
going by
Ahab.
what the Bible says. And if you say that, well, God could just be lying about that, then you really can't have a conversation at this point.
Well, that's kind of
Because
the
if
point.
you're
The Bible
saying
is so
God can be lying about
contradictory.
that, then we
But
can't.
that's the point. The Bible is so contradictory. You can't really have a conversation in a way that proves you're God in a good way.
Well, you can if you say that God, by definition, has these triomni attributes.
But then you have to say suffering
But
exists. And if God is allowing and permitting suffering, then he doesn't have these things.
No, you could still say God is allowing it for some sort of soul building or greater good or something like that.
Well,
No, you can't. That's
Yeah,
the
you
problem.
could.
That's
but
the
like,
contradiction.
Well, that's.
because did
But
God
then you're
need soul
trying to
building?
limit God's power by saying God can't do that. You're actually contradicting yourself,
You're
because then you're
limiting
putting
his
limits
power
on God.
because you're saying
right?
that he needs to this suffering to he needs to.
I'm
do
not
this
saying he
suffering.
needs to.
Yeah. Yes,
Yeah,
you
I'm
are.
not
You're
saying-
saying no,
No,
stop.
I'm
You're
not saying he needs to.
yes.
You're
give me a
saying he
second.
needs to do
Let
this.
me finish my sentence. You're saying he needs to do all this suffering to come about his end goal. If he's all powerful, he
saying
could
that.
just do his end goal.
Do you remember what I said earlier? Can you remember what I said between somebody feeding a homeless person and unaliving a homeless person?
Yes, that he can do good things with evil things.
Or not so evil things, right?
Yes, but
Feeding
the point
people
being,
over. So God
again,
can
he
bring
doesn't.
about a greater
He
good
could
with both.
again. He could just have a world without suffering, and that's proven with heaven.
But that's still this world.
Yeah. Well,
Okay,
This,
okay.
this is
that
where,
proves that
look,
Listen.
as an
So
intellectual, philosophical bro, I'm trying to teach you on some things. That's still this
understood.
world.
Which
So
means
that
he could
that's
have
not
made
this
all
world.
of this
Okay.
world like heaven.
Yeah, and like listen, like it's just pretty basic stuff, right? God has the omni properties, right? So if he wills all things considered, he wills some state of affairs, right? If he wills that state of affairs, it's a perfectly good state of affairs. If it's a perfectly good state of affairs, he has no good reason to not enact it by definition, right? So it's just going to follow from that he's perfectly efficacious with respect to his will. If he's perfectly efficacious with respect to his will, well, I mean, when it comes to evil, evil is whatever you want to define it as. Nonetheless, it is in opposition to God's will. Therefore, you can't have evil, right? Because God is perfectly efficacious with respect to his will.
Well, are you talking about all things considered?
Yeah, all
What's the
things
word? What's the
considered.
philosophical?
Yeah,
Okay,
all things
then it
pro
wouldn't
toto.
work with all things considered.
Yeah, it would because when God
No, it
wills some
wouldn't.
state of affairs A, has he considered all counter possibilities?
Yeah, all things considered,
Yeah.
evil would not exist. That's the point.
Yeah, exactly.
Okay, then there's no logical problem of evil.
It is. That's
Oh,
evil
what is
just
it? Pro
evil.
tanto,
I'm sorry.
pro
If
tanto
evil
versus
if
pro
evil does
whatever.
not
Okay.
exist, what did Jesus die for?
Well, what I'm saying here is all things considered, after considering Jesus' death, burial, and resurrection, evil does not exist because evil is swallowed up in victory.
But it can't exist to be swallowed up. That's the argument.
Well,
I just
all
gave you the
things
which premise did
considered
you reject?
in the final analysis. If you're saying that all things considered in the final analysis there is no evil,
Yep.
then ultimately this conversation here is just a meaningful experience that we're having, but it's actually
Yeah, you're
not
just
going to
saying
be
God's
the
not
final
opposed to.
reality.
Yeah, you're just saying
No
that.
degree. One.
Okay,
one
then
second.
I don't
One
really
second.
know.
No
I don't
degree.
understand what you're saying there.
Okay,
No
I'm
degree.
I'm giving
I
you
can
the
help out this
argument.
real
The
quick.
argument was very simple.
Can
Like
I?
when God has a
But the
perfectly
argument's
good will, when God has a
but the argument's
perfect.
not an internal critique of my position. Though. You
Yes, it
said
is.
you were doing an
Okay, is
internal
God?
critique.
I'm
No,
sorry.
it's
Is
not.
God perfectly efficacious with respect to His will?
When you say perfectly efficacious, what does that word mean?
Efficacious, like successful.
Yes.
Okay.
His overall will, yes.
Yeah. So God is perfectly efficacious with respect to His will. How do you oppose a perfectly efficacious will?
You can't.
Right. And evil is opposing that will, right?
Evil is opposing the prescriptive will.
I'm
Not the
sorry. It doesn't
decretive
matter
will.
what kind of will it is. You said it's a perfectly efficacious
Well, I
will.
mean, we usually break it up. You have your descriptive will and your decretive will.
Are they both
What
perfectly
God allows
efficacious?
to be, which is decretive will, versus what God prescribes people to
Are
be.
those both perfectly efficacious?
Sure.
Okay, so if they're both perfectly efficacious, splitting, I don't care how many, juicy will, dump truck will, all the way A through Z,
Okay,
you
then
can
the
give me,
evil doesn't
you can
exist
give me any kind of
in
will
that
that you
argument.
want. All that matters is that God is perfectly efficacious with respect to His will. If it's the
Yeah,
case that He's
so
perfectly, listen, if I had a Hydro Flask factory, right, and the Hydro Flask factory was perfectly efficacious with respect to producing Hydro Flask, you understand that concept that it cannot fail to produce a Hydro Flask, right?
sure.
Yeah, so if you're a Christian, Christianity posits, oh, well, there's a Hydro Flask out there that has this ability to oppose production of Hydro Flasks. Or there's like some manager there who has the ability to stop the production. No, by definition, you cannot stop the production of a perfectly efficacious Hydro Flask factory. In the same sense, God wouldn't be able to do it, right? Because it's perfectly efficacious. So if God is perfectly efficacious with respect to His will, there are no things that exist that are outside of His will. So if there's a graping of like a victim, torture, school pew-pewings, those are all within God's will. They do not oppose God's will. That means that there is no evil. And if there is no evil, Jesus died for nothing. Jesus died for nothing. Christianity's false. QED.
Yeah, but the problem is you still have to include Jesus' death, burial, and resurrection in that argument based on what you're saying.
What did He die for?
You by your own admission here, if the grape is going to happen,
Yeah.
and if this other stuff is going to happen, then also the death, burial, and resurrection of Jesus Christ is going to happen to cover those sins for those who
What sins?
accept Him, right?
Sin,
Yeah.
how can it be a
your
sin if it's in
argument-
God's will?
Well,
What
what
is
I'm
sin?
saying is your argument doesn't work at that.
No degree.
You've just
Define
defeated
sin.
yourself and didn't
No degree.
realize.
Define sin.
Well, let me just
No
clarify what I'm
degree.
saying here.
Define sin.
Hold on, let me before I define it, I want to clarify what I'm saying. Basically, what you just argued is that God
No.
is so maximally hold on, let me finish. That God is so maximally good that He brings about good even by all evil, and a Christian would agree with that. So you've just made the
No,
Christian
that's not
point
the
here.
point. Define
Yeah,
sin.
that is, that's the entailment
Define
of his argument.
sin. Define
Sin would be
sin.
that which violates God's prescriptive will. That doesn't
Okay.
correspond with the
How do
teaching.
you
He's
violate a
saying
perfectly
you can't
efficacious?
violate will. There is no sin.
Okay, by your own admission here, because you said that grape could happen. Well, what
No,
makes
no.
it grape in this? What makes it grape in
Yeah,
this?
well,
world?
if like
Unless
grape
it's
is
evil,
just
right?
not
And
no
you-
no no no. Grape
Okay,
is
so it has to
non-consensual.
be evil, right?
Well, in my worldview, yes, it's evil. In
Within
your
argument,
worldview,
grape
Matt,
has to be bad, right?
Matt. So in my worldview,
Right.
duh. In your
Yes.
worldview,
Okay.
it's
There you
just
go.
non-consensual sex, but it is not evil.
So the act, sure. What you would say here is the act,
No
like
degree.
this
In
act
in your worldview, it's God's will.
like in the in this act, this specific act is
Yeah.
just basically actions that in under context would not
Yeah,
be wrong.
under your
correct?
worldview, it would be God's will.
Yeah, under your worldview as well, correct? Because
No,
you just
under
said
your
it was
worldview.
non-consensual. If it's consensual,
Yeah,
then
my
it's not wrong,
listen,
correct?
like you're doing, like if you want to tell me about my moral system,
Well,
right?
that's
Obviously,
you're doing. You
I'm
you
doing
keep
an
jumping.
No, I'm
No,
not.
you're
I'm
not. You
staying.
you
You
have
the
on.
one that jumped
No,
out of your worldview
no,
to
no, no.
mine.
You've actually
You are the
stepped
one
out
that
of my
jumped out of your.
territory.
I'm telling you that
No,
if
no, no.
you
You were
agreed, I'm
saying
sorry.
the problem
Did
is
you or
you
did you not
can't
affirm that
say
God is perfectly efficacious with respect to His will?
yes.
Okay,
Yes.
if He's perfectly efficacious with respect to His will, and that is the Christian position, does the Christian also affirm that evil exists?
Yes.
Okay, that's the contradiction.
Well, no, it wouldn't be because he's perfectly efficacious with his will to allow humans to have free will.
I'm sorry. So His will
That's the
includes
point.
evil existing?
It includes free will, which obviously includes the possibility of people
Yeah.
not
So is free
violating
will?
or restrict the will.
So this was one of the premises in the argument. Is free will a
Well,
good
wait a
reason?
second, just so we're, do you agree with that or not? Because you're doing an internal critique.
No,
of my
because I
position.
gave you the argument, and so
Okay,
I
so
told
then
you.
you've gone
Hold on,
out,
wait.
you've gone
If
outside
you
of
want
the
to say,
internal
hold on, real
critique
quick,
then,
real
and
quick, real quick,
you're
real
not
quick.
doing an internal critique
Listen,
anymore.
okay. If you're saying that an agent can oppose his will, then you are saying that he is not perfectly efficacious. So you are denying an earlier premise that I
Well, I'm
gave
not
you.
saying he's
Wait,
opposing
I'm
his
almost
will.
done. I'm almost done. You were denying an earlier premise, right? If God, all things considered, wills some state of affairs A, right? He has no good reason to override. There are no good reasons that would override that. You want to say that free will to commit evil is a good reason to override that. That just logically is incoherent because it's a perfectly good will. By definition, there are no reasons that count against it.
Okay, yeah, I don't think you're understanding here. By what we're saying here is his will is he, like you said, he has a perfectly efficacious will, whatever that word is, and his will, perfectly efficacious will, includes people who can make morally sufficient decisions with free will.
To violate his will,
That's what I'm
right? To
saying.
oppose his
So
will.
if you're saying that God cannot do that, then you've thrown your own argument
Wait,
out the
I'm sorry.
window.
So
You hold on, you must necessarily say that God can accomplish his perfectly efficacious will, including allowing humans to have free will. right?
when you say they have free will, are they able to oppose his will?
They're able to do otherwise than what he prescribes.
That's correct. Okay. So that's the contradiction. So God cannot have a will that would give.
Why would that be a contradiction?
I'm trying to tell you. I'm literally telling you right now. Okay, because God cannot have a will if he is perfectly efficacious with respect to his will, then he cannot have a will that would not make him perfectly efficacious with respect to his will. That's a contradiction.
Is he
Because then it's
all-powerful?
both the case that he's perfectly efficacious and he's not perfectly efficacious.
Okay, so is God all powerful or not in this scenario?
Yeah, he can do all things that are logically possible. So
Is
that means he
God-
can't do
yeah, so-
contradictions.
Can God, since he's all powerful, create a world with his perfectly efficacious will in which humans have free will? Yes or no?
If what you mean by free will is that
It's just a yes or no question.
Wait, because if by what you mean by free will,
ability
wait, hold
to
on,
do
wait.
otherwise.
Yeah, and when you say otherwise,
Yeah?
if that otherwise includes opposing his will, then no, that would be a contradiction.
Okay, well, it wouldn't be opposing his will in the sense that he created him in which they can
Any
violate
will
his
that he
prescriptive
has.
will, right?
Okay.
His
one second.
prescriptive
So
will, right?
I want to clarify. No degree. I want to clarify something.
But it's still not
One second.
violating his.
No
freedom
degree. I
will.
want to clarify something up. His will includes a plan, correct?
Sure.
So, can anybody's free will change the plan that God has?
No.
Okay, then nothing you said matters.
Okay, but also, God can want them to freely choose to come to Him, and they not do it.
And none of that matters. Then no, he can't.
Well, it does matter because that's you're
because
doing an
no,
internal
because
critique.
Because
Yes,
want is
you're
a
doing
will.
it. It
No,
does matter.
stop.
See,
Because
now you're
want,
not. But see, the problem is you're not doing an internal critique now
stop.
of my
No,
position.
you're just trying to make
Yes,
excuses.
you
That's
have
why it
jumped
doesn't
out of
matter.
the internal. This
No
is why
degree.
philosophers don't think
No
internal
degree.
critiques ever actually
Stop.
happen.
No
No, I'm
degree.
not going to
Listen to
stop.
me for a second.
I'm just trying to tell you here. I'm not going to
Can
stop.
I-
I'm going to finish what I'm going to say. I'm going to bulldoze through until you let me finish, whether you like it or not. It's your
Okay.
choice.
I
What
mean,
I'm
you can
saying
bulldoze
here
through,
is-
but I'm going to just keep talking
What
too
I'm
then. How about
saying
that?
here is,
What I'm
if
saying
it's-
is, if he wills
Okay,
it,
well,
it
if
will
it's
be
the
done,
case,
correct? If he wills it, it will be done, correct?
If it's
That's
the
what I
case,
thought.
God can
If
have
he
a
wills it, it
perfectly
will be done,
efficacious
correct?
will,
If
then
he wills
God
it, it
can
will be
create
done,
a perfectly
correct?
efficacious will in which
If he
humans
wills
have
it, it will
free
be
will,
done,
right?
correct?
So
If he wills it, it will be
therefore,
done,
there's no
correct?
problem here.
If
There's
he
no
wills it,
problem.
it will be done, correct?
Yes.
If he wills it, it will be done, correct? So
Yes.
if he wills someone to come to him, it will be done, correct?
Well, see, I don't think God wills people in that sense to come to Him or reject Him.
Then he doesn't. A want is a will.
No. See, that's
What-
where
what-
we're talking past each other. The Bible says God is not wishing that anyone should perish, but all come to repentance. So when you're saying God wills someone, that means that they don't have any choice, right? But to come to Him. I
And
don't
God
believe that's
also
the case.
says that He knows everything from the moment of existence to the moment of extinction. Not in those exact
So
words.
that's irrelevant.
It
doesn't
does. No,
matter.
it's not, because that means that He knows exactly what's going to happen. So He
Sure.
can't not know if someone's going to come to
Okay,
Him.
but that doesn't mean that He willed them to reject Him.
So does
So
God
that's what
want?
we're talking
I'm
past
sorry.
it.
Does God
That's where
want?
we're talking past
Wait.
each
So
other.
you say God just wants them, but He doesn't will it?
Yeah, I believe that the Bible teaches there's multiple passages where it says that God is calling people to repentance, desires people to come to Him.
So okay.
but
So He
they don't do
desires.
it.
Okay. So what
Yeah, has
what
this-
establishes the fact that He desires X but doesn't will it?
Free will. He doesn't want to force them.
Yeah. So, but we've already established that if
Yeah?
He
You agree with that?
no. So
Okay, so you established that, so
no,
my
because
argument goes through. Is that,
no, we've
that-
already
that's not what
established
he
that
was
free
saying.
will is
Yeah,
not a
it
good
does.
reason. What establishes why God would desire
Why is free
something?
will not a good
I'm sorry.
reason?
Hello. Well, I can tell you that, but like
why is
I'll
free
tell
will
you
not a
why.
good
Hold on,
reason?
I'll
That's-
tell you
that's-
why.
okay,
I already
tell
told
me.
you why earlier, but I can tell you why. If God is perfectly good, He's perfectly rational, right? Has all the omni properties and all that good stuff, right? And if He desires X, He can't not desire a state of affairs that would not be optimal because He's perfectly good. So He has no good reason not to implement that into His will.
Wait a
Now,
second,
you
why
want to
would
say,
you
hold
think
on.
that?
Now you want to, well, because like if you, like, what does it mean to say that I desire X, but I just don't want it to happen? I don't
Well,
understand.
basically,
Like,
you're-
I
you're
desire.
saying,
That's
I
just
des-
irrational. I desire X,
desire
the best
someone- I can
possible state of
explain.
affairs.
I can explain.
Wait. It's like
can
I
explain.
desire X. It's the best possible state of affairs. I'm not gonna make it happen. That's just irrational.
The best possible state of affairs that God, you could say, desires is for people to have a free choice whether to reject Him or accept Him. And that is His will. So you can still say God gets what He wills, but there's still people who go to hell that God didn't specifically will themselves to go to hell, because His will was simply that everybody freely come to Him. And by them coming to freely come to Him, if some reject Him, then they go to hell. So obviously He wills a place like hell for those who reject Him, but not because He determined them, but
Yeah,
because they
So
freely
no
chose to.
degree.
perfectly
I have a
efficacious.
Still,
question.
that's all part of His.
Does God
his,
does God
perfect
know
will,
who's going to go to heaven or
efficacious will.
hell? Does
Yeah.
God know who? Okay, so can you explain why it would not be a better world for God only to make the people He already knew would accept Him and go to
No, I
heaven,
can't
and
explain that.
not make the people who would go to hell and suffer for all eternity?
No, I can't explain that.
Well, if it's
That's
logically
because
possible.
it's illogical.
Oh, well, it's not. You'd have to show where there's a contradiction. And see,
Well, no,
that's where
it's not a
ultimately where the
contradiction.
logic-
It's logically
that's where the
possible
lo-
for Him
okay,
to
well,
do
if it's
that.
not a doctor. Yeah, there's not a contradiction. I don't know why that's a better world, but if you're saying that's a better world, you have to.
It's a
show
better world
why
because
it's a better
it's a better world because there is no evil.
Okay, but
Definitionally,
then
that
you've
makes
got
it a
the
better
in-
world.
But then you've got the pseudo-intellectual world,
How was that a
where
pseudo?
there's no
I'm sorry.
moral growing.
Okay,
no
so a
moral
world
wisdom,
and
and
okay, so we
no
have two
sacrificial
worlds.
love.
Yeah, so we have two
Yeah.
worlds. One world where no grapes have ever occurred and no evil. and the next world where there's exactly one grape. You're saying that God just desires that second world. That's just incoherent.
I'm
for a
saying
good guy.
that the one world, what'd you say? One grape happens
Yeah,
and the
there's
other
just
no grape happens?
no evil in both worlds except for one grape in the second world.
Well, to me, it doesn't sound like either one of those worlds are very good. But what I would say here is the world
Yeah,
in
No
which
Degree wants lots and lots of grapes and lots of G-sides and lots of slavery
I
and
won't
lots
want,
and lots of
I
all the evil.
want lots and lots of self-sacrificial love is what I want.
Jesus.
And so basically what y'all are saying is the world in which grape doesn't happen is also the world in which there is no self-sacrificial love, and that's a better world.
Why is self-sacrificial love better than
Because
non-self-sacrificial
it's considered the greatest form of love from the Christian perspective. No greater love is it than that one would lay down his life for another. So
That's so weird and creepy.
If you're doing an internal critique of the Christian perspective, and a Christian thinks the greatest world is a world in which self-sacrificial love happens, but that self-sacrificial love can't exist in a world in which there's no evil, then the Christian's still going to think this is the best possible world. And it wouldn't refute God.
The fact that you think that a world where tons and tons and tons of evil happens, so some self-sacrifice can happen, is just sad and evil in itself.
Think about this. Every time tons and tons of evil happens, even more tons and tons of self-sacrificial love.
It isn't.
Yeah,
no, it really
is.
isn't. It
Have
really
you not
isn't.
seen it? Have you not watched the news?
I'm actually I was in the military. I've seen the world. You haven't, so maybe you shouldn't talk about the world you haven't seen.
Well, I mean, just because you've been in the military doesn't mean you haven't
Just
seen
because
it.
you haven't seen the world, my guy, maybe you shouldn't
Well,
talk
wait a
about the
second.
world
You were in
haven't
the
seen.
military. You were practicing self-sacrificial love. Would you be in a world in which you would rather not have been able to practice
Yes.
self-sacrificial love?
Yeah,
Okay.
like I would
Well,
love a world where we didn't need the slavery
I
abolitionist movement.
No Degree. I would rather be in a world that nobody ever had to suffer ever, any suffering whatsoever, and it was a perfect world, than me not having to self-sacrifice.
Let's create Thanos so that way we can have Iron Man die for us.
The irony is you've just performed a contradiction here. You realize that, don't you?
What's the P and not P?
Because what you ended up saying was the world in which that could happen, where you were in the military performing these self-sacrificial acts, willing to give your life for the freedom of others or whatever, is not as good of a world in which a world where everything just, Ken and Barbie type lollipop.
And what's the contradiction?
So
what's
what
the
you
logical
did,
contradiction?
the contradiction is your performing contradiction was you actually used your own experience to argue against me, proving my point that this world proving my point that this world is not the pseudo-intellectual world. You wouldn't have been able to do that in the other world. So you actually,
give a contradiction.
I'm telling,
You
to
did
say
not
here
make the
is
contradiction, and you're wrong.
You want
Because
the
that's not what I did.
pseudo-intellectual world.
No.
So what you should
You're
do
wrong on
is
two
argue
parts.
from the
Stop. You're wrong on two
pseudo-intellectual
parts.
position there.
You're wrong on two parts. One,
Yeah,
that
you
you
did
didn't state a
perform a
contradiction. One, you didn't state a contradiction. Two, well, let me finish my point. Two, I was not arguing that. What I was arguing was that
Your
there is
wisdom,
not
yeah.
more self-sacrifice than there is suffering.
You just
That
got
was my
through
argument.
saying that. You just got through saying I have no right to talk about pain and suffering because I wasn't in the military like you.
No.
You
I
have
said,
that.
I
Hold on, let me
said
finish.
that
Now
you
you're
have no
interrupting.
right to say that there's more
And
self-sacrifice in the world than suffering in the world.
You were literally using your intellectual, the knowledge you have gained from this experience to argue against me, proving my point that the world that you want would not be this, would be a pseudo-intellectual world compared to this world. That's what I'm trying to say.
So my
make
experience in the
sense?
world that I have that you don't tells me that there's more suffering in the world
Is helping
than
my
there
argument.
is self-sacrifice.
Yeah.
Does not prove your point, Cupcake.
Because what you're saying here is I can't argue this point because I haven't experienced the pain and suffering that you have.
No,
Meaning
I did-
that you yourself,
I did not.
you
Hey,
yourself
I did not
have
say
a-
the pain and suffering
You
I
have
have.
you have
I did
attained
not say
knowledge.
the pain and suffering I have. Did I?
Well, obviously, it's a result of pain and suffering because in your world, you wouldn't have had to be in the military to go do this to begin with, right?
I have seen more pain and suffering than you have. I
Sure.
have seen more of the world than you have.
Okay. And you have gained knowledge from that you would not have gained from the other world, right? So this is not the pseudo-intellectual world. Now, you may just not like it because of the suffering, but you have to admit this is intellectually a superior world from that standard than the world you know, right?
Nope.
Wrong.
Yeah.
That doesn't follow.
Okay,
You have
well,
to give the
I mean,
instance for
you're
that one.
literally just using your own experience of pain and suffering to argue against me.
So
You're taking an intellectual
one
stand
second.
against me
So
because of
let me
the
try to
pain and
understand
suffering
your
you've
argument.
experienced.
So you're saying us not knowing pain and suffering is just not as good as us knowing pain and suffering.
I'm saying, but you refuted yourself because you're saying I, who have not experienced the pain and suffering that you have by, not being in the military, not
I
going to these.
refuted. No.
Let me
finish. You made a claim, and I said
Yeah.
you can't make that claim.
Exactly,
because
because I don't have the knowledge, right?
no, actually, you made
Because
a
you
false
have experienced
claim.
the suffering that I haven't from being in the
No,
military.
again, you misclaim. I have not made that claim. You made a claim that there is more self-sacrifice in the world than there is suffering. You don't know what the fuck you're talking about.
Yeah, what I'm saying is every time some sort of catastrophic event happens, look at all the self-sacrifice. 9/11, all this other stuff. I mean, look at all the people that come out in droves.
Hey, buddy, you literally don't know what happens around the world and how many people unalive without there being any self-sacrifice to be done.
You're making my argument.
The
for me.
millions, no,
Again.
the millions of people, the millions and millions and millions and millions and millions, and I can keep saying millions and millions over and over again, who unalive with their with no self-sacrifice there, proves that you're wrong.
Well, what I'm saying is, at least from this perspective,
You're saying
you've proven
bullshit.
me right. You
No.
have proven me right.
You
by-
can say
I
I've
call
proven
it
you
the
right.
pseudo-
You're still full of
Yeah,
shit.
it's called the pseudo-intellectual world problem for the
I
body
don't care
problem.
what you call
Look
it.
at-
It's still a better
And what I'm
world,
saying is-
and you're still full
yes,
of shit.
but it's if you're saying the best world is a world in which it's not a pseudo-intellectual world, then it's not the best. This world is the
No,
better
the
world,
be-
is what I'm saying.
No.
Yeah.
Yes, I
Yeah.
get
Let me
that you
just-
think
let me
that a
just-
world.
Yeah, that's what
hey,
I'm saying.
no
Let
degree.
me-
I understand that you think that a world with lots and unaliving and grape and G-side is a great world, and you love that world so much. I'm saying that a world without that is better.
Okay, and you're saying that a pseudo-intellectual world is better than this world, also.
I'm saying that a world
because
without
if you're
G-side and slavery and grape and unaliving is a better world, and I'm saying you're disgusting and a POS
I'm calling
for
it
thinking
tonight,
otherwise.
bro. I'm
well, I
tired
mean,
as
you
fuck.
just want a world in which the greatest form of loves can't be obtained, and I don't
Cool.
think that's
I'm
the better
good
world.
with that because your
Okay.
God is evil and
so
disgusting.
then-
So
That's
listen,
not
listen,
the world
everybody.
you would want.
Let's make sure we institute slavery, so that way we can create slavery abolitionists. That's what we need. Okay, let's make grape happen, so that way we can create grape hotlines. Let's make sure that we give kids cancer, so that way we can have cancer research treatment. Okay. All right. Thank you so much, Matt. I appreciate you for
Well, I
coming
mean,
up, but I am very, very tired. I really can't do it anymore.
You're good. You have a good night, man.
All right, man. All right. Well, I'm gonna call it a night. I've been streaming for 7.5 hours. Then we create narcissists. Yeah. Perfectly cut screams.
So he basically, someone asked what he meant by a pseudo-intellectual. He literally just means a world that doesn't know pain and suffering. So anybody who's wondering, he literally just means a world that doesn't know pain and suffering. What he meant by pseudo-intellectual is a world that we don't know pain and suffering. That's the pseudo part of the intellectual. That's the disgusting part about his argument.
Call it
that
a night. Well, it's night for me.
got a little heated
Denzel.
about.
I'm in Hawaii.
Sorry,
It's still
I just
1
had
a.m.
someone
here.
ask that question.
No doubt, man. Well, thank you for coming up. I appreciate you, man.
Absolutely.
All right. Well, everybody else, thank you so much. I will be on TikTok. I'm sorry. I'll be on Twitch and YouTube for the next couple of minutes if you guys want to go drop a follow over there. I got some music to play you guys. But anyway, I'll see you guys on the next live. Make sure you put the live notifications on. Hit that up. That definitely helps the next live rolling around, gets more debates, gets more people in here. Thank you so much. I appreciate y'all. Love y'all. Take it easy. Don't do anything I wouldn't do. Do not do anything I would do. Go ahead. Made it to the end of a carbon stream. Hell yeah, let's go. Good night or morning, yo. Good morning. I don't know. Fucking shit, I'm tired. It's 7:30. Yeah, it's 1:30 over here. I'm calling it. Luna says thank you for the follow. What's up? All right, what's the song we're playing? I like this. It just goes so hard. I love it. Just calling people bitches. Thanks for the stream. Yeah, thank you for being here. Appreciate y'all. We got a steady 50 people over on Twitch all night. I like it. Good morning. Yeah. Why does Star Wars keep stopping? Nikita, thank you so much. I appreciate you for the follow. All right, y'all. Well, thank you so much. I appreciate y'all for hitting that sub goal. I appreciate you. Thank you so much for the super chats. Shout out to the new followers. Love y'all. Hope we can do this again really soon. Should be live tonight. I should be. I don't think I got anything to do. So yeah, y'all take it easy. Love y'all. And don't forget, use a bitch.
Bitch.